1st. African lizard man. Source: Zhu. The most shocking interview in the history of the Earth, answers about lizard men, grey men, men in black, ant-men and Nuwa. In 1999, the famous American journalist David Icke conducted an interview with Korto Mutwe that lasted for more than 6 hours in Johannesburg, South Africa. This interview was called the most shocking interview in the history of the Earth. Korto Mutwe, the official name for him by the native Zulu ethnic group is Salusi. Salusi is the receiver and transmitter of the knowledge heritage of the tribe's ancestors, including historical knowledge records left over from ancient Africa, as well as the ins and outs of historical events. He is the designated narrator of Zulu stories and the keeper of historical knowledge. There are currently only 2 Salusi left in South Africa, and Corridor is one of them. Because he holds shocking top secrets, Corridor has been threatened from all sides, and some people want to shut him up forever. The ancient alien race Chitauri, mentioned by Korto Mutwe, is also known as the lizard people. The Cheetah Huayui are a race of extraterrestrial lizardmen who came to the Earth in ancient times. They used the advanced knowledge they brought to create an ancient history that can be traced and verified, leaving behind a large number of ancient architectural forms full of mysteries and far-reaching significance. This has been happening all over the world for thousands of years. After this race of lizard people or reptiles combined with humans, they produced a group of descendants who were similar to demigods and became the ancient royal ruling family. Especially in the ancient Middle East, people used to perform sacrificial rituals for these, you can call them, intermediaries between ordinary people and gods. David Icke wrote a book called The Biggest Secret following his investigation. The following is an excerpt from an interview that David Icke conducted with Corridor in Johannesburg, South Africa. First part. Korto Mutwe, Mr. David, please listen to me. Africa is dying. Africa is being destroyed and slaughtered. But all of us are sitting there like zombies, wondering what has happened to our nation? Sir, I have irrefutable evidence, and I dare to stand in any court of truth to give evidence and declare, the AIDS virus is a man-made virus. This virus will destroy 3/4 of South Africa's black population in the next 10 years. Sir, yes, there are struggles within Africa, but these have no meaning to a black man like me. Please think about it, when people go to war, Mr. David, why do they have to do this? People fight to eradicate tribal leaders or modern governments who take people's money and become corrupt. They want to get rid of these inappropriate situations, or they are eliminated by the situation. David Icke, let's start by understanding what kind of generally recognized behind-the-scenes force was originally responsible, and who is still manipulating all this maliciously from a high position to this day. Through my own investigation, I concluded that there is a force from another world. Please allow me to call it from another world, which may be easily accepted. Based on your experience and knowledge, how do you view the connection between aliens and African history? Korto Mutwe, one of the most secret historical records that I was taught, sir, is about this creature. This historical record first spread from the West and then to Rwanda. At that time, I learned this part of history on the hills of Kilimanjaro. This period of history, which has spread throughout Africa, is recorded like this: a long time ago, the sky was not blue at that time, the whole world was shrouded in mist, and the sun in the sky was different from what you see today. You could only see a shining star. Small bright spots moved slowly across the sky. At that time, it drizzled every day throughout the year. At that time, people could not see the stars in the sky. People could only see the dense and ever-growing towering trees everywhere. There were no deserts at that time, only tropical vegetation growing everywhere. The people after that time are called Nungyubili by our Zulu people. At that time, they had no gender differences between men and women, and people were hermaphrodites. One day, many terrible things appeared in the sky. They were like huge basins made of gold, with a dazzling golden light on their surface. Their shapes were like bows and arrows with the strings removed, and their size exceeded any mountain. They emitted black smoke and flames, bringing huge noise to the peaceful sky. It was this kind of creature that came out of those huge flying objects. At that time, sir, human beings could not speak. At that time, we had no language ability. However, people had an extraordinary ability to communicate spiritual thoughts. A person only had to go to the bushes and use his mind control ability to summon when a certain animal is the target of prey, that animal will appear and kneel in front of him, allowing it to be hunted. But since the Zitahuri came to Africa, they told Africans that they are all gods, and they will give people many great talents, but one of the conditions is that people must worship them and recognize them as ours creator. Some Zitahuri, lizard people, told our people that they were our elders a long time ago, and this earth also nurtured them for a long time, and now they have returned to the great mother body, Earth, and they will make us gods. They created two types of very weird caves on the ground, one type of cave glowing with green light and the other type of cave glowing with red light. Then they, hermaphrodite, people were rushed to the cave, and each person had to choose to enter one of them. So, those who entered the green cave became women, and those who came out of the red cave became men. Then, Zitahuri told these men and women, "Now, you are perfect." However, these men and women did not adapt to the changes in the appearance of each other's bodies and did not understand why each other had snake-like bodies, or two globular organs, and begin to hate each other. At this time, Zitahuri felt as if he had made a big joke on people. Zitahuri said, "If you are willing to serve us, we will make you gods." People also agreed to serve these Kitahuri, and then, Kitahuri taught people their second talent language. As a result, people began to speak through mouth and tongue pronunciation, thus replacing the previous way of spiritual communication. This form of language communication creates a gap between people just like garbage. Because people are taught different languages, misunderstandings often occur, resulting in fights and constant fighting. However, since people mastered language, what scares them is that they have lost many of their mental abilities, and they have paid an unexpected price. The second part. David Icke, the conclusion reached through my investigation is incredibly consistent with what you want to express in your statement. The lizard human race that came here from another world has been manipulating mankind behind the scenes. It has been developed for a long, long time. So, what do these Zitahuri, lizard people, look like? Can you describe it? David Icke, you do draw well. Korto Mutwe, but this is what we know Zitahuri looks like. They were made to look like this. You see, sir, you white people say that there is alien life on Earth. No, you are wrong. Since the birth of this Earth we live on, it has nurtured 24 different groups of intelligent life. Please see, sir, this is what the lizard man looks like. He is more than 3 meters tall. His body is slender, and it seems that there is no support from the skeleton. His fingers have no joints, they are more like flexible cartilage. Some lizardmen have 3 fingers and a thumb on their claws. Some have 6 fingers and a thumb. Some lizard folk have horns on their heads. However, what surprised me is that some filmmakers, such as those in Star Wars, often design some weird creatures into the plot, and those characters actually exist. Even if they are never even uneducated Africans can recognize these creatures called Chitahuri, lizard people. For example, in the Star Wars series of movies, what is it called? Is it Star Wars? There is a character in it that surprised me very much. His name is Darth Maul. This creature is red and black in color, with a circle of horns growing above its head. Those features accurately describe what a lizardman looks like. The lizardmen without horns in the painting belong to the lower-level common type. However, high-level lizardmen have a circle of pointed tentacles above their heads. However, those very high-level lizardmen, such as the king-level lizardman Mababa Samuhongwo, will have long horns extending horizontally from their heads. Not curved, not the horn type. Rather straight, like the horns of a certain type of antelope. Now, I'm confused. I really wonder, where did these filmmakers get their information? There is also a very strange movie, sir, which was recommended to me by my students. The movie is called Stargate 2. In that movie, sir, there is a kind of facial wrinkles, yellowish skin, and the ugly creature. Its speech and behavior in the film are very similar to the description of the lizard man King Mumbaba Samahan. David Icke, judging from the description of your abduction experience, it clearly corresponds to a type of creature that has begun to attract attention, the grey people. There is also a saying that they are called ant-men, with a grey appearance and long hair. 2 big black eyes. How do you see their connection to the lizard people? Do you think that the true face of the lizard man is hidden behind the black goggles of the grey man? Kortu Mutwe, sir, these so-called grey aliens are actually servants of the lizard people. When you see a lizard and a grey together, you don't see any racial difference. In fact, I could explain more about their relationship. These guys, the greys, are actually the descendants of the lizardmen. The reason why they kidnap humans and animals to obtain materials is because they play the role of pioneers and pathfinders for the lizardmen. If you can get very close observing these grey men, you can see the round eyes inside through the 2 black eye patches, Mr. Icke, and this is their true eye shape. David Icke, when you see the eyes of these grey men covered by black eye patches, it is enough to cause concern. Then, you talked about the incident about the men in black. They seem to have played a negative role in the investigation of UFO incidents. These men in black also wore goggles that looked like sun visors, which was a bit strange. Kortu Mutwe, that's true, sir, but let me tell you, it was the same within the first 100 years, the man in black, had begun to be integrated into the culture of Western countries. At least in Africa, during ancient times in Africa, if you killed one of these tomatoes, grey men, you would be visited by a terrifying-looking creature wearing a long coat made of animal skin and carrying a towering hats, and the faces of these guys are covered with white masks, with 2 very, very scary black eyes painted on the masks. We call them Zangagu, pronounced in Zulu, which means beasts of the jungle. Let me tell you something, these guys who look like ancient African versions of men in black once played an important role in the election of certain kings in South Africa. I hope to be able to tell you the ins and outs of these things in more detail someday. I have an uncle who worked as a factory janitor just after World War II. Once, he saw a thief breaking into a warehouse where military supplies were stored. My uncle went up to him and punched him mercilessly. That guy fell to the ground after taking a few punches. Just after he fell, from that moment on, this brave old Zulu, my uncle, identified the man he knocked down on the ground. The guy on the ground cannot be a human being, nor is he a young thief, but a tomato, grey man. My uncle was so frightened that he threw down the stick he had prepared and fled the scene shouting. Shortly after that, my uncle snatched the bag from the guy, thinking it was for stolen goods, before running away. After escaping, he took the bag to the village of Alexandria in Johannesburg, but he could not open the bag. What surprised him was that while he was resting at his home near the village of Alexandria, 2 white men dressed as detectives came to the door. These 2 men dressed as detectives demanded that my aunt hand over the robbed bag. She did so, and they left. Mr. Icke, what I'm trying to say is that the more materially wealthy we are, the closer our behavior is to how the lizard people are described. Some of us, when they amassed great wealth, began to consume metals and other minerals that they had no need for. However, when you study the historical stories of the lizard people, you will find that these lizard people have always used these metal or mineral deposits are used as medicinal materials to cure diseases. We have been taught that when these lizard people suffer from diseases, gold powder is applied to their bodies and after it is absorbed by the skin, they recover. David Icke, I know, and I have also learned through research that in Central and South America, including the ancient Mayans, a large number of records and legends point to the same type of lizard-human gods. Kortu Mutwe, yes, sir. Actually it is like this, if you can read the ancient stories of us Africans, or listen to them tell the same stories, you will find that we humans are inexplicably designed to transform the world we live in, and we would rather transform it to an extent that is not suitable for our survival. We previously learned from the Dogon tribe in Nigeria that there was a period of time thousands of years ago when there was no desert at all in the Sahara. In fact, satellite photos have shown that some areas of Salaha still have traces of ancient irrigation systems, but are now submerged by wind and sand. The third part. David Icke, the Anunnaki people have been recorded in many different translations of storybooks. Have you ever said that they are a lizard race? Kortu Mutwe, sir, what I know is this. In Africa, among the Kwanza tribe and the Zulu tribe, there are the same kind of people, and their images are different. Likewise, this phenomenon exists even now. They are called Amanuna or Amanono. Amanono is Zulu, and Amanuna is Xhosa. The ancestors called them a god-like race. They can change their appearance, and they can also change their body shape. David Icke, shapeshifter? Kortu Mutwe, yes, they are shapeshifters. If a Kwanza man has a very beautiful wife who changes her appearance with makeup every day, the husband will joke with her and say that she is a Yanuna, Linlulanamu, which means a shapeshifter. Sir, it is said that the person who can get closer to the god Amanuna is a woman. Why? Because women inherit the characteristics of Amanuna, they worship the god Amanuna very much. This may explain why Nefertiti of Egypt liked to dress herself like the Amanuna people. And the same goes for her kids. She used to worship these guys as heroes. So, what do you say? Women always seem to have no opinion. I don't mean to be sexist, sir, I mean, women like to imitate anyone they think is the supreme figure. David Icke, in Egypt too, you'll find python head dresses, which are closely associated with reptilians or lizard people. Kortu Mutwe, yes, sir, and reptiles played an extraordinary role in all African tribal civilizations. For example, I have a guess that in the near future, we black people in South Africa will lose our sovereignty and then be taken over by Ugandans. But what is the basis for this? What does Baganda, the main ethnic group in Uganda, really mean? Baganda, do you know what animals are engraved on the palaces and murals of the greatest kings in Africa? It's a python. In the, pronounced, King Panida Oba's residence, the eaves are decorated with a golden python symbol. The Zulu people have always been obsessed with worshipping, pronounced, python, which is a very scary snake. The Zulus also love other types of snakes. Also, in the northern part of Transvaal, the, pronounced, Wanda people regard snakes and crocodiles as mysterious animals. To this day, they still like to dance the sinuous ghost dance to represent the body movements of pythons. They call this dance step, pronunciation, Dongba dance. Dongba is the ancient African name for female pythons. David Icke, no matter where you go, whether it's the Mayans in Central America or South America or Africa, this crocodile or reptilian symbolism is ubiquitous. In Europe, the cathedrals created by the Illuminati. In the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris, in the luxurious old houses of nobles, and in the lizard sculptures that appear on both sides of the guard gates, in fact all of these are presented in front of us, but we often turn a blind eye. Kortu Mutwe, from the beginning of human history as far back as we can imagine, our ancestors have already made many descriptions and comments about lizards. This history can be traced all the way back, sir. The sooner the better, sir. What animal was given divine glory in ancient Greek mythology? It's a python. What animal stands next to the statue of Athena? It's a python. No matter where you go, I have been to China, who is the important role in bringing knowledge to the people. They are half human, half snake creatures. One of them, I remember, is called Nuwa. This similar pronunciation also exists in Africa. Her, Nuwa, brother is called, pronounced, Gwa or Gwa. Sometimes it also means another type of title, called Nugawa, pronounced, which means she. No matter where we are willing to sacrifice human dignity and give the origin of wisdom and honor to these reptiles, including totems and tattoos, including lizards and snakes. Why? David Icke, let's go through the threads of these families. As described in the ancient Sumerian inscriptions and as you just mentioned, after they combined with humans, they produced the descendants of demigods or the intermediaries between humans and lizard people. How are the descendants of these mixed bloodlines placed in the ruling class of the royal family? During my investigation, I found that these families are exactly the royal and aristocratic classes in Europe, and they are also members of the dominant banking, business, and political fields in the world today. Genealogical research conclusions are sufficient to prove these facts. I wonder if there are such ruling families with the same origin in African tradition? Korto Mutwe, actually, sir, you don't have to believe what I say at all. Go to Rwanda and ask the people living there for yourself. They will tell you that the founders of the ancestral dynasties were all the first a group of kings descended from heaven. These people are called Imanugaira, which means those who ascended to heaven. Sir, many African tribes believe that when gods descend from the sky, they find that people are very stupid and cannot approach these gods at all, let alone receive teachings. This is also a story spread among the Dogon tribe. Because people were afraid of approaching these terrifying reptilian gods, these reptilian gods brutally killed one of them and distributed his meat to some specially summoned people. Humans ate it, and these people became the ancestors of our first kings. Sir, the kings of Africa have always been stingy with their blood. David Icke, in my book, I quoted a woman named Cathy O'Brien who once wrote in her book about her experience of being controlled and enslaved by the consciousness of the American elite. I witnessed George Bush, who served as President and Vice President of the United States, instantly transform into a lizard. Moreover, many people have told me the same experience. Many of today's world leaders instantly transformed into a lizard and then transformed back into human form. Mexican President Miguel de la Madrid once said to Bush when she was in office, as she wrote in her book, an extraterrestrial race of lizard people once intermarried with ancient Mesoamericans because they needed to create a family system that can be manipulated. Korto Mutwe, yes. David Icke, he also said that these families influence each other among world-class leaders. There is only so much material that can be found on the internet. Let me organize it to open up your imagination. Personally, I think it makes some sense and is consistent with other knowledge I know. For example, some ancient Chinese gods are said to be aliens. The Yellow Emperor and the Yan Emperor War are high-tech wars. The men in black are partly government agents and partly aliens, or robots, products of artificial intelligence. Ant-Man, the North American Hogwarts the Skin tribe have mentioned that whenever disaster occurs, their underground ant people friends will help them. The Greys are the slaves of the Lizardmen, the Lizardmen are Draconians, and the Tall Greys, etc. Second. Visamajalo Credo Mutwe. Source, ChatGPT. Visamajalo Credo Mutwe, 1921–2021, was a well-known South African mythologist, traditional elder, artist, and writer. He is one of the keepers of South African mythology and traditional knowledge and has a deep knowledge of mythology, religion, African history, and cultural traditions. Mutwe specializes in telling African myths, legends, and folktales, and has extensive knowledge in exploring traditional African culture and religion. He is also a sculptor and painter, and through his art he attempts to convey the cultural connotations of African tradition and mystery. Some of his works explore traditional African beliefs, myths, and religions, as well as topics relevant to modern society, such as environmental issues and challenges of human society. Mutwe's contribution to African culture and tradition is considered very important, and his work has helped people to better understand and respect African traditional culture to a certain extent. Source, Sohu. Visamajalo Credo Mutwe was a traditional witch doctor, cultural historian, author, painter, sculptor, and mystical prophet. He kept writing throughout his life and wrote prolifically. He put the traditional culture passed down orally among the South African tribes into writing, and made outstanding contributions to the inheritance and dissemination of South Africa, especially the traditional folk culture of the Zulu people. Mutwe firmly believes that the various mythological stories passed down from his ancestors not only point out the direction of his life, but also provide him with inexhaustible motivation to trace the history of his people. Through the ancient art form of storytelling, he assumed the sacred mission of protecting, developing, and reviving national culture. His first book, Indaba, My Children, African Folktales, was published in 1964 and is regarded as a classic. Other works include Africa is My Witness, 1966, My People, The Writings of a Zulu Witch Doctor, 1977, Rescue Let Not My Country Die, 1986, Songs of the Stars, 2000, Zulu Shaman, Dreams, Prophecies and Mysteries, 2003, etc. Third. African Shaman. Source: ChatGPT. An African shaman is a religious leader, healer, or performer of rituals in traditional African religious or spiritual practices. They play an important role in the community and are responsible for passing on and maintaining traditional religious, cultural and medical knowledge. Shamans often provide spiritual healing, prophecy, ritual guidance to communities by communicating with the spirit world and establishing connections with spirits, ancestors, or other supernatural entities. They may also be responsible for dealing with illness, mediating disputes, performing rituals or celebrations, and imparting knowledge to younger generations. The role of African shamans may vary across regions and tribes, but they are generally considered spiritual leaders and cultural bearers within their communities. Their presence is of great significance for the preservation and inheritance of traditional religious, medical and cultural practices. Source: Wikipedia. Shamanism is a witchcraft religion distributed in North Asia, Central Asia, Tibet, Northern Europe, and the Americas. Shamans and shamanic beliefs are considered to be people who master mysterious knowledge and have the ability to enter the human god state. They have the ability to prophesy, heal, communicate with the spiritual world, and travel to the spiritual world. A shaman may work as a medicine man, warlock, exorcist, diviner, necromancer or spirit walker. The tradition of shamanic belief in China began in prehistoric times. The Jurchens, the ancestors of the Manchu people, maintained shamanic belief until the 11th century AD. Shamanic beliefs were prevalent in northeast China before the Qing dynasty and were combined with Manchu traditions. Shamanic belief, called Bon by Tibetans, is the original belief of the Tibetan people in Tibet. It occupied an absolutely dominant position in early Tibet. However, later shamanism was suppressed by Buddhist forces, and Tibetan shamanic belief became fully Buddhist, and was incompatible with Tibetan Buddhism combined. This religious form, which combines primitive shamanistic beliefs with Tibetan Buddhism, was institutionalized in the late Northern Yuan dynasty and Qing dynasty, and was designated as the state religion by the later Jin dynasty. After the Republic of China overthrew the Qing dynasty in 1912, shamans almost disappeared from China. Historically, shamans also appeared in various ethnic groups in the Volga River basin, as well as in areas inhabited by Finns, Estonians, and Sami people in Northern Europe. However, these were considered barbarian beliefs and mysterious witchcraft in Europe, and have historically been associated with Jewish Christianity. Religions are pitted against each other. At present, shamanic beliefs are still maintained in Manchu areas, Awenki areas, North and South Korea and other places. The dance of the great god in the northeast is a ritual of shamanic belief. Shamanic beliefs are also prevalent in Northern Europe, the Volga region, Siberia, and among indigenous communities in North America. Fourth. Zulu. Source: ChatGPT. The Zulu people are one of the largest ethnic groups in South Africa and mainly live in the KwaZulu-Natal province in eastern South Africa. They are one of the most influential and well-known ethnic groups in South Africa and one of the largest tribes in South Africa. The Zulu people have a rich history and cultural tradition. They were renowned for their bravery, war skills, and social organization. In the early 19th century, the Zulu leader Shaka led a massive political and military transformation, creating a highly organized and powerful Zulu kingdom. Shaka's tactics and reforms had a profound impact on Zulu history. Zulu culture includes a unique language, traditional clothing, dances, songs, and handicrafts. Their cultural heritage is highly visible in South Africa and internationally and contributes to South Africa's diversity and cultural richness. Zulu traditions also involve shamanic and religious practices, emphasizing ancestor worship and a close connection with nature. Today, the Zulu people are an important part of South African society, and their cultural traditions still play an important role in contemporary South African culture. Source: Wikipedia. The Zulu people, Zulu, AMA Zulu, are an ethnic group in Africa with a population of about 11 million, mainly living in the KwaZulu-Natal province of South Africa. The language they speak is Zulu, which belongs to the Bantu branch. The Zulu kingdom was an important player in the history of 19th century South Africa. Under apartheid, the Zulu people were classified as second-class citizens and suffered severe discrimination. Now in South Africa, the Zulu are the most populous ethnic group and enjoy the same rights as other South African people. 5th. Salusi. Source: Daily Headlines. The True History of the African Continent from the Mouth of Zulu Salusi. Zulu is one of the southern African ethnic groups, also known as AMA Zulu. They are the main ethnic group in South Africa, with a population of 5.65 million, 1978, mainly distributed in Natal Province, South Africa, 5.45 million, Eastern Lesotho, 150,000, and Southeastern Eswatini, 50,000. Belongs to the Bantu type of Negro race. The Zulu language is spoken and belongs to the Southeast Bantu language group of the Niger-Kordofan language family. Text spelled with Latin letters. Kordu Mutwe is called a monk by some people, and a group of extremely ignorant people call him a witch doctor, or mage. The official name for him by the local Zulu ethnic group is Salusi. Salusi is the custodian and transmitter of the knowledge heritage of the tribe's ancestors, including historical knowledge records left over from ancient Africa, as well as the ins and outs of historical events, such as the origin of a certain nation and all true historical records, rather than those learned through education or universities, which are widely disseminated but cannot withstand scrutiny. The so-called history. There are currently only 2 Salusi left in South Africa, and Corrido is one of them. This is quite terrifying, because it means that the true version of history on this African continent is dying. The real history is being submerged by the official and undoubtedly rubbish stated history. History has been rewritten, but people can go beyond the current cognitive scope to recover the lost historical fragments and piece them together. Just like what is happening today, when you investigate the family lines of these powerful ruling classes, whether it is the 42 former presidents of the United States including Bill Clinton, or the ruling families of the United Kingdom, and the aristocratic governments of Europe, any key ruling class elite, in the most advanced banking system and economic institutions, you will definitely find this kind of family network, all the way back to the same ancient ruling class or royal family. According to ancient legends, this type of family is the offspring of the union of humans and lizardmen gods. 6th. David Von Lcke. Source: ChatGPT. David Von Eyck is a British author, speaker, and public figure known for his unusual theories and ideas. One of his most famous theories is the idea of global conspiracy and control, claiming that a secret society of the world's powerful and elite controls the course of the world. Icke's views touched on a variety of topics, including cybernetics, the New World Order, aliens, and other more supernatural subjects. One of his most striking theories is about the idea of reptilians, claiming that the world's powerful elite are actually made up of shape-shifting reptilian humans who control human society. This idea is often viewed by the media and academia as an extreme or implausible conspiracy theory. Although Icke's views were widely controversial, his books and speeches also had a considerable following among some groups. His influence stems primarily from his critique of power and institutions, and his questioning of official narratives and dominant views. However, Icke's theories were often poorly supported by scientific evidence and were widely discredited in both academic and mainstream circles. Source: Wikipedia. David von Icke, English, David von Icke, born April 29, 1952, British writer, public speaker, former football player and sports commentator. He developed a conspiracy theory about global politics and wrote about it in detail. Icke was a former BBC TV sports presenter and spokesman for the Green Party. In 1990, a psychic told him that he was a healer sent to Earth with a certain mission, and that the supernatural world would convey messages to him. In March 1991, he held a press conference to declare that he was the Son of God, a phrase he later claimed the media had misunderstood. He said the BBC's Wogan changed his life, turning him from a respected household name into a public laughingstock. Yet he continued to develop his ideas and within 7 years had published 4 books, The Robots' Rebellion, 1994, and The Truth Shall Set You Free, 1995, The Biggest Secret, 1999, and Children of the Matrix, 2001. In his works, he combined New Century theory with the totalitarian phenomenon of modern society to propose a worldwide perspective. The core of his theory is a secret group called the Brotherhood of Babylon, composed of reptilians, including George W. Bush, Elizabeth II, Chris Christopherson and others, control humans, and many prominent celebrities are reptilians. He also claimed that the Moon was an artificial structure, presumably a hollow planet, where the reptilian Boxcawilioids had created an artificial self-awareness and world for humans, which humans mistook for reality. Michael Barkin describes Icke's views as New Age conspiracism and considers him to be the most influential school of conspiracy theory. Richard Kahn and Tyson Lewis suggest that the reptilian hypothesis may simply be Swiftian irony, a narrative device that makes ordinary people question what they see around them. 7th. Elizabeth, Birth of the Holy Lizardman. Source: ChatGPT. The idea that Queen Elizabeth is a sacred lizard is an extreme theory from David Icke. This theory claims that the global power elite are actually shape-shifting reptilian humans who control the world, and some dignitaries, including Queen Elizabeth, are allegedly believed to be part of these lizard people. However, this theory is not supported by any scientific evidence and is regarded as an extreme conspiracy theory and fictional fantasy. Depictions of Queen Elizabeth and other mentioned characters as lizard men are completely unfounded and widely regarded as nonsense. Keep in mind that these theories are circulated among certain fringe views and conspiracy theory circles and are not supported by accepted science or evidence. Such fictional depictions of Queen Elizabeth or other public figures are an inappropriate infringement of their character and status. Source: ET Today. Starlight Cloud. BBC celebrity explodes, the Queen of England is a lizard. The urban legend of the deceased 2 visions in the sky resurfaces. Queen Elizabeth II of the United Kingdom has passed away at the age of 96. The news of her sudden death shocked the world. As crowds gathered outside Buckingham Palace, a rainbow appeared in the sky. Some British people even took photos of an auspicious cloud that looked like the Queen wearing a hat. The urban legends about the Queen have also been discussed again. The most commonly mentioned one is the theory that the Queen is a lizard man. Fans of mysterious events must have heard the conspiracy theory about lizard people. It is said that they came to the Earth from aliens long before humans, and they have not left until today. And some people believe that the lizard people have not disappeared now, but have transformed into human forms. They have such powerful power that many monarchs, celebrities, dignitaries, and heads of state on the Earth are actually the incarnations of lizard people. The first person to make this statement was the British BBC sports host and celebrity speaker David Icke. He proposed a conspiracy theory about global politics, saying that the world is controlled by the Brotherhood of Babylon, a secret organization composed of lizard people, including US President George W. Bush and Queen Elizabeth II of England. They are all lizard people. For example, George W. Bush once stated the date of the Queen's visit to the United States as 1776, a full 200 years earlier. Many people joked, he may not have made a slip of the tongue. The Netflix animation The Office once used this as its theme. The protagonist breaks into the Lizard Man banquet and discovers that Queen Taylor, Ant-Man Paul Rudd and Queen Elizabeth II are among them. Even Facebook founder Mark Zuber is hiding lizardmen in the human world, and says that's why they don't look old. Supporters of the lizard man theory even more seriously stated that although the appearance of lizard men is the same as that of humans, there are still several points that can be distinguished. For example, the pupils will shrink to become as slender as a reptile, the cheeks will expand when drinking water, and sometimes even scales will be exposed inadvertently. Singer Katy Perry, U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton and movie star Angelina Jolie have all been named as having these traits. As for the evidence that Queen Elizabeth II is a lizard, in addition to her long life and incredible physical condition for her age, the most famous evidence is the Queen's 90th birthday celebration. During the broadcast, the Queen's left eye pupil suddenly appeared strange, but this clip was deleted from the video that was later released. However, this news of course did not receive a response from the royal family. As for the Queen being a lizard man, supporters of this theory also believe that Princess Diana's bizarre death in a car accident was not because the royal family wanted to kill her, but because Diana discovered the secret of the lizard man. So the royal family had no choice but to silence her. However, these contents are just urban legends that have not been confirmed and may never be confirmed. 8th. The earliest divine right of kings, divine right of kings. Source: ChatGPT. Divine right of kings or God-given human rights is a traditional concept that believes that the authority of kings or rulers comes from divine authorization, that is, the idea that God directly grants the monarch the power to rule. This concept has existed in different cultures and periods throughout history and represents a way for rulers to assert their legitimacy. In the Middle Ages in Europe, especially in the Christian world, the concept of divine right of kings was very popular. There was a close relationship between church and state, and the king was often seen as God's agent and his authority was believed to be God-given. This concept had a profound impact on medieval political and social systems, affecting the distribution of power, ways of governing, and social structure. The exact origins of the earliest suggestion of naturally given human rights may be difficult to trace, as the concept has appeared in different cultures and eras throughout history. However, the concept of the divine right of kings was especially prevalent in medieval Europe, providing a basis of legitimacy and authority for the political and social order of the time. Over time, political and social perceptions have changed, and so have perceptions of the legitimacy of power. Modern political systems usually place more emphasis on concepts such as democracy, the rule of law, and human rights, and the concept of the divine right of kings is no longer generally recognized to a large extent. Source: Wikipedia. The theory of divine right of kings, also known as the theory of divine right of kings, English, divine right of kings, is a method advocated by monarchs in order to consolidate their power during the ancient times when religion dominated politics. That is to say, he is sent by destiny to govern the world in the mortal world. He is the representative of God in the world. As a people, he can only follow the instructions of the monarch and cannot resist. This statement has appeared all over the world, but after the Enlightenment age, people's minds began to be released from religious guidance, making fewer and fewer believers in this statement. 9th. Chitauri. Source: Baidu Encyclopedia. The Chitauri are an alien race that appears in the Ultimate World. They appear in the comic Ultimate Team. They try to conquer the Earth and have the ability to shapeshift. The Chitauri claim to be part of the immune system of the universe. Eliminate disorder and free will. In the comics, the Chitauri came to Earth in the 18th century and caused several massacres, the most famous of which was World War II. They manipulated Nazi Germany behind the scenes and almost achieved their ambition to rule the world. However, this plan, after a powerful counterattack by Captain America, the Chitauri, failed. After the war, people thought they had been destroyed along with the Third Reich, but soon someone discovered their traces again. Their leader takes on human form and appears as Herr Kleiser. He once mentioned that other worlds used other names to call them, such as the shape-shifting alien races in the main world, such as the Skrulls. There are differences between the Chitauri in the Marvel Cinematic Universe and the original. Their images are different from those in the comics, and they do not exhibit the ability to transform. The leader of the Chitauri is called the Other, who takes orders from Thanos. In the movie Avengers, Loki unites with the Chitauri, an alien force, to help dominate the Earth. The leader of the Chitauri threatens him that if he fails, there will be no place for him in the world. The invasion was actually planned by Thanos, with Loki as the coordinator and the Chitauri as the enforcers. Through the portal of the Cosmic Cube, Chitauri troops and warships are constantly heading to Earth, causing a lot of trouble to the Avengers. After the Chitauri mothership and portal in outer space were destroyed, the Chitauri army that invaded the Earth was also paralyzed. The Other, the leader of the Chitauri, knelt in front of Thanos and complained bitterly, claiming that he had underestimated the opponent's strength. 10th. Eusocial animals. Source: ChatGPT. Truly social animals are those that live in groups and depend on each other and interact with each other. These animals form groups and use social behaviors to maintain group stability and survival. Here are some examples of truly social animals. Lions usually live in groups, with males usually forming a group and females caring for their cubs independently within the group. They are typically social cats. Foxes usually live in small family groups, and family members cooperate with each other to hunt and reproduce. Dogs are highly social animals that can form complex social structures and communicate through cooperation and social signals. Monkeys and gorillas. Primates such as monkeys and gorillas are very social and live in groups by communicating, learning, and cooperating with each other. Ants and bees. Although they are not mammals, insects such as ants and bees are also typical social animals. They form a highly complex social structure and are characterized by division of labor and cooperation. These animals form groups for a better chance of survival, maintaining group stability through cooperation, social behavior, and mutual support. Social animals often exhibit complex social behaviors and interdependence, characteristics that help them survive and reproduce in their natural environments. Source: Wikipedia. Eusociality, English: Eusociality, is the most highly organized form of animal sociality. The term eusocial was proposed by Susan Bartra in 1966, and Edward Wilson further defined the term. In a common definition, eusocial animals have three common characteristics. Division of reproductive labor: the group can be divided into a class that specializes in reproduction, and a class that does less or even no reproduction. Overlapping generations: mature individuals in a group can be divided into two or more generations. Cooperation in caring for immature individuals: one individual will care for the offspring of other individuals in the group. In the early days, only some invertebrates were classified as eusocial animals. Currently, the species that meet the definition of eusociality are scattered among several orders of insects, the family Decapoda, and a small number of rodents. 11th. Lizardman Third Eye. Source: ChatGPT. Ideas about lizards and the third eye are often associated with fringe or conspiracy theories. In some fringe views, there is the idea that certain human or alien beings are described as having lizard-like features or features and having a third eye. This idea is often a very fringe conspiracy theory and has no scientific or realistic support. These theories are circulated on the internet and in some fringe communities, but are not widely accepted or substantiated by any reliable evidence. Ideas about lizard people or having a third eye are often dismissed as fictional, supernatural, or contrary to scientific fact. In mainstream scientific and sociological circles, these ideas are dismissed as unfounded legends or pure fantasy. Source: Blessings in the World. Lizard's third eye can see earthquakes. There are many types of animals that have warning signs before earthquakes, including wild animals and domestic animals such as cats, dogs, pandas, fish, snakes, ants, etc. The Yalta Bioseismic Test Site in Crimea, Russia, focuses on lizards, and found that they have a third eye that can see low-frequency geomagnetic fields that portend earthquakes. Seismologists in Crimea also successfully predicted an earthquake by observing the behavior of reptiles. On June 26, 1986, they also detected slight shaking of the Earth's crust. It was raining that day, but the lizard was extremely active and did not hide in its hole as usual. After countless studies on this, scientists have found that the nervous system of lizards is different from other animals. Reptiles have a cavity wall organ called the third eye. This organ is located at the end of the diencephalon and is responsible for regulating the nervous system. Interestingly, this organ of the lizard extends outside the body through a small hole. Unlike lizards, snakes have a third eye hidden inside their skull. Through long-term observation, scientists believe that the third eye can indeed see the low-frequency geomagnetic field that portends earthquakes. 1-2. Source: ChatGPT. Pangu is an important figure in Chinese myths and legends and is considered the creator of the universe. The story of Pangu's creation is described as one of the myths and legends about the birth of the universe. Although there are differences in different versions of the legend, the basic outline of the story is generally similar. According to legend, Pangu was born in chaos, and he began to open up the world with axes or other tools. His creative process included separating the sky from the earth, creating the earth, mountains, and rivers, and forming the sky. In some versions of the legend, various parts of Pangu's body transformed into all things in the universe, such as his tears becoming rivers and sweat becoming rain and dew. The legend of Pangu represents an imagination of the origin of the traditional Chinese universe and plays an important role in ancient culture. Source: Wikipedia. Pangu is the creator god in Chinese mythology. It is said that after death, the heaven, earth, and all things are transformed from his body and organs. Therefore, Pangu is often worshipped in Taoism. Some factions honor him as the Yuanshi heavenly king and believe that his soul still able to dominate all things. 13th. Lizardman gender. Source: NetEase. Lizardmen are ancient gods? The first generation of humans were hermaphroditic and used spiritual power to communicate. Why are humans divided into men and women? Why do humans around the world speak different languages? Why do they have different skin colors even if they are all human beings? Are these just due to different genes, or did a more advanced civilization appear on the ancient earth to arrange the fate of mankind? Human beings have been thinking since their birth, who am I? Where am I from? What does this world mean to me? In the scientific community, the origin of human beings has always been a question that awaits answers but cannot be answered in the minds of scholars. So gradually some people are jumping out of the circle of scientific thinking and interpreting the origin of human beings from another perspective. It is precisely because of this that the human world slowly developed beliefs, religions, gods, and even saviors. Once upon a time, a man named David Icke came to South Africa and visited a very famous local prophet, Cordo Mutwe. He was respectfully called Salusi by the local Zulu people. The translated meaning is roughly he is the receiver and inheritor of tribal knowledge. In other words, Cordo is a person who has preserved ancient African history intact through generations. Cordo is one of the only two Salusi left on the entire African continent, which sounds like he is quite powerful. There are only two inheritors in the entire African continent, and he is one of them. But looking at it from another perspective, this actually means that the real history of the African continent is likely to die with the death of Cordo. What is even more regrettable than this is that there is a force that has repeatedly threatened and attacked Corridor in order to cover up history. This force has been trying every means to suppress the spread of the truth in order to rewrite history. Today we will talk about the Corridor interview, which appeared earlier than the Lsta files and is known as the most shocking interview in the history of the Earth. According to Corridor, this is a top-secret historical record that has been passed down to him. On the Earth at that time, the sky was not yet blue, the whole world was filled with a layer of mist, the sun looked more like a star hanging in the sky, and it rained every day on the Earth. There were no deserts on the land, and everywhere there were it is a place now called tropical rainforest by humans. At that time, humans were not divided into men and women, they were hermaphrodite creatures. I don't know how long these days passed, but a huge basin appeared in the sky, each like a mountain on the earth, and shone with dazzling light, emitting smoke and flames. After their arrival, a huge noise broke the tranquility on the earth, and an advanced intelligent civilization that looked like a lizard came out of the huge basin. Although humans at that time had no language and could not speak, humans at that time had a supernatural spiritual power and could communicate with each other through thoughts. However, since lizard-like species came to the earth, they told humans that they are gods who can give many gifts to humans on earth, but in exchange, humans must believe in them and recognize that they are the creators. It is said that the people on earth at that time could not withstand the temptation and agreed to the lizard people's request. After that, the lizard people dug two very strange caves on the earth, emitting green and red light respectively. They then asked humans to choose one and walk inside. When humans did this, those who came out of the green cave became women, and those who passed through the other red cave became men. The lizard man said to the humans who came out of the cave, "You are already perfect now, but from today on, you must serve us so that we can make you become gods like us." So, humans once again accepted this so-called gift, but as a price, humans began to release the lizard people. The so-called promise given by the lizard people to human beings to become gods was actually to make the human beings at that time give up the way of communicating with thoughts and start using language to communicate. Since then, humans have begun to use their tongues for pronunciation and their mouths for communication. When humans gradually lost the ability to communicate with each other, and gradually came into contact with more humans, they discovered that the lizard people taught them different languages. It is precisely because of differences in language that misunderstandings and disagreements will occur between people in communication, wars will be inevitable, and gaps will gradually develop between people. This corresponds to the Tower of Babel in the Bible. Story. It is a pity that at this time, people have accepted the so-called gifts from the lizard people one after another, and there is no way to turn back, and they have become Kitahuri, that is, the servants of the lizard people. Then people were forced into caves to dig for various metals such as gold, silver, copper, iron, etc. This is very similar to many prehistoric records. What's more, it is also recorded on the Sumerian stone tablets. The first batch of experimental products appeared on the African continent, and later humans were also upgraded versions through genetic modification. According to the prophet Corridor, the aliens who came to the earth with the lizard people also had a kind of little grey people. They were also servants of the lizard people. A lot of the preliminary basic work was completed by them, such as the cattle slaughtering incidents that have occurred in recent years were all caused by these little grey men. Legend has it that these lizards and greys all came from the constellation Orion, and the ancestors who first created hermaphroditic humans also came from the constellation Orion. Corridor said that the ancestor who created mankind was called Marcian. It is said that the original hermaphrodite creature was not human, because the humans originally created were not recognized by Marcian in terms of appearance and IQ, and were subsequently destroyed. After many experiments, the androgynous creature that finally remained was Marcian's most satisfying work. The Marcian mentioned by the prophet Corridor is most likely the god who first created humans in the Book of Creation. That god was also a human alien from Orion. He created the first batch of humans based on his own appearance. It is very likely that these created humans have no gender distinction, and are most likely the hermaphrodite creatures that Corridor mentioned. There is such a record in Genesis. Human gender is divided into Eve from Adam's rib, which means that this hermaphrodite creature split directly into men and women. Then this process is likely to be the two glowing caves we mentioned at the beginning. One of the gifts from the lizard man was probably the snake tricking Eve into eating the so-called fruit of wisdom. Why is it said to be deception? Because we can clearly feel from the mouth of Prophet Cordu that the so-called gift is more like a scam, and the snake is most likely a lizard man from Orion, and it is relatively consistent in appearance. When God, who originally created mankind, returned to the earth, he found that the people on the earth were no longer the people he originally created. So it is not difficult for us to think about why God drove Adam and Eve out of the Garden of Eden. Prophet Cordu also talked about a very interesting history during the interview. He said that not all lizard people are bad people, and some of them are very kind, such as Wowa and Pangu mentioned in the mouths of African ancestors. According to Corrido, Pangu is Wawa's brother, and they are a few kind-hearted lizard people. In fact, Wawa and Pangu are both inherited from Africa through pronunciation. This pronunciation may need to be explained and translated in Western culture, but as Chinese, most people should be able to understand it. Isn't this what we hear in mythology? Nuwa and Pangu? According to the records of African prophets, in the early days when people were divided into men and women, there was a very tragic war. At that time, even men and women were on the verge of extinction. It was at this time that a giant dragon sent by God came to the earth. After this dragon came, it instantly swallowed a group of men and women and sent them away from the earth to another planet. This is a beautiful planet full of water, located in the constellation Canis Major. African prophets called this planet Sound of Sound, which is now known as Sirius. It is the star of anger among the Zulu people. The meaning of: after the remaining men and women were placed on Sirius, they began to eat a creature in the sea, which they thought was a fish, but in fact the fish was another human form of mermaid. The lizard people who came to the earth lived on land, so this kind of mermaid can also be understood as the lizard people living in the water. After men and women came to Sirius, they began to hunt large numbers of mermaids. This behavior was also strongly opposed by the mermaids. They began to use storms and tsunamis to fight back against humans. This war almost led to the extinction of humans. At this time, Pangu and Wawa saw that humans seemed a little overwhelmed, so they found a giant egg. After hollowing out the middle, they used the giant egg to send humans back to Earth from Sirius. The giant egg has remained since then. The sky above the Earth protects the Earth and mankind. It is the predecessor of today's moon. There was a saying in a movie that when history becomes legend and legend becomes myth, what should be remembered is forgotten. 14th. Human civilization comes from reptiles. Source: ChatGPT. The origins of human civilization are not directly related to reptiles. According to scientific evolutionary theory, humans have a common ancestor with reptiles in their evolutionary history, but they do not directly evolve from reptiles. The evolutionary history of human beings can be traced back to the ancient chain of biological evolution. Early biological forms gradually evolved into today's humans. In this evolutionary process, there are common ancestors, but they are not directly evolved from reptiles. The evolution of human beings has gone through a long time. After millions of years of evolution from primitive biological forms, we finally developed into modern humans. In the process of evolution, humans have experienced many adaptive changes and evolution, and gradually developed complex intelligence and social structures, which have become the basis for the development of modern human civilization. Therefore, although humans and reptiles share a common evolutionary history, the formation and development of human civilization is the result of a variety of complex factors and evolutionary processes, not directly derived from reptiles. In some myths or legends, there may be stories related to human civilization and reptiles. However, these stories are often presented in a symbolic or allegorical manner and are not based on scientific fact. These myths may represent mythical stories of human origins in symbolic and imaginative form, but do not represent actual historical or scientific views. There are many myths and legends about the origin of mankind in different cultures. Some myths may include elements related to animals or supernatural beings, including reptiles. However, these myths are not theories of human origins accepted by modern science. The scientific study of human origins is based on evidence and research in the fields of archaeology, anthropology, and genetics. These studies attempt to restore the history and process of human evolution by examining fossils, remains, genes and other evidence. Therefore, while there may be stories involving humans and reptiles in myths and legends, these stories are usually viewed as symbols or allegories and are not what modern scientific research is based on. Source: Sohu. The gods who created the Sumerian civilization were reptilian aliens. In the National Museum of Iraq, located in the birthplace of Mesopotamian civilization, reptilian statues were discovered. They have reptilian characteristics and a human body. Antiquities of the Anunnaki tribe have been unearthed on this land. It is said that the Anunnaki tribe is the founder of the oldest civilization of mankind, the Sumerian civilization. These antiquities make people involuntarily associate them with the reptilians. At the same time, what is its true face? If this is not a statue of the Anunnaki god who created the original Sumerian civilization of mankind, then why was it made into such an alien-like shape that is far from human appearance? I hope experts can give some advice. Give me a logical explanation. The person who raised this question was American travel journalist and best-selling novelist Paula Florek. In 2014, while visiting the National Museum of Iraq in Baghdad, the capital of Iraq, she discovered through reading documents that the relief paintings on earthenware and pottery from 6000 BC to 4000 BC depict many puzzling shapes. An extremely weird reptilian image. As the name represents, the territory of today's Iraq basically coincides with the location of the Sumerian civilization. This land is located in the alluvial plain of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. The soil is fertile and rich. It gave birth to the world's oldest civilization, the Sumerian civilization. After that, through the Akkadian, Assyrian and Babylonian eras, knowledge and technology have experienced a period of sustained prosperity. The Anunnaki, also known as Anunna, Anunnaki, etc., are a family of gods in Sumerian mythology, meaning descendants of the sky god Anu, also known as An. Sumerian mythology revolves around the legend that the Anunnaki mixed their own blood with earth to create humans. In the second half of the 20th century, the late Israeli Middle Eastern linguist Zecharia Sitchin, who later became an American citizen, transformed the myths recorded in cuneiform clay tablets from the ancient astronaut theory, cosmic archaeology hypothesis. Angle is explained. Sitchin believes that the Anunnaki came from Nibiru, a civilization planet orbiting along the edge of the solar system in ancient times. They implanted their genetic genes into Homo erectus and created rational humans, Homo sapiens, and they have always been interested in humans. Provide technological guidance until humans can revitalize civilization on their own. However, disagreements arose within the Anunnaki community about whether they should assist humans, and the disagreements gradually intensified and turned into a nuclear war. In the end, the war brought huge destruction and radioactive contamination to the Earth, and they were ashamed of this and had to evacuate completely from the Earth. Among the supporters of Sitchin's theory, there are also many researchers who believe that the Anunnaki are reptilian aliens, reptilians. In fact, the humanoid antiquities discovered by Florek in the National Museum of Iraq are quite different from human images. Their limbs are long and slender, twisted like snakes. One side of the body is covered with scales, and their eyes are like grey aliens driving UFOs. In general, these characteristics are reminiscent of reptilian humans. In 2003, the U.S. military intervention triggered the Iraq War. During the war, the National Museum of Iraq was robbed and stolen 3 times, and about 7,000 exhibits were lost. Even after suffering such a heavy blow, the National Museum of Iraq still occupies a place in the history of human civilization with its collection of more than 200,000 pieces of Sumerian civilization, and can be called the world's leading museum. In fact, long before Floric's discovery, many experts and scholars in the field of cosmic archaeology had discovered a large number of similar ancient objects from many exhibits and collections. These upright statues, facial statues, busts, etc., all are reminiscent of reptilians or grey aliens. Even many statues and objects unearthed from the Ubaid cultural site are full of reptilian atmosphere. The Ubaid culture can be traced back to around 6000 BC, which is the early stage of the formation of Sumerian civilization. Most of these statues are small standing statues, decorative items, etc. used for worship and sacrifice. Even archaeologists who have nothing to do with Sitchin's theory call them lizard people. Currently, these antiquities are mainly collected and exhibited in the National Museum of Iraq and the British Museum. Perhaps, as the writer Floric intuitively believes, the Anunnaki who created the earliest human civilization in Sumer really came from a certain planet in the vast universe. They are different from human beings who are mammals. Evolved from dinosaurs or reptilian creatures, and are reptilian aliens with high intelligence. 15th. Metal Age. Source: ChatGPT. The Metal Age is an important stage in human history, marking the period when humans began to use metal products and used metal as their main tools and weapons. The Metal Age is divided into several stages. Bronze Age. The Bronze Age was one of the earliest metal ages when humans began using copper and tin alloys, bronze, to make tools, weapons, and ornaments. The existence and extent of the Bronze Age varied by region and culture, starting around 3300 BC and ending around 1200 BC. Iron Age. The Iron Age was the period in human history when the technology of making iron tools developed. While in some areas iron tool making technology was earlier, in other areas the Bronze Age may have lasted much longer. The Iron Age is generally considered to be the period from the Late Bronze Age to the widespread use of iron tools, which began around 1200 BC and lasted from 500 BC to the 1st century AD. During the Metal Age, human society underwent tremendous changes. The use of metal tools and weapons improved agricultural production efficiency and changed human lifestyles and social structures. The development of metalware also promoted the development of trade, handicraft production, and cultural exchange. This period had an important impact on the development and progress of human civilization. Source: Baidu Encyclopedia. Archaeology refers to the culture of the age of using metal tools in human history, which can be divided into the Age of Gold and Stone, the Bronze Age and the Iron Age, which are about 6,000 to 3,000 years ago. Among them, the Age of Gold and Stone was about 6,000 to 5,000 years ago, which was mainly characterized by the combination of melting natural copper ore and stone tools. The Bronze Age was about 5,000 to 4,000 years ago, which was the combination of copper and tin with a low melting point. The main feature is metal utensils. The Iron Age began about 4,000 years ago and was widely distributed 3,000 years ago. Archaeology refers to the culture of the era when humans used metal tools. It is further divided into the Copper Age, Bronze Age, and Iron Age. The Bronze Age, also known as the Age of Combination of Gold and Stone, was approximately from 4000 to 3000 BC. Some scholars classify the Bronze Age into the Neolithic Age. At first, it was natural copper, which was cold forged with stone axes and made into small decorations. It had limited uses. Later, it was learned to smelt copper ore. The pure copper produced was softer, and copper was produced in few places, so it could not be widely used to make tools. So it is used together with stone tools. However, the emergence of copper smelting marked a leap in the productivity of primitive society. From then on, mankind began to enter the Metal Age. 16th. Matabo Mountain. Source: ChatGPT. Matabo is a granite remnant hill located in Matabeleland South Province in southern Zimbabwe, about 35 kilometers south of Bulawayo. This hill was formed more than 20 million years ago due to the uplift of granite in this area. Today, this place is Matabo National Park in Zimbabwe, covering an area of 424 square kilometers and was established in 1926. In 2003, Matabo was included in the UNESCO World Heritage List. Known for its spectacular natural landscape and rich biodiversity, this area is an important protected area and tourist attraction. Matabo National Park has a diverse range of wildlife, including elephants, lions, zebras, giraffes, and more, attracting tourists from all over the world to watch the wildlife. The terrain here is varied, with many magnificent hills and rocky landscapes, presenting stunning natural scenery. Source: Wikipedia. Matabo is a granite remnant hill located 35 kilometers south of Bulawayo in Matabeleland South Province in southern Zimbabwe. The hills were formed more than 20 million years ago due to the uplift of granite. The area is currently also Zimbabwe's Matabo National Park, covering an area of 424 square kilometers and was established in 1926. In 2003, Matabo was listed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. 17th. Nyangani Mountains. Source: ChatGPT. Mount Nyangani is the highest peak in Zimbabwe, with an altitude of approximately 2,592 meters. It is located approximately 275 kilometers southeast of Harare and is one of the country's important landmarks. The area receives abundant rainfall, with an annual rainfall of approximately 2,200 millimeters, but is relatively dry during the winter period from May to August. Due to Mount Nyangani's tropical location and relatively low altitude, snowfall is relatively rare. According to records, the last time there was snowfall was in August 1935. Therefore, generally speaking, the time required to reach the top of this mountain top is about 1 to 3 hours for people in good physical condition. The mountain is a popular destination for local hikers and mountaineering enthusiasts, offering stunning views and an easy climbing experience. The terrain surrounding the mountains is ideal for hiking and exploring. Source: Wikipedia. Mount Nyangani, English, Mount Nyangani, is the highest mountain in Zimbabwe, with a height of 2,592 meters. It is located about 275 kilometers southeast of Harare. It receives an annual rainfall of 2,200 millimeters, which is very rainy during the winter period from May to August. Dry. Due to Mount Nyangani's tropical location and relatively low altitude, snowfall is rare, with the last snowfall recorded in August 1935. People with average physical strength can reach the top in just 1 to 3 hours. 18th. David Lcke interviews Credo Mutwe. Source: Top Secret. Interviewer: David Icke, a British freelancer who began to explore the truth about the world's conspiracies 20 years ago. Interviewee: Credo Mutwe, the only two remaining ancestors in South Africa, one of the hereditary ascetics or Salusi, or Taoist priests, of the Lu ethnic group, similar to the king priest or mage in ancient China. David Icke: hello, welcome to this magical and great African continent. We are now located in South Africa, a few kilometers from Johannesburg. I came here to visit a very unusual person, Credo Mutwe. I came to Africa for the first time a year and a half ago. In the following days, I was introduced to Credo Mutwe. 2. Mutwe. I had never heard of this guy before, but from that moment on, I never stopped listening and he kept talking, for at least 5 hours in total. Within the first few minutes of our conversation, I began to realize what this was like, that he was such an unusual and absolutely knowledgeable man, such a gifted and unique man. He is, without a doubt, one of the most incredible people I have ever met, and I am honored to have had the opportunity to interview him. Credo Mutwe is called a monk, or Taoist priest, by some people, and some extremely ignorant people call him a witch doctor, or mage. The official title for him by the native Zulu ethnic group is Salusi. Salusi is the receiver and transmitter of the knowledge heritage of the tribe's ancestors. Including historical knowledge records left over from ancient Africa, as well as the ins and outs of historical events, such as the origin of a certain nation, and all true historical records, rather than those learned through education or universities, which are widely disseminated but cannot be passed down. The so-called history is based on careful consideration. There are currently only 2 Salusi left in South Africa, and Corrido is one of them. This is quite scary, because it means that the real version of history on this African continent is dying. Real history is being drowned out by official, and undoubtedly rubbish, statement history. History has been rewritten, but people can jump out of the current cognitive category, retrieve the lost historical fragments, and piece it together. We can do it. So you will have the same special privilege as I do to listen to this man. You will see that as long as the form of electronic media exists, the knowledge it preserves will be inherited intact. He is the designated narrator of the Zulu, ancient official, story and the keeper of historical knowledge. But you know what? When a person wants to control others, knowledge becomes very dangerous. Therefore, people like Corrido who have the ability to rewrite history and even the intellectual ability to reinterpret the status quo are very threatening to those who want to control and suppress others. In life, this person always suffers threats and attacks that never end. Just in the past few days, he has been very disappointed with the reaction of the top leaders of his tribe, and even other tribes, because they have been trying every means to suppress the spread of the truth, just to continue to retain their religious status, or to keep people ignorant. Status. Because of this, I came here to talk to Corrido about many things. This is an extraordinary interview with an extraordinary man. We will focus on a very strange story. You can call it a story far away from the world. However, what kept him determined was his personal experience and knowledge of this piece of knowledge unique to the African continent. Over the past few years, I have been engaged in research to reveal how the world is controlled by a few people, and who are these people. Now, their faces have begun to emerge from my investigation, and it seems very incredible that in the distant ancient times, a race of lizard people, reptilians, who came from another world had a close relationship with humans on Earth. They engaged in intermarriage and gave birth to a group of family ancestors of mixed blood. You can find evidence from a large number of ancient Old Testament texts. For example, the original text of Sons of God comes from sons and daughters of the gods. They combined with the daughters of men and gave birth to the hybrid Nephirimu, Nephilim, clan. These worshipped gods were the same gods who used people to perform sacrificial rituals. And these ancient bloodline families are the ancient powerful and ruling classes recorded all over the world. Just like what's happening today, when you investigate the genealogy of these ruling classes, whether it's the 42 former presidents of the United States, including Bill Clinton, or the ruling families of the United Kingdom, or the aristocratic governments of Europe, any of them key ruling class elites, in the most advanced banking systems and economic institutions, you will definitely find this kind of family network, all the way back to the same ancient ruling class or royal family. According to ancient legends, this type of family is the offspring of the union of humans and lizardmen gods. In other words, the extraplanetary, lizardmen race has been ruling this planet for thousands of years. They placed their inherited and blood-compatible members in those positions of power, including presidents, prime ministers, bank and business chiefs. Because this can explain too many things, for example, the sacred imperial power became the ruling class. Where did it originate? Why do these families continue to intermarry with each other? Then leaders in various fields were born. For example, the founders of many powers in the United States, presidents, bank executives, and government officials. However, what is incredible is that those seemingly bizarre and absurd storylines that I have always believed in, although they are only the facts observed from a conditioned perspective, were revealed when I began to interact with Corrido Mutwe during the interview. He actually told the same story in detail based on his life experience in Africa and his wealth of knowledge. This is exactly what I concluded after searching for detailed information and conducting investigations around the world. Africa and the world are looking for free people, and we should be free, so be sure to listen to what he has to say. They must listen, now. I will begin the interview with a description of how Corridor gained the knowledge he wanted to share. He will share many examples with us for the first time, although this knowledge is only available to the teachers of the tribe, but as Corridor said, the whole world needs to know this. So, this is a very good book. Extraordinary video interview. And this is definitely an extraordinary person. As I said, I asked him beforehand to begin with the sources of his vast knowledge of Africa. Interview begins. Corto Mutwe, when white people start destroying our religion, when they start demonizing the gods we worship, when they start mocking our faith, when they start taking advantage of the Africans who were educated by them, go in destroying our ancient religious systems in Africa, in many parts of Africa, sir, our indigenous religions were reduced to underground organizations. At that time, they were called secret societies. Throughout South Africa, Central Africa, East Africa, and West Africa, the knowledge of these ancient religions was properly collected and kept in the hands of senior leaders. What many people don't know is that different religious organizations in other parts of Africa are doing the same thing. When I started to become a Sangoma, Taoist priest, I was already a school-educated person. I started studying in school at the age of 14, and became a young Sangoma, Taoist priest, at the age of 16. The teachings of my aunts and grandparents shook my soul to the core. I found that the knowledge that white church schools have been teaching about our nation is full of lies. When we were children, white missionaries told us that only white people could bring the only light, hope, to Africa. Before the arrival of white people, we black people did not know what God was and said that we did not have one. The belief in rebirth after death. They say that we are just a barbaric race, farmers who only know how to sleep under the sun every day, unruly, aggressive and drunken all day long. This suddenly made me realize the fact that Africans have already been influenced by a higher level of wisdom, and it far exceeds the missionaries' expectations of us. Just like white culture, we had astrology, astronomy, we had surgical medicine. In fact, I discovered that Zulu surgeons could perform this procedure as early as the 18th century or even earlier. Other surgical treatments are beyond the control of white people. Sir, the more I learn about our people, the more I desire to know more. When I finish the course of knowledge imparted by my aunts and grandparents, I still want to know more, so much so that sometimes, in order to obtain this knowledge, I have to pay a heavy price. For example, once, in a place in the northwestern Transvaal, my tribal teachers found that my body and mind were not purified, uncircumcised, and told me frankly that if I wanted to truly become a member of this secret society, one of them had to go through an extremely painful circumcision ceremony, and I passed it while screaming in pain. That time they used a makeshift knife, which had to be blunted before use. The purpose was to make me realize the seriousness of this incident. David Icke, actually, I once had a similar experience, but I was asleep at the time. Surgery. Corto Mutwe, haha. Sir, in some places in southern Africa. If you want to learn the secret knowledge of a mysterious society, you must undergo rigorous tests, and I will not do this to anyone. Once, in a place in western Zambia, my teacher asked me, "How far are you willing to go to become like us?" I said, "Go as far as you can." He glared at me and replied, "Listen, you educated man, we are tired of people like you. The white man has infiltrated into our midst, squeezed our intelligence first, and then killed us. We want to make sure you are someone we can trust." I said, "Master, I am willing to pay any price." He asked, "Are you sure?" I answer, "Yes." Then they walked into a cemetery, where they cut off a hand from a corpse that had been dead for 2 days, and then used this hand as a challenge to cook it and eat it, and I did it. Done. It was these people who first told me about a race of highly intelligent beings revered as rulers. We call them Chitori. This creature looks like a lizard. They have ruled this world for at least hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. So, it was through this outrageous ritual form that I was able to gain this kind of knowledge. This kind of knowledge once shut out some of the most advanced Sangomas because they could not pass the ritual test that I went through. Only in this way can the secret knowledge of Africa be preserved. Let me tell you one more thing. At the border between Angola and northern Zimbabwe, I was taken to a hut. Inside the hut, there was a young woman. She had dark skin and shaggy hair like me. Like a huge dark cloud, her teeth had obviously been artificially ground and shaped into the shape of a crocodile tooth. I am very confused. What is this woman doing here? This is a hut where I need to stay for a few days, so what is she doing here? At this moment, a brave Zulu man became a man who was not afraid of beasts but afraid of women. That night I decided to sleep with my back against the wall, leaving the entire comfortable and clean space of the bed to this woman. As a result, the next day, I was fined 15 pounds by the local chief, just because I refused this secret gift. It seems that I should do something very high with this woman to prove that I am the same type of person as them. David Icke, bad luck. Corto Mutwe, haha, bad luck? But David Icke, Corito, why did you decide to pass on this knowledge to the public? Corto Mutwe, Mr. David, please listen to me. Africa is going to perish. Africa is being destroyed and slaughtered. But all of us are sitting there like zombies, wondering what has happened to our nation? Sir, I have irrefutable evidence, and I dare to stand in any court of truth to give evidence and declare, the AIDS virus is a man-made virus. This virus will destroy 3/4 of South Africa's black population in the next 10 years. Sir, yes, there are struggles within Africa, but these have no meaning to a black man like me. Please think about it, when people go to war, Mr. David, why do they have to do this? People fight to eradicate tribal leaders or modern governments who take people's money and become corrupt. They want to get rid of these inappropriate situations, or they are eliminated by the situation. This is the summary of a person who has experienced war and reunification. However, in Africa, we find that those wars all occurred between the government and a small group of rebel organizations. However, in those countries that were completely destroyed by internal wars, neither the government nor the small group of rebel organizations were able to achieve absolute victory in the end. Victory. Why? Because you will find that at a certain period, these rebel organizations suddenly began to fragment into different sporadic organizations. The spearhead of the struggle shifted from the government to the inside, and soon the situation turned into a struggle between people. Sir, what I want to say is that these methods of war that destroy Africa are caused by the cooperation and regulation of external forces. Sir, our nation needs development and our nation needs peace in Africa. We are essentially a peaceful nation, we are not warlike. Don't listen to the rubbish ideas fed to you by so-called historians. Africa is not what outsiders take it for granted. First, my compatriots are Zulu, and this tribe has been famous for its fighting skills for many years. But wait a minute, sir, you know what? The Zulus actually hate war. On the contrary, historians try to convince us that we are bellicose. In Zulu, we call war yinbai, pronunciation, and we also call evil yinbai, pronunciation, or wulabai, pronunciation. Our Zulu pronunciation of war all originates from the meaning of evil. In Zulu, we call metal copper yituksai, pronunciation, which means evil accomplice. But we in Zulu call metal iron insabai, pronunciation, which means evil metal and war metal. Now, when a Zulu goes to the battlefield to fight, he will be fully mentally prepared. Once he returns from the battlefield, he must undergo a very painful purification ceremony that will last for at least 7 days, during which he is not allowed to touch his wife. To compare with the next example, in England, there was a Duchess Sarah Churchill, 1660 to 1744, who wrote in her diary, "My husband Sarah Churchill made love to myself 3 times without even taking off her boots." Sir, Please compare. When such a man walks into the tent, his boots are still stained with the blood of his horse or other people. It is very likely that the blood of those people is still attached to the sole of the boots. But this man can be intimate with his wife right away. What is his mentality? A man who returns from a devastating scene of bloody fighting and continues to defile and torture his wife 3 times? We African warriors have never done this, we used to hate war. In addition, there is a big lie being spread, claiming that black people in South Africa have been condemned to live in male-dominated social groups. This is absolutely nonsense, sir. The Zulus once lived in a female-dominated society. If you want evidence, sir, go find out who killed King Shaka. Who is responsible for his death? They are twin sisters and the aunt of Shaka. Who is the most powerful behind-the-scenes advisor to King Shaka? It was his mother Nandi, pronounced. She had arranged every battle plan for Shaka's army and recorded every detail. So, many events in South Africa are hosted by women behind the scenes. Africa is being destroyed and massacred, sir. This race that has built many of the greatest civilizations in the world is suffering from annihilation. And our politicians act as helpless as prey stunned by pythons. Do our leaders really not know what is happening in Africa? I must speak out now, sir. I must reveal this, and I also want to know the consequences of doing so. I'm not exactly a brave person. But now is the time for people to stand up and expose the conspiracy that is spreading across Africa. David Icke, let us start by understanding what kind of generally recognized behind-the-scenes force was originally responsible, and who is still manipulating all this maliciously from a high position to this day. Through my own investigation, I concluded that there is a force from another world. Please allow me to call it from another world, which may be easily accepted. Based on your experience and knowledge, how do you view the connection between aliens and African history? Kortu Mutwe, one of the most secret historical records I was taught, sir, is about this creature, described by the statue. As far as I know, this historical record first came from the West, then to Rwanda. At that time, I learned this part of history on the hills of Kilimanjaro. This period of history, which has spread throughout Africa, is recorded like this: a long time ago, the sky was not blue at that time, the whole world was shrouded in mist, and the sun in the sky was different from what you see today. You could only see a shining star. Small bright spots moved slowly across the sky. At that time, it drizzled every day throughout the year. At that time, people could not see the stars in the sky. People could only see the dense and ever-growing towering trees everywhere. There were no deserts at that time, only tropical vegetation growing everywhere. The people after that time are called Nunkyubili by our Zulu people. At that time, they had no gender differences between men and women, and people were hermaphrodites. One day, many terrible things appeared in the sky. They were like huge basins made of gold, with a dazzling golden light on their surface. Their shapes were like bows and arrows with the strings removed, and their size exceeded any mountain. They emitted black smoke and flames, bringing huge noise to the peaceful sky. It is this kind of creature, the statue refers to, that comes out of those huge flying objects. At that time, sir, human beings could not speak. At that time, we had no language ability. However, people had an extraordinary ability to communicate spiritual thoughts. A person only had to go to the bushes and use his mind control ability to summon when a certain animal is the target of prey. That animal will appear and kneel in front of him, allowing it to be hunted. But since Zita Huri, the statue refers to, came to Africa, they told Africans that they are all gods, and they will give people many great talents, but one of the conditions is that people must worship them and acknowledge them as our creators. Some Zita Huri, or lizard people, told our people that they were our elders a long time ago, and this earth also nurtured them for a long time, and now they have returned to the great world. Mother, Earth, and they will make us gods. They created 2 types of very weird caves on the ground, one type of cave glowing with green light and the other type of cave glowing with red light. Then the hermaphrodite people were rushed to the cave, and each person had to choose to enter one of them. So, those who entered the green cave became women, and those who came out of the red cave became men. Then, the Zitahuri, lizard people, told these men and women, "Now, you are perfect." However, these men and women did not adapt to the changes in the appearance of each other's bodies and did not understand why each other's bodies had more body parts, snake-like or two ball-shaped organs, and begin to hate each other. At this time, Zitahuri, lizard man, felt as if he had made a very big joke on people. Zitahuri said, "If you are willing to serve us, we will make you gods." People also agreed to serve these Kitahuri, and then, Kitahuri taught people their second talent language. As a result, people began to speak through mouth and tongue pronunciation, thus replacing the previous way of spiritual communication. This form of language communication creates a gap between people just like garbage. Because people are taught different languages, misunderstandings often occur, resulting in fights and constant fighting. However, since people mastered language, what scares them is that they have lost many of their mental abilities, and they have paid an unexpected price. But at this time, the Zitahuri, lizard people, have become their masters by default, and people are forced to mine in caves and dig for various metal deposits such as gold, copper, and iron. However, they are not happy at all because they do not know how to use their new body structure. Don't know how to unite the two sexes. Later, from among these fierce lizard people came a very kind female Zitahuri. Her name is Mizaranchuari Zamajongo, abbreviation MZZ. MZZ is the older wife of the lizard leader. The leader's name is Umbaba Goranchuari Zamajongo, abbreviated UGZ. After learning about this situation, she, MZZ, sympathized with humans very much. She said to these poor people, "You are not happy, are you?" People replied, "Yes, Queen, we dig in and out of caves every day and carry stones for these gods, but we are not happy." Then, MZZ began to think hard about the solution. Her face was very ugly, and her terrifying eyes were like lights in the dark, but her heart was kind. Then she started teaching men and women how to have sex. She said, "See, we divided you into men and women, and now this is the way that we will reunite you into one body." But it turns out otherwise, because any man, adult or child, who learns to have sex is in trouble. What happened later was like this. After a man slept with his wife, he felt that there was no novelty, so he went to find another man's wife to sleep with. Later, men and women began to have affairs with each other, and there was chaos in Africa. Seeing this, the lizard king Umbaba said to MZZ, "Look what you stupid old guy have done. Listen, these people are screaming and busy having sex all day long, and leaving unfinished work. You take full responsibility for this." MZZ thought hard and came up with another plan, and then said, "I will make them stop. When they sleep, the woman must become pregnant. When a woman is pregnant, a man must leave her alone. This way the noise will not upset you, my lord." Leader Umbaba replied, "Your idea is good, otherwise we would not have production." In this way, later, all the women became pregnant, and the leader Umbaba was furious with MZZ. In this way, the situation became worse and worse, until one day, MZZ's deeds activated a black hero named Mwil. Challenging the supreme leader of the lizardmen, he chopped off the lizardman king's penis in a duel. After the duel, Mwil had to choose to escape. In the end, he was caught and handed over to the leader Umbaba Goranchuari Zamajongo, abbreviation UGZ, who took him back to the village. The leader UGZ said, "Look, you cut off my penis and I had to replace it with a golden rod. I can no longer have sex with my wife. Don't think about anything else." Then, UGZ inserted a very sharp claw into one of Mwil's nostrils, pierced a hole in his skull with his fingertips, sucked out his brains, and then threw away the dead body. To this day, sir, we have been convinced that these lizard folk have a habit of eating human brains. Even stranger, Some scientists have discovered some human skulls whose brains had been removed and eaten by some kind of creature. David Icke, after listening to the above conversation, many things made me think. For example, before the lizard people came to the earth, humans used telepathy to communicate, and the lizard people also mastered this method of communication. I think it's like a muscle, the more you use it, the more sensitive and developed it becomes. Therefore, telepathy must be used frequently to enhance the effect. However, when language enters the three-dimensional world, the development of this kind of mental ability, beyond the three-dimensional space, is completely blocked. There is one more thing worth noting. One language is taught, then different languages are taught. These coincide with many ancient records from around the world and the content of the Bible. They all talk about people being isolated by different languages, resulting in the inability to communicate. Even in modern society, people communicate and exchange culture through publishing books, but it is difficult to accurately express the original meaning in different languages. This dilemma seems to have been under control for a long time. Kortu Mutwe, yes. Even in today's South Africa, if black people are from different tribes, they would rather use English to communicate. Even in the last 10 years, the younger generation has invented a hybrid language of their own. We call it Suksayu. Covering a variety of African languages, this was done to overcome the huge language barriers between the different black tribes in Africa. Let me give you some examples so that you can understand these language differences. The Xhosa tribal language in the Western Cape area is very similar to Zulu pronunciation. However, in Zulu, some particularly important expressions of beautiful things are expressed as obscene in Xhosa. The meaning of, for example, in Zulu, ancestral spirit is pronounced Ilis. However, if you use this word to a Xhosa person, he will think you are very rude. Because Ulos means sexual desire in the Xhosa language. The word mint in Zulu is pronounced Yinpipu, but in the language of the Barbados tribe, the pronunciation of mint is Bubi. If you say hidden repair shop in front of a tribal woman, she will feel insulted, because the Barbadi language means female genitals. In Zulu, the pronunciation of mother is mama, and if I wanted to say my mother, I would say mama wami, pronunciation. But in the Mashana language from western Zimbabwe, the Zulu pronunciation of mother is sit down and poop. Once, I was visiting a Mashana friend. When I mentioned Mama Dikonbudi, which in Zulu means I miss my mother very much, the Mashana gentleman immediately stood up. Took me directly into the toilet of his house. Because in Mashana, the pronunciation of mother is my, not mom, so you can see the trouble caused by these subtle language changes. What an obstacle it is to the communication of Africans. So, we created another hybrid language called Fana Gallo, which was a fusion of local African dialects from the 1930s to 1950s that included Zulu. Therefore, in order to build bridges for language communication, we have designed our own language in Africa, but today, English became a more popular language for communication. It has been suggested that we should also use French as another African language of communication. David Icke, the trouble caused by language communication would be ridiculous. I think this coexistence of isolation and domination is the same whether it is the chaos created in Africa or elsewhere in the world. Kortu Mutwe, yes. David Icke, the conclusion reached through my investigation is incredibly consistent with what you want to express in your statement. The lizard human race that came here from another world has been manipulating mankind behind the scenes. It has been developed for a long time. So, what do these Zitahuri, lizard people, look like? Can you describe it? Kortu Mutwe, I am not a professional painter, points to the picture. David Icke, you do draw well. Kortu Mutwe, but this is what we confirmed Zitahuri looks like. They are shaped to look like this. You see, sir, you white people say that there is alien life on Earth. No, you are wrong. The Earth we live on has nurtured 24 different groups of intelligent life since its birth. Please see, sir, this is what the lizard man looks like. He is more than 3 meters tall. His body is slender, and it seems that there is no support from the skeleton. His fingers have no joints, they are more like flexible cartilage. Some lizardmen have 3 fingers and a thumb on their claws. Some have 6 fingers and a thumb. Some lizard folk have horns on their heads. However, what surprised me is that some filmmakers, such as those in Star Wars, often design some weird creatures into the plot, and those characters actually exist, even if they are never even uneducated Africans can recognize these creatures called Chitauri, lizard people. For example, in the Star Wars series of movies, what is it called? Is it Star Wars or? There is a character in it that surprised me very much. His name is Darth Maul. This creature is red and black in color, with a circle of horns growing above its head. Those features accurately describe what a lizardman looks like. The lizardmen without horns in the painting belong to the lower-level common type. However, high-level lizardmen have a circle of pointed tentacles above their heads. However, those very high-level lizardmen, such as the king-level lizardman Muababa Samahongwo, will have long horns extending horizontally from their heads. Not curved, not the horn type. Rather straight, like the horns of a certain type of antelope. Now, I'm confused. I really wonder, where did these filmmakers get their information? There is also a very strange movie, sir, which was recommended to me by my students. The movie is called Stargate 2. In that movie, sir, there is a kind of facial wrinkles, yellowish skin, and the ugly creature, its speech and behavior in the film are very similar to the description of the lizardman king Muababa Samahan. David Icke, it is very clear that the large amount of knowledge reflecting the causes of events today and in the past includes the so-called symbolism artistic techniques used by Hollywood in many fields, including television media. However, what you listed absolutely shocked me, because I have traveled all over the world to investigate and visited many people who have seen the appearance of lizard humans. Some people described seeing high-level figures with special rights, ranging from humans to lizard humans. The situation of deformation conversion between what they saw in their descriptions is also the reproduction of ancient African knowledge. The characteristics of this group of people we talked about are surprisingly consistent. And the characteristics of their eyes are worth describing in detail. Can you introduce the characteristics of lizard people's eyes? Kortu Mutwe, sir, a fighter-type lizard man has snake-like eyes with yellow whites and flaky pupils. They can glow in the dark, so if a fighter-type lizardman similar to this level, pictured, is hiding in a cave, you can see their 2 flaming red eyes. But a royal lizard man has 3 eyes, and his 2 yellow eyes emit cold light, as cold as topaz. Their 3rd eye is raised between the eyebrows. This eye does not open and close up and down, but opens and closes from the left and right sides to the middle. This eye is also a lethal weapon because it can shoot flames to knock down opponents. David Icke, can this explain the origin of the devil's eye that has been circulated? Kortu Mutwe, yes, sir. In fact, the lizardman king Kyubaba is said to be still alive today. Mababa has a 3rd eye between his eyebrows, and his other 2 eyes were injured when he was beaten by a jealous princess. However, his middle eye can still open wide, like this. Mr. David, I would like to share a point of view with you, which is this: the best way to protect evil is to deny its existence. If you talk to other people about the lizard people or the Mandinda, many people will tell you that is nonsense and they don't exist. Now through this method of denying its existence, this big devil can be protected. Once, during my long trip, I saw a graffiti slogan on a wall in New York, USA. On the edge of the sidewalk, the slogan read, "There is no such thing as the mafia in the United States. If any bastard dares to make any suspicions, we will just kill him." There are too many such things, sir. In the United States, people deny the existence of the mafia, but in fact, consciously or unconsciously, they protect it from being restricted. There are national or international conspiracies that many deny exist, and these conspiracies are denied with the utmost brutality. However, through denial, they actually become its accomplices and, in fact, its guardians. We must stop denying the fact that exists. We must stop saying, there are no reptilians. That they are not an alien organization. Even they are not the Guangming Gang. They are both. I could talk to you about this for hours. For example, do you know what we Zulu people call a very, very smart person? An extraordinary wise man who received the grace of God. We call him Umukaniswe, which means the enlightened person in Zulu. Kaniswe in Zulu means ignited, and Umukaniswe means one who is enlightened by God. Therefore, the Illuminati, Light Gang, you mentioned and the Umukaniswe I mentioned are both the same thing. David Icke, once again, you are right, the actual situation is like this, and even in reality, there are a lot of facts that deny this conspiracy. The Light Gang and the Lizard People represent the same force. Kortumutwe, indeed, sir. Because our people said that when two lizardmen fight for power, they must fight with their eyes. During the fight, their eyes begin to shine like fish scales in the deep sea, and the brightness is proportional to their anger. Therefore, there are many special places in Africa where it is not recommended for people to travel at night. Because those places were the places where lizard people often fought. There is a very unusual place called Rock-Surrounded Mountain, which is Matapo in Zulu or English Matapo, located in Zimbabwe. These hills are not easily noticeable. Places like this in Africa are all set up to see lizard people. Moreover, these hills, sir, are exactly where Cecil Rhodes, the colonist of Zimbabwe, was buried after his death. But there is more. You must go to this place when you have time. In the Matapo mountain area, you will find a unique lizard species that is found in other parts of Africa and even outside the world. Nothing. This lizard can respond to human behavior. When I first came to Zimbabwe in 1958, I found an African who made it his profession to attract tourists. The African, who had served as the executive officer of the African Tribal Competition, began to make strange howling sounds. As he shouted, these unique lizards began to respond to the sound. They crawled out of caves and rock crevices and gathered around the African man. It was this African man who told me that the sound he made was not all noise, it's imitating the sound of the lizard man, star god, speaking. David Icke, this is another wonderful coincidence. As one of the most representative predecessors of the Illuminati gang, Cecil Rhodes has done too many misdeeds to imprison Africa. In the end, you should choose to be buried in this African land, as you mentioned above. Kortumutwe, you know, sir, when Cecil Rhodes walked into the African tent, to their dismay, the Mashana and Moteli elders, in an attempt to persuade him to do good, they once revealed to him the secret of the Matapo Hill. Under the Matapo Hill, there was a city. In this part of Africa, that underground city once lived the last surviving lizard people, creatures of the gods. If you have ever been to the Matapo mountain and hit a certain location on the land with a hammer weighing 2 kilograms, you will hear a hollow-like echo, making you feel that the place deep underground has been destroyed. Carved. There are two similar mountains in Africa, one is the Matapo mountain, and the other is located in eastern Zimbabwe and is called Inyangani, which means the mountain that erases the moonlight. Even now, people are missing there, and there are no traces or clues to be found. Sometimes, a person disappears from that place and reappears after a few days, with no memory of his or her experience. Moreover, white people have also disappeared there, and thousands of black people have disappeared there. This place also made me disappear for 4 days in 1959. This time was one of the most traumatic experiences of my life. David Icke, what happened? Kortumutwe, it's a long story, sir. My teacher Elizabeth Moyo once sent me to the mountain to collect a very special herb. This plant only grows in the trees in that mountain. There was nothing special about that day, just like the beautiful weather outside right now. I love the land of Africa so much, and when I feel healthy, I like to be in the bush that feels like home. I love these animals and plants, including their smell. When I was looking for this herb, suddenly a thick blue fog fell around me. Such a strange thing caught me off guard. In such a hot weather, the sudden surrounding temperature decline. There was iceberg-like cold blue fog around me, but outside it was warm weather. Then, after a while, I was taken into what looked like a curved tunnel made of metal, and I was laid flat on a kind of huge white table. Have you ever seen that kind of metal workbench in a factory maintenance room? But the surface of this metal workbench has been ground smooth. Then, I just lay there, my pants were gone, leaving only my top. When I looked through the blue fog again, several moving objects appeared. At first I thought they were dolls, and then these things moved towards me. What surprised me was that they were very thin, short, humanoid creatures with huge heads shaped like watermelons, and there were only 2 small holes where a nose should have been. Their mouth is like a gap cut open by a knife under the flat face. These guys came towards me. Their appearance was similar to the grey color of fish skin, and they were wearing silver grey coats. The coats covered the parts below their necks and except for their hands. At that time, I couldn't see if they were wearing boots. Just when I was observing these guys, I suddenly realized that above my face, there was one of the tallest guys. As for this guy, he was wearing a tight-fitting unbuttoned jacket that extended from the lower part of his neck to just below his wrists. I noticed this guy's hand, sir. It has very long fingers, each finger is one section longer than a human's. The nails are black, like chicken claws or some kind of bat claws. His thumb is in the middle of the lower part of his hand, unlike humans. He lowered his head and looked at me, and I kept looking at his strange eyes. It felt like there were 2 pieces of dark plastic protective gear on the outside. I could see inside through these 2 pieces of goggles. Eyes. He doesn't have a nose like us, just 2 holes. His chin is small and his lips are delicate and soft. That guy smells disgusting, sir. It's hard to describe, it smells like a metallic chemical reaction. This smell seems to be produced during the chemical reaction of metals, and it seems to also contain the smell produced when copper metal is smelted. When these 2 flavors are mixed, it smells terrible. When he looked at me, I was scared but couldn't move. Next, I felt a sharp pain in my left thigh, like a knife stabbing into the bone. I screamed in pain and struggled to free myself, but my body refused to obey. I couldn't move. At that time, my body was not tied to the workbench by any ropes or chains. However, I couldn't move my body. When my eyes shifted to some smaller creatures, I found that one of them was inserting something into my left leg. Just as I was watching this scene in fear, the guy pulled something out of my leg, and I saw that it was a pencil-shaped thing with a metallic luster, and a cable that looked like an elastic skin was connected to the end. Before I could move my body, sir, the tall guy was holding my head in place with his hands from both sides. Then, a third little man came over and inserted something into my right nostril, which immediately made me feel like I was being shocked by an electric shock, which was extremely painful. I kept shouting, and blood gushed out from my mouth and nose. However, these creatures didn't seem to care. The unbearable pain made me lose consciousness for a while. Then, in the calm, the short man suddenly and savagely pulled out the thing inserted into my nostril. Blood immediately poured out of my mouth and nose, making my throat choke. At this time, the tall man turned my head to one side with his hands to ensure that the blood would not block my trachea, and I felt better. After experiencing all this painful torture, one of the guys took a tool that looked like an old-fashioned tooth drill. He put it in my nostril. Gradually, my pain seemed to disappear. Do you know? Sir, the experience of being abused was so painful that I can't even describe it now. Then, another thing happened. The 4th guy appeared between my legs. Something was inserted into my penis. It felt very strange, but I didn't feel any pain. I felt an elastic cable moving inside me. Next. I really don't know how to describe it. It felt like all my sins were absorbed by this small and shiny elastic cable. Then, the guy pulled it out. I was still crying and screaming, but I couldn't move. There is another scene that I still can't explain. After he pulled out the elastic cable from my organ, he stood there and stared at my organ. At that moment, I was so frightened that I suddenly started to urinate and become incontinent. He also sprayed urine on the chest of one of the guys, and the guy immediately jumped away, as if he was about to be attacked by a bullet, and backed away, but his face showed no expression at all, and his mouth remained tightly closed. That guy's actions gave me the feeling that he was really hurt by me, but he clearly had a coat to protect him. After that, they left me alone except for the tall guy next to me. He stood on my right side, looking down at me with his arms folded. Then, when I begged him with my expression to stop torturing me, I looked very pitiful. Suddenly, buildings appeared in my mind. Scenes of subsidence and flooding, referring to the picture. Buildings like those that had been blasted and collapsed were floating in the flood, and some were even stuck in the mud. The whole city was plunged into terrible mud. Dry, ghostly tree trunks stuck into the soil, as if they were all poisoned. I saw this. Then, a strange object came from a door that I was not aware of. This is what it looks like, picture refers to. It's all made of metal and has fiery red eyes. It didn't do anything to me, it just came to my left and stood there. It didn't do anything, it just stood next to me and made a strange noise, ouch. Ouch. Then, behind this metal guy, there appeared a person like this, in the image. She looked completely different from those grey people. She had a strong body like an athlete, like a white woman with pink skin. She had blonde hair, pointed ears, and her eyes were blue and never blinked. There was a tail growing from her back, and I saw it when she turned around and left after finishing her behavior towards me. What did she do? She climbed on top of me and then had sex with me. I found that her breasts were different from those of ordinary humans. They were very high, seemingly hard, and very sexy. The hair on her armpits and pubic area were fiery red. One of her eyes stared without blinking, as if there was no liquid in them. She is short, only the size of a 16-year-old girl, but when she is on top of me, I can feel that her body is very, very heavy. But when she was on top of me, I could feel her body being very, very heavy. Her face remained expressionless throughout the entire process, and after she and the metal guy left, the creature, pointed in hand, with the help of another guy, took me out of the room and slowly pushed me somewhere to my right, and then, there, they showed me something I still can't figure out. I saw some smaller versions of the grey men, immersed in huge cylindrical containers that looked like they were made of glass. The container was filled with pink liquid, and there was a small toad-shaped creature soaked in the liquid. It looked like a human fetus placed in a bottle before giving birth. It looked ugly. Then we went to another room, where I saw many people going through the torture I had just experienced. I passed by a very special man. He was white, and definitely European. He had a yellow beard and long red hair. We looked at each other. At that time, we were very close. Later. Let me make a long story short, sir. Later, I found that I was back in the woods where I had disappeared. However, I only wore a top, and my pants and boots were gone. So, I took off my clothes again and wrapped them around my waist to cover my lower body. Then I started looking around for the way I came and found a trail and walked along it. After walking for a while, I found some people in front of me. They were a group of young people from the Mashana tribe. They were going to a commodity market, which is where I later arrived. Then I asked them how to find my teacher, Elizabeth Moyu's home, and then, they led me the way to find her home. But along the way, they kept a safe distance from me. Later I realized that I carried an unpleasant odor that was not supposed to exist on human beings. When I arrived at my teacher's village, all the dogs around me became hysterical, so much so that they gathered around and tried to tear me into pieces. Only the villagers ran out and saved me. My teacher, Ms. Moyu, asked me where I had been, and I replied, "I don't know." Then she said, "I know, you were taken away by those little guys." I said, "Yes, but I don't understand why." She said, "You don't have to try to understand anything. You were chosen by these gods as a sacrifice. Contributors, so, stop talking about that." But how could I not say it? I want to know what I am being used for. Who instigated it? Why is this so? To this day, sir, I'm still trying to figure out what all this is for. And many years later, I met a very special white lady, Elizabeth Claro. She was a famous South African figure who worked for the British intelligence agency during the war. She had encountered the incident of being abducted and impregnated by aliens. The aliens came from a place called AKO. I asked Elizabeth why such strange things happened to me and what was the significance. Because since then, I have met no less than 200 people who have also experienced the same abduction and torture, including black and other women of other colors. They were all abducted by the same type of guy, the gray people I met, and then mysteriously became pregnant. And while I can still remember it, I will tell you another interesting story. About a year after that incident, I was walking alone on Jeep Street in Johannesburg in order to deliver communication supplies. Suddenly a white man called out to me. I stopped, thinking he was someone looking for someone. The police officer who arrested me for some reason said to me when I was about to take out my ID, "Listen, I don't want your dirty ID passport." I replied, "Sir, what do you want?" He said, "Listen, where have I seen you?" You said, "Where have I seen you?" I replied, "I don't know, sir. But, he looks really familiar." He still insisted, "Stop talking nonsense, where did we meet before?" Finally I told him, "I saw you in a special place in Rhodesia, where you were lying on the workbench." I thought that if I hit him in the face with my fist at that moment, he might not have an angry reaction, because after hearing my answer, his face turned grey with pain, and then he turned around and walked away silently. I also remember that his eyes did not show any anger, but revealed pure inner fear. David Icke, that's an amazing story. Corrido Mutwe, yes, but there is more. Because I want to know, what on earth did they do to me? Sir, one day in the future we must explore these matters in greater depth. I want to tell you. Since that experience, I have discovered that I have mastered a lot of knowledge that I was not supposed to know, knowledge that was never covered in my education. Look at the hands I have now. Sir, everyone who knows me can testify. Sir, these hands can not only make these carved ornaments using the mysterious metal carving technology of ancient Africans. Believe it or not, these hands can also make these carvings. Guns and jet engines. I hope you can come back to South Africa one day and I can show you some of these works. Since that painful experience, I have gained knowledge that I should never have had access to. Now, you know, sir, I want to know, what am I? Since that terrible experience, I feel like my life has been ruined. Someday I would like to. Let me tell you, sir, since that time I have become a very confused puppet. This was really embarrassing for me. From that day on, I became a hermaphrodite. For an African like me, this is a very disgusting thing. From that moment on, my mind and consciousness no longer seemed to be my own. I started thinking about things that a normal person shouldn't think about. I'm starting to worry about everyone, and I think it's a little morbid, sir. I've ruined my normal life by worrying about other people all the time. I want to hold everyone's hand in the world, shake their shoulders and say, "Listen, man. There are so many more things on this earth for you to think about. Sir, I have seen the lizard people, I have smelled them, I have had personal experience with these creatures. Some say these creatures are gods, others claim these guys are just using us for experiments. This conclusion is sheer nonsense. These guys have been harvesting us as products. These guys are not aliens. Mr. Ike. These guys can actually mate with our human women. What does this mean? It means they are from the earth. They belong, they are part of us. This makes them even more dangerous. They know our makeup very, very well. Just as they know our weakest psychological areas, they also know what we are best at. They manipulate what I call the gray area in people's real lives, and this gray area is a forbidden area that we are unwilling to face whether it exists or not. According to African legends, there was once a lizard in the war between humans and gods. The lizard people were defeated in the end. The god I am talking about is the real god, which is the legendary creator Gulongu, pronunciation, in Africa. God defeated them and sealed their mouths so they could never use their mouths to speak or eat again. However, we are told that the lizardmen can suck human energy to stay alive. They find ways to make us fight against each other. When the whole land is shrouded in death and fear, when hundreds of people are hungry and panicked, these guys will be full because they have absorbed what we call the dark force energy of. This energy is generated in the process of human beings destroying the planet they live on. David Icke, they absorb people's emotional energy. Kordu Mutwe, yes, sir. It is a very extreme and violent human emotion. For example, we are taught that if you encounter a lizard man standing in the bushes staring at you, and if you happen to be accompanied by an intimate partner, you must have sex with her immediately and release your passion to your heart's content, and that guy I will leave happily and will not hurt you. One more thing, sir, we have also been taught that when the thinking of a person or a group of people begins to enter a certain level, an energy is released that the lizard people can absorb, eat. We've heard that these lizardmen want to put our minds on a certain level. David Icke, a specific band? Kordu Mutwe, yes, sir, and they will reward us with long life. Can I ask you a question, sir? Have you ever heard of a person who is good at thinking, including professors from prestigious universities in the world, whose thinking has reached different levels? Which one is not a longevity person? Albert Einstein, Raymond Dart, 1893–1988, Robert Bloom, 1866–1951. All these professors lived a long time. Besides me, my Aunt Maina is the last Salusi, Taoist priest, in South Africa. She became Salusi from a very young age and is now 99 years old. My stepmother Rose, almost all of her children have passed away, but she is still alive. If people's thinking reaches a certain wavelength, the lizard people will reward them with longevity. David Icke, judging from the description of your abduction experience, it clearly corresponds to a type of creature that has begun to attract attention, the grey people. There is also a saying that they are called ant-men, with a grey appearance and long hair. 2 big black eyes. How do you see their connection to the lizard people? Do you think that the true face of the lizard man is hidden behind the black goggles of the grey man? Kordu Mutwe, sir, these so-called grey aliens are actually servants of the lizard people. When you see a lizard and a grey together, you don't see any racial difference. In fact, I could explain more about their relationship. These guys, the greys, are actually the descendants of the lizardmen. The reason why they kidnap humans and animals to obtain materials is because they play the role of pioneers and pathfinders for the lizardmen. If you can get very close observing these grey men, you can see the round eyes inside through the 2 black eye patches, Mr. Ike, and this is their true eye shape. Well, let me tell you. There is a very strange mountain in the country of Lesotho, South Africa. The name of the mountain is Leribe Leribe. Many very strange things have happened on this mountain. Every 10 or 20 years 1-year cycle. Not long ago, a local farmer. A crashed object was discovered near Mount Leribe. He was driving a tractor and saw a small ball emitting faint light at the outer edge of the object on the ground, moving back and forth along the outer trajectory of the object. When he walked in front of it and was about to touch the surface, a strange force knocked him to the ground. After he got up, he immediately jumped on the tractor and left. What this African farmer saw was a crashed UFO, a flying saucer. When he described this, he looked surprised. He said that a few days later, a very huge truck appeared in the area, followed by some soldiers wearing sunglasses, black uniforms, and black berets. They lifted the flying saucer into a large truck and transported it away. However, when people came to the site of the incident again, they saw traces of heavy objects falling on the ground, but there were no traces of heavy truck tires. 1. The items that crashed that day were indeed moved, but there were no heavy truck tire marks, as he said. Well, let me tell you something else, that was in 1958. In fact, I think the incident that I'm going to tell you, sir, is related to what happened to me in 1959. I'm sure. That time, a friend of mine in Lesotho came to me and told me that he had something urgent and he had to share it with me. He asked me to go find him, and I had to go. Later, I went. I discovered that he had dug a hole in his backyard. He wanted to go into the hole with me and his second wife at night, and then enjoy a very mysterious thing together. At night, we used a broken ladder to enter the cave. Then, just inside the cave, we ate some small pieces of something, and he told me to chew carefully because it was hard in places. I still had sound teeth at that time, and then I chewed and chewed. But I found that the thing I was chewing in my mouth made me feel very dry, as if I was sucking a copper coin in my mouth. It was a metallic copper smell, like the feeling of licking an old copper coin. Later, we left the cave and returned to the house. Over the next few days, we all became seriously ill, very, very ill. We developed a rash on our skin, which was a constant itching sensation that was extremely painful. We tried to wash our bodies with urine, but still could not get rid of the itching sensation. We tried washing our bodies with sheep antiseptic infusion again, but it still failed. During that last period, I had difficulty breathing, and my tongue swelled several times. I was so sick that it was hard to keep my eyes open, and my skin was itching like crazy and I couldn't breathe properly. A week passed, but it seemed like 100 years had passed. Gradually, the rash symptoms disappeared. The skin on all three of us started to peel off. We were both very weak. When I could barely speak, I asked him, "What on earth did we eat? This makes us all sick, why are you doing this, my friend?" He replied, "Listen, the kind of food we eat can only be shared in the cave. And that is a piece of God meat." I asked in surprise, "Is it from God?" He answered, "Yes." I said, "But I am sick now." He said, "Wait, don't worry, I will recover. If you don't die in the first 2 days, you'll recover later and we'll all be fine." Mr. Ike, it is difficult for me to describe to you what happened next. I hope you can imagine that when you are feverish, weak, and sick, you suddenly burst out laughing wildly and involuntarily. At that point, we started laughing, it was incredible. We didn't know what caused it, but the three of us kept laughing like this for hours, and then, when we were exhausted, another thing happened. My friend's eldest daughter gave us some weird water to drink. When I drank it, my sense of taste was greatly impacted and I was trembling all over. The water comes from a fountain in a mountain, which is very ordinary. It tastes like, I don't know what, like wine? Or something else that I haven't been exposed to before, I don't know. My taste potential should have improved to a certain extent. Then there was another feeling that I can't describe, and all three of us felt it. It seems that we have become one with the entire universe. When I look at a tree outside my friend's house, I feel like it has turned into a gorgeous and vivid rainbow. When I look at the mountains in the distance, my vision is very. I feel strongly that there are colors appearing behind those colors. I can't give you any other adjective. After that, sir, besides having a devilish appetite, I became extremely weak. Later, I left my friend's place and returned to South Africa. Every step along the way made me feel reborn. There are no words to describe that feeling. Later, I wrote to that friend and asked, "What kind of god meat is that?" He wrote back, "It was the meat of a puna." David Icke, is this what we call the grey? Mutwe, yes, sir. David Icke, is this what we call the grey man? Mutwe, yes, sir. Those who don't believe these guys, greys or lizardmen, exist must think carefully. They are tangible, they have body odor, and they are edible, if you want to take the risk. In Africa, there is an ancient custom that many people deny exists. That is, anything considered to be a god should be eaten. There are many places like this in Africa now. If you are a spiritually prominent person, if you happen to be sick, well, let me tell you what I went through in Say, where I was a trainee on a course of imparting some other knowledge, and for a while I was sick, sir, I had very bad diarrhea. I was very ill, and all my friends, black and white, tried their best to help me, but they all failed. Next, one night, several of my teachers came to see me. They seemed to think that I would not live long. They made a request to me, hoping that I would allow them to have the honor of eating my flesh after my death. Sir, you see, it's nice to be invited to a banquet, but it's not so fun to make yourself a dish on the menu. Later, I recovered quickly and immediately took a local long-distance bus to escape from that place and never came back. Thank you very much for your request that night. Fear can sometimes be used as a good medicine, at least it worked for me. David Icke, Corridor, through your experiences and insights, do you think that these similar experiences of the concept of the unity of all things or the concept of the unity of man and nature, which really enhance the perception, are also the ones that have been excluded? What about what the lizardman can't sense? Mutwe, I definitely think so, sir. They don't seem to have the emotional dominance attributes that humans generally have. Let me talk about this kind of emotional dominance attributes that humans don't have in detail. It's like one time, sir, a voice came into my mind from nowhere. It was a very strange voice, and after that, my ability to predict was actually enhanced. I think so, we humans are far more holy and outstanding than we think. I think we lost some abilities in the process of evolution, or should I say, in the process of being manipulated by the outside world? David Icke, I'm sure this information will attract a lot of UFO research groups. These grey aliens or grey-looking people, whatever they are, their true appearance is not what they appear to be, and they are very proud of it. Mutwe, yes, sir. Let me tell you a story. Grey aliens often die in various places in Africa. After the UFO crashes, they can quickly clean up the mess, including the bodies of their compatriots thrown out by the crashed UFO. However, sometimes Africa's the Sangumas, Taoist priests, would rush in and steal some of their bodies before they could clear the scene, and believe me, sir, I have heard and seen that it is very difficult to dismember the bodies of these guys. What you think looks like skin is actually a tight-fitting grey protective coat. The surface covered by the grey coat is pink-white, like some kind of animal skin made of flesh and blood. Their eyeballs are round and the pupils are flaky. This, big one, is the goggles he wears. Okay, how do I know this? To dismember one of these guys, we accidentally called them Mantinda, pronounced in Zulu, which means tomato. To dismember such a creature, you'll need to buy a heavy new axe. You need an axe with a sharp edge to cut their skin. The skin of these guys is not close to the flesh. You know that my skin grows close to the flesh, right? But there is a gap between the skin and the flesh of this guy. The gap should be the location of the skin, so this should be a hard material rather than skin. Therefore, this creature should be wearing 2 layers of coats. The inner layer is a hard skin-like covering all over the body, and its outermost layer is wearing a body-protecting tights. They never wore gloves. You have to be a very strong person and use a very sharp iron tool to cut through the hard sheath and see his flesh. However, once you cut part of the leather sheath, you can easily peel it off completely with your hands. Open it, and you can see the flesh of the corpse. David Icke, are they lizard people? Kortu Mutwe, yes, sir. Let me tell you what he looks like after taking off the skin cover. His skin is like the grey outer skin of the belly of some kind of South African tropical fish. It is a kind of fish, hairtail fish, that we fry and eat. It is grey and very long. Fish, the description of the skin comes first. However, his blood vessels were exposed very close to the surface. In fact, not long ago, Mr. Icke, right here in South Africa, hundreds of school students of different skin colors, including blacks, were killed by a man they called Pink. The creature was frightened. This guy looked like a creature that had been peeled but was still alive. It was a tomato, grey man, with the skin removed. David Icke, when you see the eyes of these grey men covered by black goggles, it is enough to cause concern. Then, you talked about the incident about the men in black. They seem to have played a negative role in the investigation of UFO incidents. These men in black also wore goggles that looked like sun visors, which was a bit strange. Kortu Mutwe, that's true, sir, but let me tell you, it was the same within the first 100 years. Man in black had begun to integrate into the culture of Western countries. At least in Africa, during ancient times in Africa, if you killed one of these tomatoes, grey men, you would be visited by a terrifying-looking creature wearing a long coat made of animal skin and carrying a towering hats, and the faces of these guys are covered with white masks, with two very, very scary black eyes painted on the masks. We call them Zangagu, pronounced in Zulu, which means beasts of the jungle. Let me tell you something, these guys who look like ancient African versions of men in black once played an important role in the election of certain kings in South Africa. I hope to be able to tell you the ins and outs of these things in more detail someday. Whenever you hurt these tomatoes, grey men, there will be men in black accompanying you. I have an uncle who worked as a factory janitor just after World War II. Once, he saw a thief breaking into a warehouse where military supplies were stored. My uncle went up to him and punched him mercilessly. That guy fell to the ground after taking a few punches. Just after he fell, from that moment on, this brave old Zulu man, my uncle, identified the man who had been knocked to the ground by him. The guy is neither a human nor a young thief, but a tomato, grey man. My uncle was so frightened that he threw down the stick he had prepared and fled the scene shouting. Shortly after that, my uncle snatched the bag from the guy, thinking it was for stolen goods, before running away. After escaping, he took the bag to the village of Alexandria in Johannesburg, but he could not open the bag. What surprised him was that while he was resting at his home near the village of Alexandria, two white men dressed as detectives came to the door. These two men dressed as detectives demanded that my aunt hand over the robbed bag. She did so, and then they left. Mr. Icke, what I'm trying to say is that the more materially wealthy we are, the closer our behavior is to how the lizard people are described. Some of us, when they amassed great wealth, began to consume metals and other minerals that they had no need for. However, when you study the historical stories of the lizard people, you will find that these lizard people have always used these metal or mineral deposits are used as medicinal materials to cure diseases. We have been taught that when these lizard people suffer from diseases, gold powder is applied to their bodies and after it is absorbed by the skin, they recover. Let me tell you about an ancient African custom that was spread among the Mula-Mutapa kings who single-handedly destroyed Zimbabwe. At a specific dawn time on a certain day, the king and priest would be smeared with gold powder from head to toe. And sometimes he was sacrificed as a ritual sacrifice on top of the fortress walls in Zimbabwe. What surprised me was that during my trip to South America, I discovered that the ancient Mayans also had the same custom, smearing a mixture of oil and gold powder on the emperor's body. David Icke, I know, and I have also learned through research that there are a large number of records and legends in Central and South America, including the ancient Mayans. They all point to the same type of lizard-human god. Clado Mutwe, yes, sir. Actually it is like this, if you can read the ancient stories of us Africans, or listen to them telling the same stories, you will find that we humans are inexplicably designed to transform the world we live in, and we would rather transform it to an extent that is not suitable for our survival. We previously learned from the Dogon tribe in Nigeria that there was a period of time thousands of years ago when there was no desert at all in the Sahara. In fact, satellite photos have shown that some areas of Salaha still have traces of ancient irrigation systems, but are now submerged by wind and sand. Here comes the question, sir. Have we been used as tools to destroy our own race? I think that's the case. The richer a person is, the more lizard-like his behavior becomes. Some rich men abandon their wives and look for women outside. This practice is exactly the same as that of Zamajongo, the lizard king. This king killed and ate all his wives simply because they failed to please him during sex. Then, find a new love. During this period, he killed and ate a total of 36 wives, and only one wife who was smart enough could escape his clutches. You see, those millionaires divorce their wives to find new love. The behavior of these lizard people is not like traditional Africans. These guys think that women are inferior to men, which is the same as those rich people who amass money. They look down on women and even abuse them. David Icke, okay, now let's make some connections between these and modern life. There is a constant historical plot, which is the special family lineage offspring produced after the lizard people or alien creatures combined with the earthlings. You brought a very strange artifact. I know it is a very heavy collar. In order to explain the alien or non-human race, it will play a big role. First of all, can you tell me where these first came from? Corredo Mutwe, sir, we don't know. This collar has been around for so long that we no longer know which tribe it came from. All I can tell you is that when the Zulu kingdom was established, it existed. All records of this collar in ancient legends revolve around these kings. It is called Hidden Base Philo, pronunciation, which means mysterious collar. It is actually a book that records 12 different stories. David Icke, how old is it? Do you know its age? Cordamutwe, I don't know, sir. David Icke, has it been hundreds of years? Cordamutwe, yes, very old. But it is not as old as the green-faced statue I just introduced, which is at least 7,000 years old. Now, this collar contains several secrets. There are several stones hidden in this flying saucer, and these stones do not come from the earth. This is a very strange story. According to legend, the 3 stones here were left on the earth by an alien child while playing with children from the earth. David Icke, that thing looks too much like a spaceship. Cordamutwe, yes. This half-shaped object was once a snake-shaped collar, which was taken from the battle by a Mashana leader. He once ran into the jungle to investigate an unidentified object that had landed, and that object killed many people. His tribesmen, that time he was carrying a battle axe and was about to attack the object. Suddenly the object sprayed strong flames at him, and he was burned into smoke, and all he left behind were these 2 things, on both sides of the disc. This collar hides one of the oldest and most mysterious stories of our country. This creature called the god or Cheetah Huri, lizard man, also known as Jishaji among other tribes throughout Africa or Unamkila. These gods came to Earth in spaceships made of gold. Then, they combined, they mated with human women, producing a family of kings and queens on our planet. There is no African tribe. Mr. Icke, when you return to South Africa, I want you to do a very detailed investigation. There is no tribe, whether it is South Africa, Central Africa, West Africa, or East Africa, the statement said, the royal family is not a family system brought from heaven by gods. Whether it is recorded by the pygmies of say, these gods came on swings. Or, they descended on huge boats, shaped like basins, made of gold, and were larger than the mountain is still big. I want to share this with you as briefly as possible, Mr. Ike. The Zulu people have always believed that they originally originated from space. Their name Zulu does not mean sky, but space between planets. Zulu also means travel. For example, if I say to a child, you go on a trip, or you walk leisurely from one village to another, I would say, Wizalana. Now, actually Zula used to originate from the word Zulu. Sometimes people used to use Zula to mean traveler, or Zulu voyager, someone who travels from place to place. Okay, let me ask you, how did a group of people who were bound to the ground know that we, Zulu people, can travel in space? For example, we are Zalai Zuriuri, which means we can travel in the widest places. In this regard, the Zulus have long known that the Earth is a sphere, that the Sun exists in space, and that there are many planets revolving around the Sun. Regarding these, I will show you the knowledge record on another collar. When a Zulu talks about the Earth, Kati Umkhathi, they call time Yashakati. So, sir, you can understand. The Zulu tribe, logically speaking, should be a primitive tribe where everyone wears animal skins. However, we have realized that time and space are the same thing. Also, if you can find the river of time, you can enter the future or go back to the past. In ancient Zulu legend records, it is mentioned that a person once went back to the past during time travel and accidentally killed himself as a child. Later, he completely disappeared from the original, real world. David Icke, there is a stone on the back of the collar. I think it symbolizes the spherical shape of the Earth. Kortu Mutwe, yes. David Icke, the messages conveyed throughout the world in the education of children and students, as well as in universities and various academic research centers, actually indicate that we are at a critical stage in our understanding of the world and the universe. At the forefront of science, modern humans are the result of human evolution. In fact, according to the corresponding explanations of ancient civilizations, such as Africa, North Africa, and South America, all these ancient people are considered to be primitive humans. I want to know what you think of this phenomenon. Kortu Mutwe, please listen to me, sir, that is all nonsense. In fact, from my long-term investigation and study of our ancient civilization, I can proudly tell you that our ancestors were 20 times smarter than we are now. I can feel that the ancients were much smarter than us modern people. They know more than we moderns do, and we're never making progress, Mr. Ike. We are simply repeating the creations of those who lived thousands of years ago, and I hope I can give you evidence to illustrate this. Sir, during my travels around the world, I discovered that our ancestors were far ahead of us in chemical achievements. Our ancestors were already smart enough to simplify complex science and technology into extremely simple levels. There are records that they once used this method to rescue hundreds of people who suffered from hunger in major disasters. David Icke, there are some patterns and symbols on the collar. It is undeniable that these condense a lot of knowledge mastered by the ancients. They must be very old. Let's start with this hand. There is a symbol of an eye on it. The Illuminati seems to often use it. It is similar to the Eye of Horus, one of the important symbols in ancient Egypt. Why is there an eye on that hand? Kortu Mutwe, it represents the eye of the lizard man. This eye can see everything, and this eye can know everything. It is said that when a lizard man dies, he will pass his eyes to the next successor. For lizard people, eyes are a very, very powerful symbol. These are the lizard man's eyes, but there's more, sir. Here's a small hole through the copper plate. If you fill the hole with some water, it turns into a single magnification microscope. Bacteria were observed through the water in the hole. Its magnification capabilities are amazing. David Icke, this logo appears again and again above the gold pattern on the back of the $1. It is exactly the eye of the US President Franklin Roosevelt under the Illuminati gang, and it also symbolizes the eye of this bird that looks down. The eyes of the universe. Do you think that the eye symbol used by the Illuminati gang symbolizes the third eye of the lizard man? Korto Mutwe, yes, sir, I'm sure. Why? Because, in Africa, even the eyes of ordinary people are used as a very powerful means of matrix control. If an African wants to show respect to you, he must stare at you, but his gaze must be focused over one of your shoulders. And we call this behavior searching for Nipa, pronunciation, which means despise me. We, Africans, believe, sir, that when people are full of emotions, an ordinary person can use his eyes to shoot an invisible fire at another person, causing great harm to the other person. We, Africans, believe that a Zulu fighter should never let a dying enemy stare at him. For example, when a Zulu executes an enemy, he will cover the enemy's eyes with a shield to prevent the enemy from continuing to cast glances at him and hurt himself. David Icke, that's interesting. I've heard from some people that they've seen sacrificial rituals associated with the lizardmen and the British Illuminati, where these lizardmen, family members, would stare into the eyes of the person who was dying. Seems to be consistent with what you said. Korto Mutwe, yes, sir. David Icke, so what are they doing? Korto Mutwe, we have a ritual, sir, which spreads across many areas. It is called Ugutata Moya in Zulu, which means taking the soul. When a king is approaching death, he will struggle to transmit his knowledge, experience, and spirit to the heir to the throne, and then he will order the heir to stare hard at his eyes. Also, in Africa, when a life is slaughtered as a sacrifice, whether the sacrifice is a human or an animal, the sacrificer must look into the eyes of the dying life. In this way, the soul of the person or animal will be absorbed by the sacrificial person. I've seen it many times, sir, in Kenya, Tanzania and other hunting places in Africa. When a dying lion is still breathing, one of the hunters will stare into the lion's eyes until it dies. At that time, its soul was sucked away. We, Africans, believe that, sir, the eyes are not just for seeing, they also have a function of asking. David Icke, there is a figure that looks like Orion on this copper hand. What does this mean? Korto Mutwe, sir, people all over Africa have always believed that the first humans came from the Orion constellation. At the same time, we also believe that these gods, the lizard people and the grey people also originated from the Orion constellation. We call Orion Vumhobi, a place that requires a long journey to reach. We also call Orion Mosayan, which means the giant sent by God to create the first human race on Earth. Accompanying Mosayan were a black-maned warrior and a dog. He traveled around the world and initially created the first human species on Earth, but they looked stupid, so he buried them alive in a cave. Then, he created a second group of humans, who were much smarter, and we, Africans, are their descendants. David Icke, there is also the six-pointed star on this hand. We call it the Star of David. In fact, it was only used as a symbol of the Jews in modern times, but it is indeed a symbol left over from ancient civilizations. Can you explain the meaning of the hexagon on your hand? Korto Mutwe, sir, there are several explanations for this very powerful mysterious symbol. We believe that there are a total of two interdependent universes. One is the female universe, which is also the universe we are in, and the other is the male universe. For Salusi, Taoist priests, of the two triangles, the downward-pointing triangle represents the descending feminine law, the upward-pointing triangle represents the rising masculine law, which represents a unity of yin and yang. Body. In fact, it is also an important symbol of duality. David Icke, is this a floating basin-shaped spaceship model from extraterrestrial life, in African legend? Korto Mutwe, no, it's not. Listen to me, sir, there are all kinds of spaceships, including basin-shaped ones, which are very, very large, and there is also a huge tube-shaped one. The ends of the tube spacecraft are very blunt. From those huge ones from the tube, many small spaceships, on the collar, flew out. They are transported here by tube ships. David Icke, now, can you introduce this guy, the statue on the left? This statue reminds me of the god Osiris who lost his penis in Egyptian legend. Are they related? Kortu Mutwe, this is what we record, sir, the Lizardman King Samahan is what I am referring to, or the Emperor of the Lizardmen, this type of title. His penis was chopped off by an African hero and replaced with a golden rod. When we were taught, we were told that this metal rod was made of gold. Male lizard men marry human women. Every time we reinterpret this important event, we will put the two of them together and express it like this, the picture refers to it. Sometimes, we even put the collars on the ground, and we would use animal fur to make a bed for them both. Then, we would attach them squarely to the ground and cover them with smooth leather. David Icke, in your description of these lizard men, it is enough to appear in their original god image. Why do you need to describe them in other forms? Kortu Mutwe, sir, because of the act of molding an image according to the prototype of the lizard man, I have been subject to extremely strict prohibitions. Only the green-faced statue. Which lizard man have we ever seen reveal his true face? In the past, no one was allowed to describe the true face of Monty Python's son, otherwise, that person would really be in big trouble. If someone wanted to talk about lizardmen, he had to do so while there was a shadow, which meant holding a lizardman portrait up to a light source and casting its shadow on the wall. David Icke, there is also a fish engraved with scales on your collar. Is this symbol related to the symbol of the lizard people? Could this also explain their lack of public appearances? Kortu Mutwe, yes, sir. There are also some very special lizard people, we call them Wowanei, pronunciation, Wowanei is one of the few kind-hearted lizard people, because there are also some good people among them. There was a brother named Pangu, pronunciation, Nwawanei. There is a very unusual story recorded in it. In the early stages of people's creation, there was a big scuffle between men and women. It was about the war between men and women, sir, both sides were almost wiped out by each other, but at this time, they were saved by a giant dragon sent by Mother Earth. This giant dragon appeared in the sky and killed these people. Swallowed in the stomach, it took them to another planet, not our Earth, but a beautiful planet full of water. It was the sound cloth, pronunciation, of Canis Major, which is what you white people call Sirius, means wrathful star in Zulu. People were settled there, but they started eating a creature from the sea, which they thought was just a fish, but in fact, I think, the fish was another form of human being, a mermaid. The story goes that people began to eat the lizard people, I think they were mermaids, who lived in the sea. Later, these lizard people in the sea began to rebel against humans. They fought back with hurricanes and tsunamis, and almost completely wiped out these lizard people earthlings. At this moment, these two young lizard man brothers, Pangu, pronunciation, and Nwawanei, pronunciation, saw that human beings were pitiful and felt pity, so they went to the sky to find a giant egg, then punched a hole in the egg and emptied out the contents. He brought the dome to Sirius, and used the dome to carry the surviving humans back to Earth. We all believe that it was Wowanei who gave us the royal power and that he brought it to us from heaven. If you pay attention, in many parts of Africa, ancient emperors wore wooden helmets with golden horns. This situation continued throughout West and South Africa and prevailed during the period of the Muru-Mutapa Empire. David Icke, do the horns on these helmets symbolize lizard men? Kortu Mutwe, yes sir, it symbolizes the power of the lizard people. Because, for lizard people, these horns are not just used to attack each other. No. Lizardmen can communicate with humans on the ground over long distances through the horns on their heads. David Icke, so, these corners also serve as antennas? Kortu Mutwe, yes, the horn is also a power-transmitting device. In fact, sir, there is a story telling us that when the Lizard King Samahan punishes those lizard people of his own race who sympathize with humans, he will point at these lizard people and their head horns will fall off. The lizardmen would not be able to use their horns to help direct human resistance activities. David Icke, these are very interesting. You mentioned that the characteristics of the horns of these lizard men are very close to the image of the devil described by Christianity. Kortu Mutwe, yes, sir. Another thing that caught my attention is that in recent centuries, the description of the image of the devil has been quietly changing, but now there is a difference. The original description of the image of the devil was a hook-shaped nose. The guy who looks like him is the same as the one described in the cartoons drawn by the Moors in North Africa. At that time, it was the period when the Moors were resisting European invaders. Many of the devil images in the cartoons had the characteristic of hook-shaped noses, but later, in the early 19th century, the cartoon image of the devil became a black man with a high nose, thick lips, and dark skin. However, what surprised me is that the change is even greater now. The image of the devil has been replaced by described as a lizard man. Sir, what worries me is that these alien guys may be preparing to show up, and they have been making us aware of what they look like. For example, if you look back at the film from the 1930s to the 1950s, movie, the appearance of the alien characters in it is very absurd and very funny, sir. Now, the images of the greys that appear in our movies are what they really are, and the appearance of the lizard people is also accurately described. My question is, why? Are we bracing for a major event? Let me share one more thing with you. Just a week ago, a group of Americans came to visit me. In fact, their intention was to threaten my wife's life and tell me to shut up. They also warned me that there was an important person named Ariazaru, pronunciation, is staring at me. These people also told me, sir, that above, pronounced, Lake Titicaca, there is an invisible light shining from the sky to the lake, and that on September 9, 1999, there will be something very interesting. Takes place in Lake Titicaca. Now I want to see what happens. David Icke, I have also been to that area, and I did see some people and airplanes busy there. I've been to that place twice. I do think, Corridor, from my investigation, we have been preparing for the public appearance of these people. Kortu Mutwe, the purpose of our preparation is that we will not be as afraid of these dangerous guys as we have never seen them before, because what kind of medicine are they selling in their gourds? Sir, I am assuming this, whoever they are, we are to accept them and welcome them with open arms, and then let them become our rulers? David Icke, and then, history repeated itself. Kortu Mutwe, you know, sir, whether it's in books or children's books and other channels of communication, it's all filled with the reality that we have to accept the existence of these guys. It was first officially spread by a movie called E.T. the Alien, which described a little alien who accidentally got lost and came to the Earth, implying that the image of E.T. will be accepted by humans in advance. I think it's the same situation that's going to happen now. The question is, why? David Icke, before we talk about the Illuminati family, there is another aspect I would like to mention. A recurring phenomenon in my research is that some very high-level lizard people have white skin. Yes, have you ever encountered this situation? Kortu Mutwe, yes, sir. They are not the same skin color as Caucasians. If you take a piece of white paper shell and soak it in dirty water, the color will be the color of the lizard man's skin. Wait a minute, sir, let's think about it carefully. According to some stories in Africa, the lizard people are a kind of cold-blooded animals. They are very sensitive to cold. The great sun god expelled them below the surface of the earth, where they live everywhere. They are all flames, because their blood is cold, otherwise they will always feel surrounded by severe cold. Therefore, if you pass by their cave residence, you will see many small fires burning around them. David Icke, it's interesting, the devil is also said to live in a burning hell. Kortu Mutwe, yes, sir. Another situation is that the eyes of the lizard man have very poor adaptability. If a lizard man is suddenly exposed to the hot African sun, two things will happen to him. His skin will dry out and blister, his eyes will be completely blind. In fact, sir, some people in Africa have seen a very strange alien creature, even white people have seen it. I think it was a lizard man. The man was being chased by this guy when the headlights of a car suddenly when it hit the guy, he immediately stopped and became blind. Also, sir, our tribe teaches us that as a Sangoma, Taoist priest, we must always carry a pago, which is a sharpened wooden stick, and we must carry it with us when night comes. Our ancestors told us that only sharpened sticks can kill lizard people. David Icke, indeed, through your narration, many horror-themed characters, Count Dracula, emerged in my mind. For example, the vampires described in the book Dracula very accurately correspond to your description of the lizard people. Corridor Mutway, but, sir, not all wood can be used as a weapon against the lizardmen. We believe that the teak wood that grows in Rhodesia, Africa, has a strange bitter taste and is poisonous to the lizard people. The long carved wooden stick you see next to me is what I prepared for the year 2000. I may not live until 2012. But, sir, this stick, which took me 5 years to make, is meant to be passed down to my heirs. Finally, the lower end is sharpened, and this is what we call lizardman killing Rhodesian teak. Wherever the lizard people go, you will find that whether it is Rhodesian teak or teak trees in other areas, they have been cut down in large numbers or pushed down by elephants. Let me remind you again, sir, there are many trees in the Amazon jungle. Timber is being cut down. This is also happening in the jungles of Southeast Asia and Africa. Did you know that these timbers are all teak? And it is the only wood that can deter lizardmen. So, why target wood? The only mask that can protect you against the lizardmen is one made of teak. Sir, since some film and television commercial centers have appeared around Johannesburg, in Mozambique and Zimbabwe, I have seen more and more local people start to wear these teak masks, representing the lizard man's face. The mask has 2 huge round holes in place of the eyes, no lips and no nose. I've seen hundreds of these masks, sold by medicine vendors at street markets. David Icke, another aspect I want to discuss with you is the characteristics of a huge skull. I recently went to Egypt and saw Akhenaten, pharaoh of the 18th dynasty of ancient Egypt, and Nefertiti. In the portraits of the Ti couple, they both have huge skulls. Are these related? Corto Mutway, yes, sir. You know, we humans intentionally try to imitate these beings called gods, and it happens even now that when African women see Caucasian people, they call them Abiruru, which literally means Abaluru. It means God. However, in today's society in the United States and Africa, black women and some black men have begun to change the traditional way of calling them Hia, which means Europeans rather than Africans. This title has been used in Africa for thousands of years, but first of all, there is a type of lizard man called Momo or Nomo, pronunciation, by the Dogon tribe. They are described as having beard-like tumors on their chin, which are the same as those on the chin of the ancient Egyptian pharaohs. They will grow. Sir, it is said that a very old lizard man, who has lived for thousands of years, regardless of male or female, will grow a long bone-like growth, tumor, on the lower forehead. This growth is a rotating. What grows out of it is the same as a fish-like creature I saw in a European photo, called a Ralawa, pronunciation, and its growth is curved upward. Now, the ancient Egyptian pharaohs had this form of beard. In fact, some African kings also had such beards. Some were real beards, and some were replaced by the tusks of elephants or wild boars. There must have been a period like this in ancient times. Sir, whether it was the African kings or the Egyptian pharaohs, they all imitated the appearance of these lizard people without any scruples. The royal family represented by Queen Nefertiti of ancient Egypt, regardless of their appearance, they all let the palace painters paint their faces. They tried their best to imitate the appearance of the lizard man, the slender frame, the slender chin, and the disproportionately huge head. The African Sangoma, Taoist priests, the African Yin Yang Jie, Pronunciation: the pharaohs of ancient Egypt, all of these people once wore ornaments that made their heads appear larger. If you pay attention to the crowns of some ancient Egyptian kings, you will find that their crowns are much higher than their heads. The purpose is to show the extraordinary wisdom of the pharaoh. In Africa, our king liked a kind of headdress very much. He took off the scrotum of an elephant or rhino or even a bison and dried it, then inflated it and put it on his head to make his head look bigger. Finally, in ancient Greece, at the height of its civilization, the great ruler Perdiccas used to wear a special helmet. It was an officer's helmet with a spherical skull. This helmet makes his head appear larger. David Icke: like Africa, they are still continuing this tradition. Kortu Mutwe: yes, yes, absolutely. In the United States, some Aboriginal shamans once wore special hats made from the horned skulls of bison, which also made their heads appear larger. Sir, the Roman Pope once wore a huge crown to show his extraordinary wisdom. It was made of 3 crowns, one on top of another. And, by the way, the Greek Orthodox bishops also wear such crowns. Also, the Christian mystics in Russia once wore a huge hat composed of 2 falling spheres. Moreover, in Persia, now Iran, in order to show larger heads, some Ayatollahs, Shiite leaders, wore Muslim turbans on their heads, which is the same situation as the Sikhs in India. Moreover, on this issue, ancient Israelites also wore onion-shaped head dresses, all to highlight the enlarged head size. David Icke: as far as I know, there are also some customs, such as binding a child's head to make it taller. Kortu Mutwe: yes, yes, yes. During my travels in Africa, I discovered a very strange tribe. You must go and see it, sir. They call themselves the Mangbetu tribe and live near Lake Rudolph in Central Africa. They are a very elegant and aristocratic tribe. Their understanding of the knowledge of the universe is simply the pinnacle. They believe that a flat forehead and an elongated skull can please gods. They mold and stretch the shape of their children's heads, causing persistent headaches into their children's adulthood. I once asked a beautiful Mangbetu woman, "Madam, why do you abuse your children in this way?" The wife of the senior leader said to me, "Actually, those gods want us to look like this." David Icke: tens of thousands of words of ancient inscriptions were discovered in Iraq. Now we know through research that they were left behind by the ancient Sumerians. They record a race called the Anunnaki who imparted knowledge to mankind and were in charge of rule. Right. Through your observation of Africa, is there any connection with these? Kortu Mutwe: yes. David Icke: the Anunnaki people, Anunnaki, have been recorded in many different translated versions of story books. Have you ever said that they are a lizard race? Kortu Mutwe: sir, what I know is this. In Africa, among the Kwanza tribe and the Zulu tribe, there are the same kind of people, and their images are various. Likewise, this phenomenon exists even now. They are called Amanuna or Amanono. Amanono is Zulu, and Amanuna is Xhosa. The ancestors called them a god-like race. They can change their appearance, and they can also change their body shape. David Icke: shapeshifter? Kortu Mutwe: yes, they are shape-shifting people. If a Kwanza man has a very beautiful wife who changes her appearance with makeup every day, the husband will joke with her and say that she is a Yanuna, Linlulanamu, which means a shapeshifter. Sir, it is said that the person who can get closer to the god Amanuna is a woman. Why? Because women inherit the characteristics of Amanuna, they worship the god Amanuna very much. This may explain why Nefertiti of Egypt liked to dress herself like the Amanuna people. And the same goes for her kids. She used to worship these guys as heroes. So, what do you say? Women always seem to have no opinion. I don't mean to be sexist, sir, I mean, women like to imitate anyone they think is the supreme figure. David Icke: in Egypt too, you will find python head dresses, which are closely related to reptilians or lizard people. Kortu Mutwe: yes, sir, and reptiles played an extraordinary role in all African tribal civilizations. For example, I have a guess that in the near future, we black people in South Africa will lose our sovereignty and then be taken over by Ugandans. But what is the basis for this? What does Baganda, the main ethnic group in Uganda, really mean? Baganda, do you know what animals are engraved on the palaces and murals of the greatest kings in Africa? It's a python. In the, pronounced, King Panida Oba's residence, the eaves are decorated with a golden python symbol. The Zulu people have always been obsessed with worshipping, pronounced, python, which is a very scary snake. The Zulus also love other types of snakes. Also, in the northern part of Transvaal, the, pronounced, Wanda people regard snakes and crocodiles as mysterious animals. To this day, they still like to dance the sinuous ghost dance to represent the body movements of pythons. They call this dance step, pronunciation, Dongba dance. Dongba is the ancient African name for female pythons. David Icke, no matter where you go, whether it's the Mayans in Central America, South America, or Africa, this crocodile or reptilian symbol is ubiquitous. In Europe, the cathedrals created by the Illuminati. In the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris, and in the luxurious old houses of nobles, as well as the lizard sculptures that appear on both sides of the guard gate. In fact, all of these are presented in front of us, but we often turn a blind eye. Kortu Mutwe, from the beginning of human history as far back as we can imagine, our ancestors have already made many descriptions and comments about lizards. This history can be traced all the way back, sir. The sooner the better, sir. What animal was given divine glory in ancient Greek mythology? It's a python. What animal stands next to the statue of Athena? It's a python. No matter where you go, I have been to China, who is the important role in bringing knowledge to the people. They are half human, half snake creatures. One of them, I remember, is called Nuwa. This similar pronunciation also exists in Africa. Her, Nuwa, brother is called, pronounced, Gwa or Gwa. Sometimes it also means another type of title, called Nugawa, pronounced, which means she. No matter where we are willing to sacrifice human dignity and give the origin of wisdom and honor to these reptiles, including totems and tattoos, including lizards and snakes. Why? Even now, we are still immersed in our obsession with reptiles or amphibians. This phenomenon has not only not stopped, in fact, it is expanding. More and more dinosaur images are appearing in cartoons and other forms of communication, which makes me deeply anxious. David Icke, let's go through the threads of these families. As described in the ancient Sumerian inscriptions and what you just mentioned, after they combined with humans, they produced the descendants of demigods or the intermediaries between humans and lizard people. How are the descendants of these mixed bloodlines placed in the ruling class of the royal family? During my investigation, I found that these families are exactly the royal and aristocratic classes in Europe, and they are also members of the dominant banking, business, and political fields in the world today. Genealogical research conclusions are sufficient to prove these facts. I wonder if there are such ruling families with the same origin in African tradition? Kortu Mutwe, actually, sir, you don't have to believe me at all. Go to Rwanda and ask the people living there for yourself. They will tell you that the founders of the ancestral dynasties were all the first a group of kings descended from heaven. These people are called Imanugira, which means those who ascended to heaven. Sir, many African tribes believe that when gods descend from the sky, they find that people are very stupid and cannot approach these gods at all, let alone receive teachings. This is also a story spread among the Dogon tribe. Because people were afraid of approaching these terrifying reptilian gods, these reptilian gods brutally killed one of them and distributed his meat to some specially summoned people. Humans ate it, and these people became the ancestors of our first kings. Sir, the kings of Africa have always been stingy with their blood. David Icke, if African royal families claim to be descendants of the same ancestors, Are they also the same as European royal families? What about paying attention to the purity of blood and not mixing with outside families? Kordu Mutwe, yes, sir. Members of the royal family must intermarry with each other, which is one of the most stringent regulations in ancient times. David Icke, obviously, this is also what makes imperial power particularly sacred, because it is inherited from God. Kordu Mutwe, yes. Right. It is not allowed for members of the royal family to intermarry with each other. It is not allowed to choose an ordinary woman to be the eldest wife, or main palace. If you are a king, you can find a concubine after confirming the main palace. David Icke, it can only be done after the pure blood genetic relationship is established. Kordu Mutwe, yes, sir. There is also a situation about Sangama, Taoist priests. There is a very strict teaching. As a person who is both a Sangama and a king or queen, he is not allowed to intermarry with people who do not have the same title. Sanguma must intermarry with Sanguma, otherwise, the blood of non-Sanguma will contaminate the blood passed on by God to Sanguma. David Icke, in my book, I quoted a woman named Cathy O'Brien. She once wrote in her book about her experience of being controlled and enslaved by the consciousness of the American elite. She once eyewitnessed George Bush, who served as President and Vice President of the United States, instantly transform into a lizard. Moreover, many people have told me the same experience. Many of today's world leaders instantly transformed into a lizard and then transformed back into human form. Mexican President Miguel de la Madrid once said to Bush when she was in office, as she wrote in her book, an extraterrestrial race of lizard people once intermarried with ancient Mesoamericans because they needed to create a family system that can be manipulated. Kordu Mutwe, yes. David Icke, he also said that these families influence each other among world-class leaders. Corrido, do these agree with your knowledge? Is the situation in which humans and lizard people combine to create semi-god-like royal families and rule the country still happening in Africa to this day? Kordu Mutwe, yes, this is the case in many countries. In fact, some of Africa's most extreme warmongers are covered in the blood of a large number of innocent African people, and these people are the direct descendants of ancient kings from 500 to 600 years ago, or even 1,000 years ago. David Icke, same as the presidential family of the United States. Kordu Mutwe, sir, I want to talk to you about a man named Jonas Savimbi. Jonas Savimbi is a descendant of some of the main kings of Angola in ancient times. In fact, the entire territory of Angola is the birthplace of the African royal family. The Gola in Angola means a king, and Angola means the territory of many kings. David Icke, I must say that in the process of revealing the truth and collecting evidence, I quickly came to the conclusion that a race of lizard people from other planets combined with humans on Earth to produce a group of intermediate races or demigod families, as the ruling class in ancient times, created this ruling framework consisting of the president, banking, politics, military, business, etc. in all fields through intermarriage. Do you also agree with this phenomenon? Kordu Mutwe, yes, sir. You know, Mr. Icke, I wish I had an opportunity to focus specifically on this. But, sir, in the past 40 years, I have observed a phenomenon that makes me extremely disturbed. Whether in South Africa or other African regions, this phenomenon is like this. You will find some rising black leaders who are considered true leaders by their supporters, active figures who strive for power regardless of the public. This type of person always starts an initiative from a certain standpoint, whether it is about pollution or something else. Then, you pay attention to his ancestors, because in Africa, we attach great importance to the origins of our ancestors. However, you will find that this activist is nothing. Although he has indeed made a lot of efforts, he is just a descendant of a farmer. Hey! Then, you started to worry. But suddenly, this black man is killed in a violent incident, and then a new-faced person appears to take his place. If you investigate the ancestral origins of this new leader, whether he is a man or a woman, you will find that he/she has very, very pure ancient African royal blood. Well, let me tell you this story. During a civil war in Rhodesia that suffered heavy losses, there was a very brave and awesome general named Tungagwala, pronunciation. When victory in the Dzia War was in sight, he was killed in a bomb explosion. Someone placed a bomb in his car, and he died miserably. But, you see, Tongu Gala is the descendant of a blacksmith, and his name Tongu Gala means powerful hammer. Okay, who took over as Tongu Gala? For a man named Robert Mugabe, you can't find a more royal name this time. Mugabe is the descendant of the ancient king of the Mashana tribe. In addition, what else should he do? More clearly, it always happens that a leader who is ready to take power is eliminated, and then a royal descendant with the surname of a tribal leader from 200 to 300 years ago takes office as the new leader. Time after time, there always seems to be a special force, and the new leaders are all descendants of families that are higher than ordinary people. I can give you hundreds of such examples. Now, sir, let's talk about the historical origin of the phenomenon of metamorphosis. This phenomenon occurs among African kings, and even now among ordinary tribal chiefs, especially in times of crisis, and stories are spread everywhere that they can change forms at will. For a time, the South African government established various autonomous regions in various places, which were administered by tribal chiefs who had reached institutional agreements with Catholic envoys. Therefore, some of the leaders are not recognized by the common people at the bottom. In order to increase the personal influence of the leaders, they have told people that they have the ability to transform at will. It is said that a certain Transkei tribal leader unified many black autonomous regions. One day, a group of hostile forces were preparing to assassinate him. When they broke into his house, they saw a huge lion squatting on his back. On the ground, later, the lion bit them. Because of these, oral communication is a very powerful means of communication among black groups in Africa, and it is still in use today. Later, all the enemies and other leaders left him alone because they were afraid of his shape-shifting abilities. David Icke, last question in this particular interview, Corridor, because we've covered a lot of ground. If these lizard folk have been around us, I do feel like they have been manipulating their own particular family. Some people say that they are shapeshifters, and there is no doubt about it. I have visited too many people who have seen this situation in various places. These key figures include George Bush and Henry Kissinger, all transformed into lizards and back into human form. Why can't most people witness this? Kortu Mutwe, I told you, Mr. Ike, there are blind spots in our human brains. These lizard people and other alien creatures are experts in this area. Let's put it this way, sir, if we are among the crowd and standing on the busy street, we may see someone suddenly grow an extra arm. Many of us will catch a glimpse of this scene, but we will deliberately refuse to accept this reality and turn a blind eye. I have seen the scenes of very tragic train or bus accidents, but the injured people refused to accept the fact that they were injured. I have seen women who were badly injured in traffic accidents and who, at the time, were in extreme denial of the extent of their injuries. I've seen it many times, sir. These alien creatures are well aware of our weaknesses. They know that we humans have always been accustomed to using our eyes to perceive things. Suppose you are a senior professor. If you see a ghost, your educated brain will refuse to accept what you are seeing and will forget about it and ignore it. Hundreds of us see strange things every day, but we refuse to accept them. Sir, as a Sangama, Taoist, apprentice, what you must learn is the ability to observe with your eyes. If I were standing here looking at that patch of trees and seeing something strange, I would know exactly what I was seeing, but wait a minute, sir, there is another situation. I and many other African thinkers are aware of some very, very, very important events. Mr. Ike, whenever you talk about such things, people will say that you are paranoiac. David Icke, that's right. Kortu Mutwe, but no, in fact you know more than them. Sir, some special vaccines our children have received have made them lose the ability to see supernatural objects, believe me. I can give evidence of this. In the Zulu area, we were sometimes summoned by tribal leaders who told us that a plague was going to sweep through the area and that all children must be vaccinated. You know how my grandfather reacted? He said, "Vaccination for white people will make you blind. If you want to continue to take care of my livestock, then you must not go to the trading market to get vaccinated." But, you know what? School inspectors visited various areas to ensure that every student had signs of vaccination. You know how we coped? Mr. Ike. To save our spiritual eyes, our grandmothers put us through excruciating pain by heating nutmeg kernels and then piercing the heated kernels into the skin of children with two small, sharp wood chips. Therefore, when someone from the school comes to inspect, they will think that there are traces of vaccination, but in fact there are not. And, this kind of thing has happened to us many times. I also discovered that, white, parochial school students who had been vaccinated against plague or cysticercosis were completely unable to see supernatural objects. When a tutong, pronounced, which means flying saucer, flies overhead, the scene is seen by many adults, but children who have been vaccinated cannot see anything. I've seen this happen hundreds of times. David Icke, the success of the special vaccination you just mentioned is that it makes people close their spiritual perception of multidimensional space. No matter what cultural background you come from, society as a whole is putting more and more pressure on it. They will force and use parents to provide various immunizations for their children. Summarizing what you said, you did come to the same conclusion as me. An extraterrestrial race or lizard people, isolated from our current real perception space, have been controlling it from the long ancient times to the present. The longer time passes, the less we know about the actual situation. Fewer and fewer, and right now, we're at a point in time where we're in a prison without fences, a prison so big that we don't know we're in it, and we don't know what's in the shadows. The prison guards, and even when these guards were exposed, the public just laughed at how absurd and bizarre the situation was. So, we are now in an incredible situation where we are being held in a prison and we are denying it, the prison is guarded by a jailer and we are denying it, and finally we are calling this freedom. Kordu Mutwe, yes, sir. Do you know? Mr. Ike, one of the reasons why I want to fight alongside you is because I have very serious reasons to convince myself, and I will keep repeating these words until someone kills me. I have serious reasons to believe that something is going to happen soon on this planet and our invisible prison guards will do whatever it takes to protect themselves. Sir, there is an African proverb, the darkest night always guards the door of the coming light. Just like the controlled and enslaved human beings, they will begin to resist with all their strength. Sir, and this will mean that the critical moment is coming. I believe that we are not far away from this cruel world crisis. Let me tell you what I have seen, we will destroy this most abhorrent executioner. That is money. Sir, we must put an end to money. Otherwise it will turn us all into spiritual beggars. Do you know why? Sir, let me tell you, I once worked as an employee of a hunting company in Kenya and served an Italian gentleman. He was a very powerful white hunter. He once shot 2 giant elephants in Kenya in one day, and then opened 2 large bottles of liquor to celebrate with great fanfare. I still remember that he spilled some wine on the elephants' heads. Later, one day this man and I came to the country, called today, Rwanda. We went to a mountain with some pygmies, and then he hunted a big chimpanzee with silver hair on its back. That huge chimpanzee, the orangutan, acted very bravely before his death. This scene made him, like a woman, moved to tears on the spot. So, at the end of the day, he fired us all and never hunted again. Sir, what I want to tell you is this, somewhere in our human hearts we have begun to resist the lizard people, somewhere in our human hearts we have begun to say no. The lizard folk will fight to drag us to the edge of the cliff in order to regain their power over us. Let me explain to you again. During the Cold War in the 1950s, when everyone was looking forward to a third world war between the Soviet Union and the Western powers, when nuclear weapons tests spread across the United Kingdom, the United States, and even the Soviet Union. Who could have imagined that just a decade or two later, a group of Greenpeace groups spontaneously formed by young men and women would appear. They would arrive by boat at the atomic bomb testing site in France to prevent the upcoming atomic bomb test. Next round of atomic bomb tests. All this tells us, sir, that human beings have begun to resist in the depths of their souls. 40 years ago, hunting animals was viewed as a spectacle, but now, people like the Italian hunter I mentioned are absolutely. I dare not stay in some local hotels because people will search and beat me up, because the so-called hero in the past, the owner of the gun 40 years ago, has now become a murderer. Now, the critical moment is approaching, sir. 40 years ago, no one cared about the Earth's terrible climate and environment. People didn't even know that their actions would affect changes in the living environment. But now, more and more people are showing up who are not willing to give up for 5 buckets of rice. There is a person in our hearts. God is sprouting, being born, in the hearts of all people. However, there are still dangers. We must know something about the lizard people. They are real entities. They scar people's bodies, they poison lives, and right now as we speak, they are murdering black people in South Africa. Everything we both say now seems too late. Mr. David Icke. AIDS is sweeping through our neighborhoods. I also discovered a new virus in Botswana, but no one paid attention to it, Mr. Icke. This is a virus that is 20 times more powerful than AIDS. The name of the virus is Ebola. Oh my God! We must wake up. Please don't let anyone laugh anymore when we talk about conspiracy theories. However, I have one more thing to beg you and people like you, just as people in South America have failed to do, you should abandon the word modifications other than conspiracy. Stop saying conspiracy is just a theory. Gentlemen. Theories don't kill people. Mr. David Icke. Theory will not murder innocent children. Theory will not hand over state power to those murderers dressed in beautiful clothes. David Icke, absolutely. Kortu Mutwe, theories are just ideas floating in the air. But the conspiracy actually exists. It's over there, and it can kill. End of the first interview in 1999. The following is the conclusion part. David Icke, this knowledgeable and wise man, Kortu Mutwe, the world needs to know the knowledge he shared, not only because he can collect and preserve such a huge treasure of knowledge, but also because he is a man full of knowledge. People with courage, wisdom, and foresight know clearly that the world needs to know this. Most people in the world need to know, especially those who don't want anyone to have access to this information, and those who control the world behind the scenes. Need to know more. However, we will definitely be free, and we are already on the road, and we must understand all the knowledge we need, instead of thinking in the limited cognitive categories designed by that small group of people, so in every day like this, your life will look completely different. In the next interview, we will continue to tell how these families of reptilian or lizardman origin expand their power everywhere. Including the occupation of Africa and other great territories, it is these elites of the ruling class who control the earth. By understanding these behind-the-scenes manipulation processes, we can regain the power to control ourselves from those who have controlled the earth for thousands of years. So, I am honored to be alive in Africa to witness this grand moment. Thank you. Thank you for listening to this man with an extraordinary mission. Interview between David Icke and Kortu Mutwe in 1999, Part 2. The preliminary introduction to the interview is as follows. David Icke, hello, we have come to South Africa for the second time. We are now located in the suburbs of Johannesburg for the second interview with Kortu Mutwe, who is known to outsiders as Salusi. Pronunciation, or Sramana, monk, he is a keeper of true historical knowledge of Africa, a Zulu man, and the official historical spokesperson of the Zulu ethnic group, Ancient Times. In other words, he is also the inheritor and transmitter of the ancient graphic knowledge of the Zulu nation. To me, he was an extraordinary person worth visiting, and the incredible knowledge he shared with me was something I will never forget. In the last interview, we talked about the story of the Chitauri, lizards or reptilians. They are a race of extraterrestrial lizardmen who came to the Earth in ancient times. The advanced knowledge created ancient history that can be traced and verified, leaving behind a large number of mysterious and far-reaching ancient architectural forms. This has been happening all over the world for tens of millions of years. Also, they once intermarried with humans and produced a group of mixed-breed families. This is what I learned in the book The Biggest Secret, written after my personal investigation, as well as in Corridor's 80 years of life experience in Africa. The profound knowledge and African history all involve the same bizarre storyline. After this race of lizard people or reptilians combined with humans, they produced a group of descendants who were similar to demigods and became the ancient royal ruling family. Especially in the ancient Middle East, people used to perform sacrificial rituals for these, you can call them, intermediaries between ordinary people and gods. As genealogy studies have concluded, these mixed-race families or Nephilim recorded in ancient texts in the Old Testament, for example, intermarried with the sons of God. From the true translation of the Bible, sons of the gods intermarried with the daughters of men. Then, their descendants left their birthplace and came to Europe to evolve into the nobility and royal power class. In fact, through the British Empire, until today, they have almost become the ruling class in the world. Since the founding of the United States of America in 1776, 42 former U.S. presidents have stood out from a population of tens of millions. They all have internal connections. Don't you believe it? If you trace their families back to the aristocratic ruling class, you will eventually find these descendants who were the result of the union of lizard folk or Anunnaki with humans. This time we will talk about the relationship between the British Empire's global expansion and the current world control situation. The British Empire got its name precisely because this family network, known as the Illuminati, placed itself in London for behind-the-scenes control, especially since the Dutch ruler William III, of Orange, ascended the throne in 1689. When he took the throne of England, he single-handedly built the British banking system and the banking system we are familiar with today. Moreover, since then, the British Empire and other European empires have gradually formed and occupied the world. Among them, the largest territory that they have completely invaded, divided, and completely controlled is this magical continent of Africa. By analyzing how Africa was invaded by the descendants of these Illuminati gang, the lizardmen, reptilians, and the manipulation process of the lizardmen forces behind the scenes, we can see clearly how the world was occupied and controlled. For example, they used what tactics and manipulative behaviors are used. We now want to talk to Corrido about many other examples of how the African continent was plundered by the Illuminati gang, so I first asked him to start with the beginning and end of the occupation of the African continent. Interview begins. Cordo Mutwe, sir, as human beings with the ability to think, we must take a closer look at some mysterious events in this world. One of the mysterious events is like this, and there is overwhelming evidence and facts explanation. Before Africa was colonized by white Europeans, some people of unknown origin had already made preparations for colonization. When the first batch of Portuguese colonist ships wandered near the Cape of Good Hope, many Africans appeared among us. Strange creatures, human-like creatures. Some of these guys are very tall, taller than ordinary people, and some are only more than 30 centimeters tall. These guys among us have done some things that are beneficial to the successful invasion of colonists. David Icke, can you describe the color of their skin, Corridor? Cordo Mutwe, sir, we don't know if we haven't seen them, but those who have seen them describe that their appearance is like white limestone. This situation lasted for so long that it took root. In the cultural traditions of our people, you will see the masks painted by our craftsmen with white limestone, all of which show the appearance of these creatures. These guys are generally about 2.4 meters tall and very slender, and they wear robes made of dark brown skin similar to that of a certain type of young sable. David Icke, what do people call them? Kortumutwe, people call them Mujiro Mengubu, pronunciation, which means beasts wearing terrifying coats. These guys were dressed like Christian monks today, with hooded robes. In fact, I copied one of the rock paintings for you, pictured the symbol of the one-legged god. In a cave in Zimbabwe, a rock painting of the one-legged god. These guys once lived in underground caves, or surface tunnels with wood and vegetation as top shelters middle. Something may arouse your interest, sir. Portuguese prospectors and sailors have all seen this one-legged creature. They often see these guys hopping around on one foot, and sometimes they suddenly disappear into the land like magic. Middle. These creatures, called manapus, pronounced, by the Portuguese crew, wore robes that fell to their ankles, and when the guys moved through the bush, it felt as if they had only one leg. Monopus, pronunciation, not only appeared in Africa, but also appeared in the American continent before it was colonized by white people. David Icke, among the Native Americans, right? Kortumutwe, yes, sir. One of the situations that struck me was that the experiences in America and Africa were the same. It is said that these manapus, pronounced, once introduced special knowledge to our tribe. They actually made mental preparations for our tribe in advance for what was about to happen. For example, these manapus, pronounced, once wore cross-shaped ornaments on their chests as a kind of talisman, and the cross was made of gold or silver. Another thing that may surprise you is that when the Native Americans saw the sign of the cross painted on Columbus's ship, they already recognized it as a secret event. Let me tell you, sir, just as it happened in Africa, we Africans were familiar with the symbol of the cross long before the white people invaded. When Africans see these cross symbols brought by white missionaries, they will understand that the cross is a secret symbol. There is still one. Now I don't know how to organize the language. Can you help me organize it after I finish speaking? We Africans have been preparing to accept various symbols of Christianity a long time ago. Later, when the Africans saw the crosses in the hands of the colonists and their clothes, they already understood their purpose. Mr. Icke, this is why Africans have long begun to accept and protect those Christian missionaries. Even during the life and death struggle with the white colonists, he never wavered. Why does this happen? Why can one accept the religion brought by the invaders? At this moment, the invaders were still fighting to the death with this man's compatriots on their own territory. This situation has occurred in America. This situation also occurs in Africa. This prior acceptance of the sign of the cross. It is common. Now I really wish I could express the above in better English vocabulary, because it is very important. David Icke, I think you have summarized it very clearly. This type of lizard people seems to have carried out various preparatory activities on a global scale, with the purpose of paving the way for the invasion and expansion of the Illuminati gang in Europe, London, including various primitive regions, such as Africa and America. Kortumutwe, yes, sir. The scam has been injected into our education system. Educators in the ivory tower force our young people to accept the colonial history of Africa and America as two unrelated invasions. However, there are some important factors in the two colonial processes that are the same and lead to the same result. This is what I've been talking about, why the origins of conspiracy theories in the world long predate the beginning of white colonization. It's the same whether in Africa or America. There is one more thing that can be proved, sir. The Zulu king Shaka was a champion warrior and unparalleled commander-in-chief. Shaka once welcomed white people into his empire, and he once allowed missionaries to operate freely within the Zulu country. Just before Shaka's death, he specifically told his half-brother Dinganita, we must spare no effort to resist white invasion, and we must ensure that missionaries can operate freely among the Zulu people. In fact, during the reign of King Dingan, two priests, Hognestad and Owen, were allowed to establish two church residences in the village where King Dingan lived. But also, sir, let me say this, these missionaries have been busy converting our people to Christians. They often ignore national regulations and cross the line to engage in provocative or subversive acts. In other words, we have a very strange phenomenon here. The authority of a great king is allowed to be despised by some special people, and he is allowed to preach freely within his own country. Why? No African scholar has ever asked himself, why is this? Are our common people so stupid that they allow a foreign religion to enter their country? Sir, let me tell you two more horrific and tragic events. When the Belgians colonized the Congo, Leopold II declared that the Congo was his private territory, and he commanded the Belgian army to torture and kill millions of black Congolese civilians. Just for the Congo in Africa, this act of genocide is equivalent to the Nazis' treatment of the Jews. However, under such barbaric destruction, the Congolese people, who had become slaves of their own country, still respected and followed Christian missionaries and insisted on finding hope in them. In Namibia in 1907, the Germans carried out a genocidal policy against a people called the Warriors, the Herero. They murdered the Sutu Herero tribe and massacred a large number of Namibians. Until the 1940s, Herero women suffered severe mental trauma and were unable to have children. Despite the appalling genocide initiated by General von Trotha, Wanchusha, and despite the reality of all kinds of massacres, the Herero people still cling to their Christian faith. Why exactly? Now talking about us Zulus, King Dingani executed the former Blin leader Piet Retief, and the whole process was under the guidance of Fathers Hognestad and Owen. Their mission was built on a hilltop near King Dingaan's village. Honstad and Owen were frightened by King Dingaan's actions and decided to flee the place, but King Dingaan felt very sorry for the departure of his favorite missionary. Also, another warrior Zulu king, Sitshwayo, won the Battle of Isandlwana, in 1879, and he never persecuted any missionaries, sir. Moreover, his son Dinuzulu suffered brutal persecution by the British invaders. Dinuzulu had a very important friend, a Christian bishop. It is said that the bishop's daughter was married. Although Dinuzulu suffered so much persecution from the British authorities, he never imposed any ban on his white Christian friends. When he was going through the darkest period, his Christian friends brought comfort to Dinuzulu. When he was at his lowest, he still relied desperately on those friends and their Bibles. David Icke, Corrido, do you think the British or the Illuminati accomplished their invasion of Australia in the same way? Cordo Mutwe, yes, I found the exact same historical plot, sir. Like Africa, the Australian Aborigines had already been softened in their ability to resist before the arrival of white colonists. There is a mysterious figure who often appears in the form of a god, secretly weakening the will of the indigenous people to resist the colonists wearing the cross. David Icke, there is another point worthy of attention. There is a man named James. Captain James Cook claimed to have discovered Australia and New Zealand, and these claims were actually controlled by a group of royals. These people are composed of a group of Freemasons, Freemasonic members, and the Scientific Research Department of Freemasonry is located in London. Cordo Mutwe, yes, sir, let me tell you another interesting case. There is a man who I have been studying stupidly for at least 40 years. This is a crime against us South Africans. The man who committed the heinous crime of genocide. He is also a good gentleman who is loved by historians. You may not dare to comment on him casually. If you see me now, you may not think about the reason why I was depressed by the news media more than 30 years ago. Because at that time I openly questioned the background of this man named Sir George Grey. Who is he? What role has he played? Was he a former Freemason? Freemason, was he a member of the Illuminati gang? How did the Illuminati, founder who compiled most of the laws and regulations during the British colonial period in Africa do this? Transfer of Property Law by George. Sir Grey drafted the Identity Card Act by George. Drawn up by Lord Grey in the 1850s, George. Sir Grey also became a figure who fueled the cause of our kings. But let me give you some details first. He was sent from London to put down a Maori anti-military rebellion in New Zealand, where the British Army had been routed. The Maori people are very tenacious, and their resistance is like a prairie fire, spreading throughout New Zealand. But, since George After Grey came to New Zealand, Mr. Grey began to organize the suppression of the rebellion, and quelled the rebellion with very, very few casualties. During this time, George What did Grey do? I have never found a single book describing the tactics George Grey used during his efforts to quell the Maori rebellion. Because, it's still the same George Grey was deployed from New Zealand to South Africa. In order to suppress the large-scale rebellion of the Xhosa people, he openly used cunning tactics to cause the Xhosa people to self-destruct. He deliberately instigated the Xhosa people ruthlessly, leading to the people slaughter their own animals. Burn your own crops. This has become one of the saddest bloody histories of our country. And, just overnight, George Grey turned the Eastern Cape, where the Xhosa people lived, into a dying country full of bones and starvation. Because, since he used cunning tactics to control the Xhosa people and caused internal chaos, instigating the Xhosa people to slaughter their own livestock and burn down their bankers, he has actually firmly controlled the Xhosa people. Because of hunger, the Xhosa people, who have experienced many battles, can no longer fight as hard as before. George Grey was an outstanding psychology expert. George Grey is an insidious and cunning man. He understands the local Aborigines and knows how to study their beliefs in order to cause them to destroy themselves. Let me tell you what Grey did. One day, when the rebellion in the Cape was very tense, the colonists at that time were facing the threat of another Xhosa attack on the border. Once, a Sangama, Taoist priest, named Nong Ahuzi, pronounced, who was also a fortune teller for the king, was working in the fields with a group of Xhosa women when he suddenly heard something coming from the bushes. A voice was calling her, because Nong Ahuzi is a spiritual person and a soul healer. She sensed the voice, so she took her sister Nong Dato, pronounced, to investigate what happened, and then they found that the sound came from a deep depression. When they approached the depression, 3 strange silhouettes emerged in the grass. They were 3 tall guys wearing black animal skin robes. They wore tall hoods and were already there, stretched out of the depression. Their faces were painted in white, seemingly aimed at the frightened Xhosa women. These 3 men were not of average height. They could identify Nongwasi as a soul healer, and warned her that she must go back and tell the Xhosa people to start slaughtering her own animals and destroying her own villagers. Mr. Ike, I want to show you this book. I wrote it and published it many years ago. This book made me one of the most hated black people in the white establishment in South Africa. In this book, I also write about that George. Other things about Sir Grey. In the book, I raised a lot of questions about this man regarding some special events, because South Africa's transfer of property law and racial discrimination law are both George. The property transfer law formulated by Grey and later appeared was not formulated by the Breen people, but was drafted by this person many years ago. David Icke, George. George Grey is a member of the Illuminati and a black separatist, which is exactly what you concluded about what he did in these countries. Kortu Mutwe, sir, when I started writing about George in the book. When Sir Grey expressed his doubts, he was savagely criticized by professors from almost all South African universities. David Icke, those are intellectual prostitutes, right? Kortu Mutwe, yes, I call them liars standing on top of the ivory tower in the book. My investigation in the book showed that there was no mass suicide among the Xhosa people in 1857. They were murdered, by George. It was caused by Grey's secret manipulation and instigation. David Icke, there is a very interesting situation, Corrido, which I also discovered during my investigation. Just like the instigation incidents you mentioned, such as making people slaughter their own animals, they all reflect the same type again and again. The plot, in the process of reproduction of each religion, whether it is about Muhammad or Joseph. In Smith's Mormonism, these founders have all been described with psychedelic images that echo gods or angels. Then, they can be said to have received instructions, from heaven, to complete some special historical tasks. Kortu Mutwe, yes, sir, the most interesting thing is that these interesting angels suddenly disappeared during a certain period of time. You will no longer hear any angel predicting the birth of a new religion in the future, no more. Where did they go? Actually, they just chose their timing cleverly. Okay, now let me turn the topic back to George Gray, sir. He was secretly manipulating the Xhosa people to destroy themselves, but he made a poor woman Nong Ahuzi a scapegoat. Because, regardless of whether whites or Arab colonists, after each village committed extremely evil crimes against Africa, a black man was always the scapegoat and bore all the blame. Nungahuzi is an example. According to records in South Africa's official history books, it is believed that Nungahuzi once had a dream, which drove her to persuade people to slaughter livestock and destroy farmers. Because of this dream, thousands of people died. Moreover, another lie was written later to cater to the previous false record. The book says that Nongkas has had this dream, prophetic picture, since he was a child. But that's a lie, sir. Just after this tragedy happened, someone took a photo of Nong Ahuzi. The photo showed a mature woman wearing a shawl, because the rosary pattern on the shawl clearly showed that she was a woman who had suffered a lot. Sanguma, Taoist priest, after the ritual baptism, moreover, showed that she was not a 14-year-old girl at all, but a 25-year-old virgin. Moreover, Nong Ahuzi has never had such a dream at all. She has really seen this manipulation process. She has also seen those people pretending to be gods and those who are pretending to be supernatural beings. What's more, she was not alone at the time. And, sir, Xhosa people never care about a naive, 14-year-old, child speaking about such a serious topic, because, to all African concepts, livestock and farmers are not private property, rather, it is passed down by the souls of their ancestors. But now, Nong Ahuzi has become a scapegoat. As a result, for a long period of time, we Africans have hated the dream narrated by Ahuzi. Since I raised these questions, since I was heartbroken by newspaper editors, the story of Nungahuzi was suddenly changed and completely omitted from African history books. I can give if you look at this storyline described in some history books, it is not reasonable at all. David Icke, Corrido, did the examples you cited appear more than once in the process of European aggression in Africa? Is this their usual tactic? Kortu Mutwe, yes, I can tell you too many of these things that they have done. There were some bloody wars between blacks and whites that broke out in South Africa. These wars were actually planned by the souls of the so-called ancestors, such as a king who suddenly had a premonition of a military action. Okay, let me tell you one of them, and there are actually more than 100. Moreover, this is a true story that every student of Lesotho history knows. There once was a great king named Mujuomi, pronunciation. He was a king who combined priest and royal power, and was also a physician. King Musuomi was very old and had suffered many injuries in the battles against the invaders. One day, when Musuomi was staying in the house, someone suddenly knocked on the door. With his permission, the door opened and a very scary guy walked in. He had a face as pale as a death and wore a hat on his head. Wearing a hood, his shoulders appear an unnatural white color. He was clad in a robe made of the skin of a young sable. This guy squatted near the door and said to Musuomi, "You have to take an earring that is the symbol of inheriting the throne and walk a long way to find a young man named Dipogo, pronunciation, man, and delivered the earrings to him." However, Musuomi, who was frightened by the guy, was surprised and said, "What are you talking about? Grandmaster? You want me, Musuomi, to go out and find a child, and then make him my heir to the throne?" The guy replied, "Yes, we, as your ancestors, order you to do this." Musuomi felt as if he had been struck by lightning at this moment and wanted to argue with him. Because he still has his own biological son who can inherit the throne. But now he has to go out to find a strange young man and make him the king of the Basotho people. Just as Musuomi was arguing with him, the guy suddenly stood up and threw some black powder from his hand towards the fire. Suddenly there was a white flash, and the surrounding area was filled with thick smoke. When Musuomi could open his eyes, the guy had left the house. The next day, Musuomi discussed it with the ministers at the meeting. Everyone suggested Musuomi to do it. They said, "You are the king, although you have always been the king of Musuomi who is blameless and as fierce as a lion. But, what other methods can you use to resist God?" Later, his men prepared a tamed bull for Musuomi. Accompanied by the two most heroic fighters, they mounted the bull's back and went out to look for this strange boy. Finally, they found the boy on a high mountain, but he was a thief. He made a living by stealing the livestock of rich people, and was a typical Black Robin Hood. Musuomi accepted the boy, Dipago, put the earring on his right ear, and said to him, "According to the will of the ancestors, I appoint you Dipago as the future Basotho people, king of Basotho. I was told that you would make this nation prosperous, and I was told that you would make this nation free from external interference." Musuomi left Dipago, and after a while, he died of illness. Later, this young thief who made a living by stealing livestock, Dipago, became the king of the Basotho people, pronunciation, Ma Shushui, Ma Shushui. As soon as God appears, similar events will occur. Later, Musuomi no longer used the name Dipago, which means disappointment. And Musuomi means Baba, Zulu pronunciation, which means shaving razor. Later, Musuomi himself began to be a prophet, and began to obey the teachings of these prophecies, asking him to build a territory larger than that of the Basotho tribe. He took in all war escapees from the Cape Province and all refugees from King Shaka, pronounced Shagan, during the Natalia War. Finally, a new Basotho kingdom was created, which is where the territory of Lesotho is today. But wait, there are more stories about this pastoral king. He once encountered an attack by the Baulinger, African White, Army, and at this time, he learned another prophecy, which means yes, if he wants to save his people, he and his people must live under the protection of Queen Victoria's power. And, that's what he did later. When I was a primary school student, what is now the country of Lesotho was called the Basotho Territory Reserve at that time. Such a ruler who destroyed the sovereignty of the country, the marshal, amidst the ridicule of the public, enjoying the imperial power given by the people. There was no need for Marshal Mu to surrender to the British Empire, but he did follow the so-called prophecy and suggested it. David Icke, oh my God, what kind of deal is this? Kordu Mutwe, but there is more, Mr. Icke. Sir, I believe that these people, Mushu Ashue, are secretly manipulated and controlled by a mysterious belief that scares them. When the ruler of a country suddenly feels that his security is threatened, it is extremely easy to control him behind the scenes, sir. For example, the British occupation of South Africa demonstrated a double-edged strategy. They did it in Natalia, they did it in Lesotho, they did it in Swaziland and Botswana. Want to know what they did? They manipulated the Afrikaners, South Africans with European ancestry, to go to war with the native black people. Then, they sent envoys to meet with the African black kings during the Civil War and told them that the best solution was to move the country handed over to the British for protection. David Icke, Problem Reaction Solution, create problems, accumulate feedback, throw out solutions. Kordu Mutwe, yes, sir. Now, let me ask you, sir. During that period, how did a black king know that the British were the main members of the foreign invading army? The Africans only knew that the enemy they were facing was the Bolan people. The black people had only seen the four-wheeled ox carts that the Bolan people were riding in. They had only seen the military bunkers of the Bolan people. However, now there is a scene like this. A black king borrowed a powered sailing ship from nowhere, and there are many long guns, which are exactly the kind used by the British. It was then that these kings were advised to hand over their countries to the protection of the British. This was a different form of deep manipulation strategy implemented by the British in Africa. They often obtained supplies without firing a shot. Rich and huge territory. They also had arms smugglers who secretly transported a large number of military bunkers and even sold Snider rifles to black tribes. The origin of the struggle between the Bolan people and the native blacks in Lesotho, and one of the reasons why the pastor wanted to turn Lesotho into a British protected area, was because he was afraid of being repeatedly attacked by the angry Bolan people. They were insulted because some native black people often attacked the Bolan people and stole some livestock from the Bolan people's farms. David Icke, can we talk about someone like David Livingstone? The phenomenon he represents or similar should be an indispensable chapter in the history of Africa's internal development, because, Corridor, there is no doubt that in these successive acts of aggression, we seem to have been looking for an intact Chryso. Those so-called heroes must have played an important role in these processes. Cordu Mutwe, that's right. In fact, I can tell you right now that Livingstone stayed in the home of a man known as Father Robert Moffat, who was responsible for bringing King Kama to justice. Was the man who introduced newspapers and books to Africa. As a missionary, he lived alone with his wife in Botswana and once left his children in Kuruman, Northern Cape Province. It was Father Moffat who took Livingstone in. Because the king of Botswana regarded him as a godlike figure, he could do whatever he wanted in the territory of Botswana. He once overstepped his authority and took a huge territory as his own, and he could freely cultivate the land of his choice. Moreover, he once went to a territory where bison herds were, demarcating territory, which is the origin of the name Kuruman. Before the occupation, the name was Ujuwane, which means a gathering place for buffalo. Moffat also likes to recruit many explorers and hunters from far away, such as Pastor Campbell, who come to various parts of Africa to conduct expeditions and surveys. Some of them wrote about the story in later books. Folk traditions flow through the region, but I don't think these people are as simple as explorers as imagined. David Icke, so, in terms of using Christianity, those strange creatures before the arrival of European colonists introduced Christian symbols to Africans in advance and prepared them for colonization. So, after Christianity was accepted by Africa, how did it further affect Africa? Cordu Mutwe, I want to tell you what I knew when I was a child. The Christianity that was introduced by those missionaries acted like dictators to us, they abused and humiliated us Africans, and, in the name of Jesus the Savior, a large amount of land resources have been stolen from our hands. I want to tell you about these historic events, sir. If you go to Natal, there is a place called Mariannhill near Durban, where you will find one of the oldest and largest missionary schools in South Africa. The Mariannhill area once annexed a large area of African territory, which was stolen from the Zulu people by a missionary named, pronounced, Zimlet. Corrected to Francis Pfanner, even now, those local black people in Mariannhill will tell you that Zimlet, pronunciation, was not just a missionary to them, he was a liar. A ruthless pioneer. He was once more than just a monk. It is said that this Zimlet, pronunciation, did not believe in God or the Virgin, but believed in Satan. David Icke, those are indeed the methods used by the Illuminati gang. Basically, there must have been other incidents that caused the original knowledge, such as the knowledge treasures kept by people like you, to be destroyed or destroyed in various ways. Trafficking, therefore, basically results in the real history being lost. Cordu Mutwe, yes, let me tell you what the missionaries did. They used evangelistic tactics to spread the so-called gospel to us, and at the same time, they once manipulated us into giving up the most sacred ancient relics we owned. Sir, in 1997, I was in London and saw on an inconspicuous street near the docks, a warehouse with a well-protected exterior and under the jurisdiction of the British Museum in Docklands. At that time, I, and another person, where visits are allowed. Inside the warehouse, I saw small warehouse compartments one after another filled with priceless African handicrafts. Some were made of ivory, others of bronze, various native woods, and others of iron and gold. I also saw the ornaments of the bracelets and anklets of the late African king, which were made of brass and bronze. These ornaments on the hands and feet had evident marks of being peeled off from the dead body, and I was told that all these ornaments antiquities, all by Theophilus Shepstone and the London Missionary Organization jointly collected and sent them here for safekeeping, and Africans were not allowed to visit. I was lucky because I was accompanied by a white lady, and I suspect her father was a Freemason. Now, let me tell you what else these missionaries did. They established hospitals in their mission stations in Africa, and Father Moffat once organized one. When a dying African was sent to the hospital, the missionary inside once told him that if he wanted to enter the hospital, he must be baptized by Christianity. Moreover, there was another condition. If he wanted to be baptized by the hospital after entering, for treatment, he must hand over all the handicrafts left by his ancestors free of charge. David Icke, oh, my God! Kordu Mutwe, sir, one day, my grandfather Jigu, pronounced, had an accident. At that time, he had just bought a four-wheeled ox cart, but he had not yet figured out how to drive it. But one day, the bullock cart overturned on a cliff, and he was seriously injured. Then, my grandfather was sent to a missionary hospital in southern Zulu. In fact, the missionary knew my grandfather and knew that he had a large number of metal artifacts at home. Therefore, as a condition for receiving treatment for fractures, my grandfather all metal property must be handed over to the missionary unconditionally, and he also claimed that too many evil spirits were attached to the things placed at home. The missionary, Father Lee, said this: "You must let me hold those cultural relics so that I can take them to a holy land in England and destroy them there." My grandfather stood up tremblingly in pain and walked out of the missionary hospital. He finally couldn't hold on and collapsed on the way back. Later, people who knew him took him to his village. At that time, there happened to be a doctor from Bulin. He passed by the village on an ox cart, but he was not a missionary. The people in the village asked him to treat my grandfather's fracture. Then, the doctor took my grandfather on the ox cart and walked away for a long time. Far away, came to his farm. He was actually an herbalist named Haynes. Irlin, pronunciation. He treated my grandfather free of charge and without any conditions. Finally, my grandfather was cured. He returned to the village with gratitude and asked his sons to bring 3 fat cows to the Brin doctor's house in return. Time and time again, our traditional cultural heritage as Africans has been robbed. We have been robbed of a large number of meaningful artifacts, and we have been robbed of irreplaceable handicrafts. Some centuries-old cultural relics were taken away by missionaries, especially missionary organizations in London. If you go to the museum, warehouse, next to the pier to take a look, you will definitely find something that will shock you. David Icke, in your personal life experience, Corrido, can you talk about how Christianity has been used to divide and suppress the autonomy of Africa? Kordu Mutwe, sir, let me tell you. When the missionaries came to South Africa, they deliberately created many huge two-party hostile forces. One side came from the black people who were converted to Christians by them, and the other side, pagans, insisted on opposing being converted by Christianity. They created so much conflict that they broke up many black family relationships, and, even worse, especially when Catholics, Anglicans, Methodists, Presbyterian, throughout Africa. The same kind of conflict that was deliberately created still exists today between British Catholicism and its opponents, whose black opponents were once prohibited from dialogue with black Catholics. A black Wesleyan Christian would not even ask a black Presbyterian about the time and date. All of this resulted in total chaos, and the only beneficiaries were the missionaries. But let me tell you more about what they do. Missionaries once forbade blacks who had been converted to Christianity from associating with any non-Christian blacks. Missionaries prohibited romantic relationships between so-called black pagans, people who did not believe in God, and black Catholics. My parents separated before I was born for this reason, which caused trauma to my life. My father was a devout Catholic, but he fell in love with a Zulu woman who was called a pagan. Then, if you want to continue this love, you must convert this woman into a Christian. My master, who was a brave and fearless fighter, once strongly opposed my mother's conversion into a Christian nun. I was in Isandua, pronunciation. Killed a white man because I will not allow one of my daughters to be used as ammunition for a religious weapon. Sir, if there is an exclusive area for black pagans during worship in a mission station, the black people who worship will be punished in a way that is horrifying to Africans. In those mission houses, there are benches where people gather together. However, there are special chairs placed at the door, specially prepared for black people who violate the rules. If a black or white missionary discovers that a person has anything to do with any heretic, then this person will be severely punished. As punishment, he/she will be ordered to sit in a special seat by the door of the church, so that all people entering the church can see these black people who violated the rules of Jesus the Savior. David Icke, have you ever experienced the impact of the promotion of Christianity? Kortu Mutwe, yes, I have experienced it. You know, my mother gave birth to me after my parents separated. And I suffered persecution for a long time because I was born illegally. People called me a bastard and I lost my rights as a human being. At that time, the Zulu country enacted very strict laws against children born illegally. My mother was often beaten by other women in the village. I was also beaten. Other children were not allowed to play with me. I have always been herding livestock alone in the woods, growing up in an environment that ordinary people cannot imagine. When I was 7 years old, one day, an uncle of mine came to my master's village and asked to take me away for adoption. My master said, "Nothing would make me happier than taking away this little bastard, because he has brought great disgrace to our family." Later, my uncle took me to the south of Natalia, where I received the Catholic baptism ceremony. This ridiculous name Credo, meaning, doctrine, creed, fell on my head at the same time. Even to this day I still hate this name. Sir, I was raised a Catholic, and all the members of the family at that time, like most of the black people in Natalia, were Catholic, and then one day, after we left Natalia later, my father actually left the Catholic Church and entered one of the worst branches of Christianity you can find, Christian Scientology. Then, my father began to study with an American named Mary Baker Eddy, the founder of Christian Science. Christian Science has a rule that no one is allowed to receive any form of medical treatment, no matter how serious the illness. My half-brothers and I suffered greatly during those years, and no medical treatment was allowed when we became ill. Moreover, we must devoutly confess all our sins before entering the church, just to express our feelings and express our true feelings to a priest who does not often appear. Sometimes it is so absurd that we often have to fabricate our own sins to seek relief, just to please the Catholic priests. At that time, we had been suffering from the harm of Mary Baker Eddy teachings. This kind of teaching has become the purest garbage in my adult mind. Later, I suffered a serious illness in 1957. At that time, I was brought back to the Zulu country by my uncle. There, my serious illness was cured by a man who I had to call him for religious reasons. He is a fool heretic, and he is my master, my mother's father. After that, sir, I began to understand what an incredible amount of knowledge we black people had. I began to understand that the missionaries had actually been lying to us, that they had been teaching us lies in schools about what we were as Africans. One day, I got into a big accident. At that time, I was still a craftsman making horse accessories. I was painting decorative portraits for a missionary school, and I made the mistake of painting the Virgin Mary as a Zulu woman, my mother, and the Savior Jesus as a Zulu boy. For this reason, I was punished and expelled from school. I was punished not only by white preachers, but also by black teachers, who said that I was attacking the Savior Jesus by painting black skin. So, you can see, sir, that we Africans have always avoided these consequences of deranged thinking. An adult punishes a child for painting the Savior's face black, saying that the boy's depiction of the Savior's facial skin in black tones has harmed his reputation. David Icke, Corridor. In fact, if you want a very small number of people to control the entire world's population, the simplest secret is to get people to give up their opinions. Korto Mutwe, yes, but, Mr. David Icke, one thing must be clear. We humans are creatures with weaknesses. We become victims of diseases. Sometimes we become inexplicable, therefore, often when we suffer from fear, disease, and crisis, the dark forces will take the opportunity to give us a major blow. In fact, the black people who are most easily converted to Christians are those who were deeply traumatized by the war. During one of Natalia's major battles, thousands of locals fled into Durban's huge refugee camp, the largest of its kind anywhere else in Africa. These refugee camps are run by Christian missionaries. In these refugee camps, many selfless missionaries are placed, who come from hundreds of surrounding convents. David Icke, Corrido, all of the different people that we're talking about are spouting out of this torrent from London. The second main representative I want to talk about, Cecil. Cecil Rhodes, he once established a British company in Africa. From my investigation, his contribution to the construction of South Africa's economic model and changes in people's lives may have exceeded any other contribution. What did you think of him at that time? Corrido Mutwe, there are many stories about Cecil Rhodes's, sir. There are so many. One day I will tell you a story that will surprise you. Cecil Rhodes is a strange man. Like all great characters, his eccentric character is mixed with extreme evil and cruelty. Rhodes was an experienced explorer who had done a lot for the black people who provided knowledge in order to obtain the source of information. First, Cecil Rhodes was very interested in the stories and legends of Africa and Africans. He wanted to know where we Africans had mined mineral deposits. To this end, his men once visited a place with cheap shawls, travel shoes, and cowboy wide-brimmed hats. Another black tribe went to bribe the local black people to tell them the location of ancient mineral deposits. In fact, I can tell you, sir, whether it is the Kimberley Diamond Resource in Cape Province, the coal mine origin of Natalia, or the Witwatersrand and today's Simba, many of the mineral deposits exploited by Rhodes and his partners were discovered under the direct leadership of Africans. The African is willing to do anything to please this strange white man. Cecil Rhodes is always smiling, especially on the eve of his order to massacre the entire tribe. Cecil Rhodes must know how to be a peacemaker who is deeply respected by black people. He did a very amazing thing. A black man once asked him if he was the leader of a white organization, but he insisted on denying his identity as the leader. For example, in Rhodesia, named after him, he acted like a mediator caught in the middle between black and white conflicts, and, until his death, was known to the people of Matabeleland as Malamulagus, meaning stop warriors in the conflict between the two Breen sides. Once upon a time, Cecil Rhodes went to a very sacred place, a hill called Dabazanduna, pronunciation. He took a group of elderly Matabeleland men to a large tree that is still standing and advised them not to continue their stubborn resistance to the British Empire. David Icke, in order to achieve the purpose of obtaining various mineral resources throughout Africa today, how did he specifically control the black tribes? Korto Mutwe, Cecil Rhodes once walked freely among the Matabeleland people and told them to attack the Mashana people whom he called dogs. In this way, Cecil Rhodes could instigate internal wars among black people, and then take the opportunity to intervene as a mediator. He created great hatred between the Matabeleland and the Mashana people. After he finished playing the war game between the Matabeleland people and the Mashana people, he continued to provoke other surrounding tribes. What's the strange thing about Cecil Rhodes? Sir, is it in those reviews that are not mentioned in many books? Is there any mention in the unpublished biography of Cecil Rhodes, a scholar who explored Africa's most important secrets? He made friends with African doctors and ascetics, monks, and participated in their sacrificial rituals. Through these means, he learned a large number of secrets and the locations of a large number of holy places in Rhodesia. One of the sacred places he learned about was a hill made of huge boulders called Matapose Hills, a hill made of boulders. It is also where the greatest kings of the Mashana and Makaranka, pronounced, people are buried, and Cecil Rhodes also declared that he should be buried in Madaopo after his death. David Icke, are these closely related to the legends of lizard people or reptilians? Kordu Mutwe, yes, sir. To this day, Madaopo is still one of the places on Earth where lizard people often hang out or land by aircraft. There is more to be said about such matters, sir. So many. Cecil Rhodes buried himself on top of the tombs of ancient leaders who were far greater than he was. Someone once told us that there was a man who was also a distant ancestor of mine. He was the first, pronounced, Manumata Monomotapa, Nyakan by Muto, pronunciation, he died in Madaopo Mountain and was buried there. Cecil Rhodes found the cemetery of Nyachanbi, pronounced, and ordered that he be buried in a catacomb closer to the ground than Nyachanbi. He wanted to show the dead people of Matabele and Mashana that his status was much higher than that of Nyachanbi Mutith. David Icke, how does Rhodes affect the mining industry, which is the basic industry of South Africa's economy? How do people suffer from this ultimate goal of control? Kordu Mutwe, first of all, we Africans completely ignored the control of huge mineral resources, until soon after, the resources were plundered by those people. Because our tribe likes to stay in the village all day long and live a carefree life. However, especially in Natalia, since new regulations were established by the colonial government, all men with the ability to act are forced to walk on foot. A long journey, with the salary just enough to fill the stomach, to mine diamonds in Kimberley. There are many, many stories told of those brave black men, both men and women, who came to the village of Kembali and not only endured all kinds of disease, corruption and violence, but also had to survive in what is known as Kembali in South Africa. A place to work in one of the sacred caves. This cave is located in what is known to South Africans as one of the most sacred mountains of all time. In Natalia and other black neighborhoods, Cecil Rhodes and his men have done too many things to destroy the happiness of black families. He put pressure on the local tribal leaders to pay taxes. By putting pressure on the tribal leaders, he forced the young men in the village to go to the mines to mine diamonds. He also said that if they did not do so, he would call in the British Army to destroy these tribes, and the form of tax payment has been changed from the previous payment of animals to the payment of gold coins. A black man must leave his father, climb the rolling hills on foot, and walk a long way to come to Kembali. Went to work for a year just to get a gold coin. Then, the tribal leaders handed it over to the colonial authorities as taxes. David Icke, Cecil sent by the British to South Africa. Rhodes built the South African economic framework model we see today. According to my investigation, in the later development process of Rhodes, there were other managers of the Guangming gang involved, such as Angola American plc and De Beers Diamond Industry, and there is also a company that I investigated that manages the internet in Rhodes, which is a London investment company called Lonrho. In my opinion, since then after the company was established, the methods used to manipulate black people were very absurd. So what do you think of the management network that emerged in Rhodes' later period and controls South Africa today? Kordu Mutwe, sir, when answering your questions, I want to maintain a very, very fair attitude. Because, having the philosophical principles that should be mastered in the career of an African warrior priest requires me to be fair, even if I am facing an eternal enemy. During the existence of Angola American United Company, they did a lot of good things to South Africa. Sir Ernest Oppenheimer once helped build some houses in villages and towns near Johannesburg. Of course, he was not dedication, for love is not done without reason. On the surface, they built houses on a large scale for many black families. In fact, most of the residential areas in Soweto near Johannesburg were built by his company. However, Angola American United still needs to clarify some things before God, because this company caused hundreds of black people to die in the process of mining. Okay, now let me tell you something very, very emotional. I have the evidence to stand up in any court against organizations such as Angola American Consolidated Corporation, who often use what I call remote control to subvert African government institutions. Not long ago, a very important friend of mine named, pronounced, Drive Hastings Kamuzu Banda was persecuted by mob violence in almost every city in Malawi. Before Drive Banda was persecuted, Angola American United Company and other gold mining companies in South Africa had caused hundreds of Malawians to immigrate here to work as miners, because mining was their only way to survive. I want to know why. Because it is undeniable that many Malawian miners are AIDS patients. When Dr. Panda's government was overthrown, it was in protest against the promulgation of rigid regulations that prohibited immigrants from entering South Africa to earn a living. I saw this happen again and again as thousands of people poured into the streets from surrounding cities. Before the tragedy in Lesotho, there were fewer gold miners, many of whom were from Basotho. They came to the streets of Lesotho just after the general election and when the regime collapsed a year ago, causing riots and thus achieving the purpose of taking advantage of the Basotho country. Just as we do today seen the same. David Icke, what about Lonrho? And the extremely influential leader in the company, Tiny Roland? Corto Mutwe, is he dead? David Icke, yes. Corto Mutwe, Roland? David Icke, yet. Corto Mutwe, well, what I said. I really want to know what he will say to the great god Gilanguru, pronunciation, when he comes to the land of his ancestors? You know what, sir? It's strange that a character like Roland should be mortal like the rest of us. Roland is a person who supports the policy of genocide. He and his company have been hiding behind those bloody wars and doing shameful things in Africa. Wherever there are wars and wherever there is smuggling of heavy weapons and equipment, such as tanks and artillery, you will definitely hear the name, Lonrho. During the war I had heard of Tiny. Roland expressed sympathy for the Nazis. Tiny. Roland is the head of Rhodesia, UDI, Ian. The direct support behind the scenes of Ian Smith. He therefore does not have to publicly promote the development of events, nor does he have to be responsible for any events. Tiny. Roland was a quiet, behind-the-scenes, figure who aroused the hatred of thousands of black people throughout Africa. We Zulu people call him Vina or Yingwena, pronunciation, which means the tearful crocodile. One of the reasons why Roland was so hated by the Africans was that not far from the jurisdiction of Victoria, there was a small village called Wanji, pronunciation, which used to be, pronunciation, Makalan, the most sacred treasure land of the Ka people, sir. Wangji was once located in a huge jungle, and it was also the location of the most secret Great Mother in ancient times. Tiny. During the mining process, Roland's men caused extremely serious pollution to the area, causing it to become a ghostly area today. David Icke, Corridor, based on your experience summary, do you think that figures such as Ophamer, Rhodes, and Roland are puppets of the Illuminati gang? They should also be executive representatives of the Illuminati gang or the Lizard Man organization. They are just behind-the-scenes manipulations by the Lizard Man in various forms. Corto Mutwe, that's what I think, sir. In fact, I'm pretty sure. However, there is one thing I don't understand. Why do human beings who are both rational and highly educated actually allow their own people to destroy the only home that we humans can rely on for survival, the Earth? Sir, Are you going to tell me that the likes of Oppenheimer and all his complicit minions have never done any environmental impact studies in order to arrive at an optimal mining vision? David Icke, as we have discussed in another clip before, because they want to implement such a plan by completing the process of environmental destruction one by one, so that the few people who can control it will do harm to the remaining people. The vast majority of them are under overall control. Kortu Mutwe, yes, sir. However, this is like a disgusting war before us. As we enter the millennium, this cruel and ruthless war is increasingly affecting the living conditions of all people and the earth. Of safety. David Icke, when you investigate along the lines of the Illuminati family who became descendants of lizardmen, you will clearly find that the ritual of human body or blood sacrifice has always been regarded as a serious and solemn link. During the development of your family, have you ever encountered the behavior of these secret societies or lizardmen families in your experience? Kortu Mutwe, sir, except for the necrophagic behavior of eating dead human flesh, I have never seen with my own eyes the process of sacrificing a living person, but I have participated in eating part of the corpse of a dead person. The sacrifice ceremony, and I also had to accept that they dug me out of the grave to perform this ceremony. But, sir, in Britain and the United States, I have seen some Freemasons performing some of their most mysterious rituals. In fact, two parties were present at the same time, but they did not realize that the fact their ceremony was being observed by the other party. Once, in Johannesburg, I used a telescope to peek at a Masonic ceremony. The entire ceremony was conducted in a small, bright room, and we observed almost every detail of the ceremony. In England, I have seen the same scene, and the people performing the ceremony did not notice my presence, nor did they notice that the friend who took me to watch was also present. Do you know, sir? Before I answer your question in depth, can I ask you something? Are you a religious person? David Icke, I'm not. Kortu Mutwe, okay. Well, there is one more question, sir. Please forgive me, this is an African courtesy, just like you ask me questions, I will also ask you some questions. Why do humans or lizard people perform human sacrifice rituals? What are the reasons behind this horrific practice? David Icke, well, first of all, from the people that I've visited who are involved in these kinds of rituals, they say that there are things in people's blood that they need to consume, and they need these things for some reason, and it seems that it is more necessary to obtain it from those with blonde hair and blue eyes. On the other hand, my personal opinion is, if you can carry out a ritual that maliciously promotes fear, you will very powerfully affect a special kind of people. The center of the energy field of a vortex, or spiral motion. There's another reason, you've talked about the special aspects that take place during sacrifices, about the hybrids, lizard-human, and the lizard folk themselves expressing traits, like having evil eyes or a hypnotic gaze. Absorbing conscious energy from people. Kortu Mutwe, yes, but did you notice, Mr. David Icke? Those who performed human sacrifices made the ceremony surprisingly solemn for so-called reasonable reasons that were almost cruel. And, those people who are very, very selfish. David Icke, go ahead. Kortu Mutwe, sir, I want to talk to you about human sacrifice. I have experienced at least 7 rituals of imparting mystical knowledge, and I have learned a lot that would shock any person who is holy at heart. Matter. One of the things is that the most fundamental motivation for human sacrifice rituals is to immortality or extend life. When an important person feels that his or her death is imminent, that person will do this. She or he will order the kidnapping of a special young and beautiful person, usually a girl or a young virgin, but the woman must have specific spiritual characteristics that manifest themselves in her mind. In summary, the victim must be psychic, and the victim must be extremely beautiful. The first step of the ceremony is like this. She will not be executed immediately. She will be, how should I put it, she will be, oh my God, how should I put it? She will be stripped naked and her hands and feet will be tied, and then the person performing the ritual will lie naked on the same bed as her, but that person will not have sex with her because if he does, it will to dispel the energy field that the person has built for himself. Usually the victim will be blindfolded, and the person must hug her, and must use techniques that make her fearful, such as movements that symbolize suppression or pulling. Her own most important perception, sorry, I can't express it in a very appropriate English form. Can you understand what I want to express? David Ik, yes, no problem. Kritu Mutwe, the person and the victim had to be lubricated all over their bodies and they had to hold her like that for many days. David Ik, that's to get a telepathic, vibrational, connection, right? Kortu Mutwe, yes, sir. Yes. In fact, I can tell you that kings, Yinyanga, pronounced, and Sangumas, both male and female, who lived to be over 100 years old, did so simply by lying down with a boy or a virgin. It was achieved on the premise of not having any sexual relations on the bed. Sir, this is the key to achieving true immortality. What I am telling you now is something I am not allowed to say to anyone, Salusi, who has not received the ritual of imparting secret knowledge. However, I still want to tell you more things about human sacrifice that you may not expect. First of all, the victim, she, must be drunk, and when she lies in your bed for days or weeks or several months later, at that time, she must be told that she is facing death, and she must be encouraged to try to escape, and there must be a way for her to escape. A route you have already laid out. In the end, someone will capture her again. When she is caught again, she will emit a special smell like some kind of animal. Do you know, Mr. David? This may shock a white person like you, but let me tell you this, human sacrifice is not as simple as slitting a person's throat. There will be a long, tedious process to prepare for before then. You have to absorb the energy of this young man. A young virgin will emit the heat of intense passion. This effect is often used by our tribe to treat those who are frozen in the cold mountains. Do you know? Sir, in the Zulu region, it often snows in the mountainous areas around Urundi. Sometimes, you will find people trapped in the severe cold and facing freezing to death. At this time, the fastest way to cure him is to let a young virgin lie on the same bed with him. The heat of the girl and her vitality can effectively bring the man back to life. As far as I know, in all African and European human sacrifices, the life force of the victim can be absorbed by others through different, stimulation, methods. For a girl, one of the ways to stimulate the life force energy is to try her best to terrorize her, then take off the clothing on her private parts, such as the skirt or pants on her lower body, and then smell it with your nose. In this way, you will absorb some of the girl's life force energy. Then, she must be so frightened that fear takes over her heart, and she must be made to understand that she is not far from death. Finally, this person can be killed only in a very particular ritual mode. However, she will be executed slowly, and her screams are prohibited during this period, but she will definitely scream out, so a piece of wax will be stuffed in the victim's mouth beforehand, which must be the dense wax that kept her from swallowing down her throat. After going through this, she can be killed. But wait, there's more to this special ritual. Sometimes it's necessary to let the victim's eyes bless you while she's dying, speak before you die. When I learned from various newspapers that Princess Diana actually spoke out after experiencing such a serious traffic accident, this situation made my skin stand on end. This situation is exactly what is required of a victim of human sacrifice, she must speak. Because some energy will be released in the process of her speaking before she dies, and the people who actually benefit are those behind the scenes who caused the accident. David Ik, I'm sure she was ritually sacrificed. Kortu Mutwe, yes, sir, there is another situation. The more beautiful the victim is, the more energy all the beneficiaries should spend staring at her. When the victim dies, when she ends her last pain after the struggle, all beneficiaries participating in the ceremony, regardless of age, all men and women present, must experience the process of ejaculation, or orgasm. This must be done, otherwise this mysterious magic it won't work. David Icke, so, that's why sex is indispensable in many similar ritual plots. Kortu Mutwe, yes, that's right. Because, when the victim dies, because such a beautiful woman is tortured and killed, you will have a strong sense of sympathy and kindness for her, and at the same time, you will feel a rejuvenating power entering in your blood. Do you know? Sir, the reason why people indulge in this ritual is actually to gain a longer life. However, what is abhorrent is that in order to achieve the purpose of prolonging the life of others, the victim does not need to pay the price of death at all. Simply lying in bed with the victim, after a few months, can actually make the beneficiary the same. Rejuvenate life. Sir, what I am about to tell you is what happened to some of the great kings throughout Africa, because the girls who were imprisoned were not put to death. I want to tell you one more thing now, sir. The Israelites practiced this strange tradition. In order to maintain the eternal noble status of the emperors, Roman kings who lived for more than 80 years once slept with young virgins, but they did not marry them. David Icke, it is also reflected in Christian teachings. Kortu Mutwe, yes. Now, let me tell you, there is a term for this type of ritual, and it actually appears in the Bible. It's called Shunammite. Volume in the statement about Solomon, the male singers repeatedly sang that there was a woman who was Solomon's Shulamite, Shunammite/Shulamite. Shulamite was a woman who was brought specially to make a man who was about to rejuvenation of dead important figures. King David was very old, and even though he was covered with a blanket, he still felt no warmth. Quoted from the Bible, "It is better for my lord, my king to seek a virgin, so that my lord my king can be warmed, but he is not absorbing or feeling the heat." Sir, sometimes, for parents of children, a father or mother performing an act of sacrifice to their child is a way of rejuvenating themselves. I often find that there are huge doubts in the Bible, such as about Jacob, who is he from? Oh, yes, about the story of Isaac. Isaac's father was asked by God to use him to sacrifice, Hebrews 11:17. Do you have any impression? David Icke, well, Abraham. Kortu Mutwe, is it him? Is it because he wants to rejuvenate his life? My answer is yes. Because using your own offspring as a sacrifice will release energy into your body, which can effectively restore your youthful vitality. Now, sir, this is the real reason why child abuse is still so prevalent around the world today. I have spoken to men many times who have abused their own daughters. I have spoken to women many times who have abused their own sons. However, they gave me the same answer: I feel good every time I do this. David Icke, these can explain why so many members of the Illuminati are keen on these, such as Bush Sr. as an enforcer. Countless child loss incidents occur all over the world every month, and almost no one thinks that these phenomena are closely related to the human sacrifice situation we are talking about. I speculate that this phenomenon of missing children also exists in Africa, right? Kortu Mutwe, do you remember the white lady I pointed out to you when we met last night? I also said she had something important to say. David Icke, yet. Kortu Mutwe, her name is Madame Ahana Opaluman, pronunciation, she is the mother of a Spanish-speaking female journalist, and her daughter works for a company called, pronunciation, Desenats African Language Magazine. This reporter had tracked down clues about several boys who mysteriously disappeared in South Africa, and I also participated in the process of tracking down the missing children, most of whom were white boys. Black boys are in the minority. All of these missing boys have something in common: they are either psychic or athletic. A leader in a sport or specializing in it in school. They were not randomly selected and kidnapped, but were analyzed and screened very carefully. One day, a white friend of mine asked me to help track down one of the missing children. The child was kidnapped that morning, and the incident was reported on the radio shortly afterwards. I could be in a dark place and focus my full attention on the picture of the missing child, doing remote viewing of the induction taking place. I, using remote viewing, saw her being put into the trunk of a car by two people. After a while, I saw that when the car was driving, there were 3 white people and an Indian inside. Then, the car stopped in a carpeted area, and the children were taken out of the trunk, but the girl in the photo already looked very weak due to lack of oxygen. My friend and I used psychic methods to track the child and found that the car drove all the way from the north onto the highway to Natalia, and then stopped at the coast, where she died. Moreover, her body is clearly seen buried on the seashore. I don't know what happened to the other 2 children. However, I can tell you, sir, since that time, I have completely refused to intervene in the investigation of such incidents again. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the faces of the leaders of the evil kidnappers in the remote viewing footage. In fact, the reputations of some of them are really prominent in South Africa. David Icke, how many children go missing every month in Africa? Kortu Mutwe, sir, I know a gentleman who has very strong metalogical thinking skills. Later he told me that he was a Freemason, or he still is, I learned from him. Every month, 4,000 children go missing in South Africa. David Icke, when you mentioned the relationship between human sacrifice and life extension earlier, it corresponds to a recurring phenomenon in my investigation of the activities of members of the Guangming gang. They all live long lives, at least none of them are short-lived. The representative figures that first stood out to me were Henry Kissinger and George Bush, as well as the Queen Mother of the United Kingdom, Queen Elizabeth. Although she is now in frail health, these people are still important to me. In the survey, they are all considered to have longevity, and it seems very coincidental. Kortu Mutwe, you know, sir, there is nothing like that happens by chance in this world. David Icke, I know what you mean. Kortu Mutwe, some people like this will definitely find ways to extend their lifespan. I don't want to know what methods they use, but when you see a figure like Dr. Kissinger, a person with such a shocking and immortal figure, President Eisenhower, who was his boss, died a long time ago, and he has not changed much since World War II. He is still alive and in better health. I want to point you to a very interesting incident. Among certain black social groups, especially today, those who live extremely long and energetic lives, no matter how old they are, become prey or are murdered by conspiracy of victims. My stepmother is 98 years old this year. Once, a group of young crazy religious believers wanted to kill her as a witch because she was so old but never got sick. David Icke, Corridor, do you feel frustrated when you see that Africa has encountered such a historical situation, and that until today, Africans have so easily allowed themselves to live at the mercy of others? Kortu Mutwe, yes, sir, this makes my heart ache. However, at the same time, this proves the fact that we are not actually the masters of the development direction of this world. It also proves that we humans are being controlled by some kind of force in this world, and it is far beyond us capabilities and how far back we can go back in time. No matter who they are, the country, nation, has been taken advantage of by these guys to get something for nothing, whether they stand out in important battles or when people unite to reorganize a new country, new tribe, or new party, the country, nation, all nations, were taken advantage of by these abominable lizard people to get something for nothing. David Icke, these unusual experiences have given you extraordinary life experiences. I remember you said that an incident happened in Soweto. It can be summarized like this. It is not just manipulating black people. It seems so easy, but it's the same for everyone because it's the same method. When a meta-journalist misquotes information about you, people believe it. Can you tell us a story about this? Kortu Mutwe, these stories are very ordinary, sir, and I live an ordinary life. First, after the unrest in Soweto in 1976, all of us who were under the supervision of the various borough institutions that were destroyed in the unrest were hauled before a judge in Pretoria. The judge's name is Silan, pronunciation, and Silan wants all of us to provide a detailed report describing the scenes we saw during the turmoil, and how the power institutions of the ruling officials were destroyed in the turmoil. Many people were very afraid to talk about the contents of these investigations, which were called Operation Slin investigations at the time. We were guaranteed to provide the contents of the investigations anonymously, but while the investigations were ongoing, I found that the journalists were in other rooms. Place, rather than being recorded on site. Why would news reporters only attend when a video crew was involved? I once met a white female news reporter named Holland Zerland, pronunciation. When I was answering the judge's questions, I reported the following situation to the judge: the protection of workers' rights and interests in Soweto was completely unsatisfactory. Innocent workers were often beaten and sometimes even beaten to death by angry Irishmen. Can we provide more protection measures for our mining workers who are willing to work? Later, the female reporter reported the conversation between me and the judge in the newspaper of the day. She quoted me in the report: "The army should be allowed to enter Soweto to quell the unrest." Now, such a white lady, using an illegal way to explain what was said during the court hearing, she was able to report such facts without any punishment when everyone was present to testify. Moreover, some people reported that the situation was worse than what I was told, but only my name appeared in the reports. Just after that, in September 1976, my family was attacked by at least 500 students. My wife was knocked unconscious and my children were injured. How did they escape? At that time, not sure. During this period, I was hit hard and stabbed many times. When I was lying on the ground completely hopeless, my whole body was poured with gasoline. At that moment, I understood what fear is, sir. Because we Africans believe that when you surrender to the god of death, it will not only be your body that will be engulfed by the fire, but your soul will also be destroyed by the fire. We Africans believe that although people are bodies possessed by souls, souls can also be destroyed by fire. I don't know how I escaped from the situation of death, but at that moment, something must have happened that frightened these children. They all suddenly ran away, and finally, I was left alone in a pool of blood in my backyard. At that time, all my neighbors, no one was willing to come out to save me. Although I had helped many neighbors, even though I had lent them money, treated them, and given them food just a few years, months, and weeks ago, no one came to rescue me at that time. Later, I struggled to crawl to the courtyard of a municipal department and hid behind a mess of scrap metal. When night came, a man came to see me. He even chased away a man who came looking for me with a gun. This man took me through a loophole in the yard fence to the home of one of my Sangama, Taoist priest, apprentices. The Sangama risked her life by hiding me under her bed until the police arrived. I was taken away safely. I was covered with cuts and bruises, and there was a broken knife stuck in my body. Someone wanted to cut off my 2 fingers. This was the part where the knife was pierced. After that, we hid in the backyard of the police station. Later, a white boss of mine, who was also a gardening expert, protected me and my family out of Soweto, and then sent me to Natalia. There, it took me more than a year to recover. David Icke, Corrido, all of this information was partially reported by a white journalist, reporting things that you never said, and it must have caused you incredible frustration, so what do you think of this simple manipulation of people? Korto Mutwe, let me tell, Mr. David Icke. The negative forces of mankind, lizard people, or whatever you want to call them, this group of forces has an undeniable and extremely conquering weapon: newspapers. By using newspapers, they can whip anyone without worrying about any resistance from the victim. David Icke, Corridor, we have told a long story, from our current modern society to the future development prospects in Africa and around the world. What do you think of this group of Illuminati gang or lizard people? How is the agenda of the forces designed? Korto Mutwe, according to my understanding of what happened in Africa, these lizard people have been destroying the internal population of those countries that can become barn countries in order to build their own barn. Sudan has already devastated, Angola has been cleared, and Mozambique has not been spared. But wait a minute, these countries have not actually been destroyed, only the populations within these countries have been wiped out and cleaned up to a certain extent. Why? What do these guys want? I think the answer is this: they want to achieve the purpose of transforming human society by eliminating specific human groups and allowing the remaining types of people to survive. I think the reason why they are so hysterical about their long-term goal of depopulating Africa is so that future dictators around the world can get free mineral resources here. In other words, in various countries, the lizard people want to possess these mineral resources that are more important than human life. Therefore, only after they have gained control and after the obstacle populations have been cleared, can they control Africa. Huge resources of oil, coal, uranium, gold, and diamonds are mined freely without having to pay any African ruler. In other words, we are approaching the reality that the mineral resources mined in Africa do not belong to property that can be exploited by countries within Africa, but belong to a huge global unified government that is about to be formed. Moreover, this process is under construction. David Icke: is this why there is so much violence between individuals, between tribes, organizations, and countries? Cordua Mutwe: yes, sir. Judging from my personal experience, these lizard people want to speed up the process of eliminating humans as much as possible, and at the same time, keep mineral reserves and other natural resources intact, in order to meet the consumption needs of future world rulers. In recent years, I have observed something very disturbing to me about the use of land in Africa. They are already planning to implement these transformation activities in Africa, and in fact they have established some protected areas called Peace Park, which are huge reserves that span the borders of certain countries. For example, the Kruger National Park in the eastern part of Transvaal province, which is close to the border of Mozambique. Only now do I understand that it has become a dependency of Mozambique. This situation is very interesting, sir, as all the dependent parks that were established were areas where the tribal populations were most dispersed, the struggle was long-lasting, and the conflicts were most serious, especially during the Rhodesian War. David Icke: they also built a park under Rylandburg, pronunciation, and similar situations have occurred in similar countries, where there has been a historical issue of genocide. Cordua Mutwe: yes, sir. This phenomenon is very strange. I think there must be such a person among them. Frankly speaking, I don't want to know who this person is, because it makes no sense to talk about a person who cannot fight back with arms. I don't know who is arranging this, but these wildlife parks have cost human lives a huge price. These wildlife parks were invested and built in the countries under their jurisdiction. Why? Not only that, why are Africans themselves willing to be manipulated by the negative forces of mankind? Why do Africans attack each other's throats like crazed bulls? Because they specially train some people and let them infiltrate into war-torn countries in Africa. These people still exploit the mineral resources of that country as if nothing has happened. Moreover, these mineral deposits extracted from the war-torn countries are transported by giant vehicles. I've seen it taken away by truck several times. When the war in southwestern Namibia was provoked, a large amount of gold and diamond smuggling took place. The same thing happened in Angola and elsewhere. David Icke: in terms of resource possession, these situations appear under different names, such as those nature reserves or wildlife parks named by the United Nations agencies themselves. Of course, there are also some called environmental protection organizations, such as World Wildlife Fund, WWF. WWF was once chaired by Prince Philip or Duke of Edinburgh, who once initiated a boycott of the use of fuel vehicles. He also had a friend from the same family who was a philanthropist, Ben Prince Bernhardt. What do you think of these environmental protection actions? Cordua Mutwe: since the establishment of this foundation, African wild animals have been hunted more ferociously. Believe me. In eastern Transvaal, some farmers have knocked down the fences between their farms to combine their private wildlife parks into one huge area. After the car walks for a distance by itself, you will find signs that trouble you very much. First, you can't see any recent animal tracks anywhere around you. Second, you can't smell any animal scent. Because no matter which African game reserve you are in, if there are a sufficient number of animals in it, you will immediately smell their scent. You can smell the scent of giraffe, buffalo, and eland. Each animal has its own special characteristics. Body odor. But if you go to Eastern Transvaal, you can neither smell the animals nor see them. Because, in places that are supposed to be animal sanctuaries, the behavior of shooting animals has reached a hopeless point. In addition to that, you're going to see worrying things happening in some of these wildlife sanctuaries, and you're going to see the kind of runways that are not intended for small aircraft, or single-engine aircraft. However, in one of the wildlife reserves, I saw a giant aircraft that was 1/4 larger than the one in the 1950s parked on a large airstrip with a sign. Why do wildlife conservationists use such heavy-duty aircraft? David Icke, how do you think these nature conservation actions around the world are designed? Cordo Mutwe, I think this is an application of cynicism, and what they are practicing is pure whore politics. I wouldn't be surprised if these charlatan leaders had eyes like those of a crocodile, and if their lips looked like they had been carved with razors. David Icke, Corrido, what do people need to do to prevent the goals of this agenda from becoming a reality? How can we change the situation and create a world we want to live in? What's your response? Cordo Mutwe, sir, I don't have any motivational words to answer your question. However, I will tell you this, our first responsibility is to let people all over the world realize the crisis that mankind is currently facing. Whenever they want to take advantage of the blind spots in our brains, they attempt to eliminate us or destroy our entire nation. When the time comes, we should not take those deliberately provocative behaviors too seriously. Taking Africa as an example, that kind of crisis is obvious to everyone who lacks thinking, but a scene with such a ridiculous and terrifying cost and such a huge amount still happened because our conditioned brain refuses accept the crisis. Sir, I have seen a common little animal in the UK. It is very cunning and dexterous, and its body is very flexible. Do the British call it stout? Pronunciation? David Icke, stoat. Cordo Mutwe, this is it. Ferret. Well, when this animal chased a rabbit and forced it into a blind corner, the rabbit stopped. It just looked at the ferret opposite, and its eyes showed a completely trance-like hypnotic state. It acted as if it was refusing to accept the stoat's existence. Then the stoat pounced on the rabbit and ate it. And we are just like what this rabbit shows. This is the conditioned reflex that the light gang wants us to have. They hope that we will live under the hypnosis of their imaginary power, and hope that we will be unaware of their existence. This is exactly what happens to a rabbit cornered by a ferret. The rabbit didn't want to see the stoat at all because it couldn't cope with the situation. We are in the same situation as it, and we must stop this stoat survival logic. We must understand that there will come a time when the damage will be so great that we will never be able to recover. However, I have always believed in the impetus brought by a great prophecy in Africa, sir. Mutimu, don't be afraid of law, Baroyi, pronunciation, means God is greater than all the saints on this earth. I know that as long as many people as possible realize what the lizard people are doing, these guys will be forced to retreat. There are now many signs that they are reaching the end of the road. Why? Because human beings are trying to show the God that exists within themselves, we are trying to become gods, and we are always moving towards success. Just a few decades ago, no one in the world understood why we should carry out activities to protect animals, and no one knew why we should protect the environment. But today, sir, thousands of people are engaging in this kind of activity. This is a hopeful sign that deserves encouragement. Let the power of light illuminate the dark corners of this conspiracy. Let mankind regain freedom under the shining of light. All interviews have ended. The following is the conclusion part. David Icke, Credo Mutwe. To me, the most incredible person I have ever had the pleasure of meeting. When you look at Kordum Mutwe again, you see an incredible example of the human soul with true power. Since the moment he came into the world, he has faced a series of jaw-dropping challenges. To this day, the threats to his and his wife's lives have not stopped. The challenges he faces can definitely destroy a person's soul, and even facing just one of these difficulties can easily destroy a person's courage. But that's for the vast majority of people on the planet, and you can't defeat this person. What he is talking to you about this time is about information resources that have never been exposed before, because he has been under external pressure to be quiet and confidential. However, as Corrido said, Africa is undergoing toward destruction. It indicates that Earth as the land of freedom is declining. It's time for people to know this. Now, such a person took out his own courage to stand up and start to appeal, facing condemnation from all sides alone. So, what can we do? Do you say, oh, that's interesting, I think Kordum Mutwe is really worth paying attention to, he ignites hope? Or would you still say, oh, stop talking nonsense, isn't he just a witch doctor? What does he know? In other words, we still need to. Standing on the sidelines and watching and making excuses? Sit in the back and expect others to handle it? Or is it none of your business? Or, can we express it the same way as this guy, Corrido? Because, as long as we do this, then this global control system built of cards will inevitably collapse. It will definitely be overturned by the wind of change that we are about to blow. Or we appear helpless and simply leave, saying, we're just small people, God, what can we do? Or we just ignore it and don't care. Let the house made of cards continue to be strong, because we have been supporting it. Are we going to live in a state of fascist globalization? So you said, this is going to happen in the near future. Oh my God, our children will face a terrible situation. No, it is now. Right now in our lives. Do we have to fight each other? Are we going to continue to be governed by those ideological differences? Just because someone has a different religious belief than ours, do we have to cry out to God and then call the police to deal with it? Or just because someone has a different skin color than us, or a different doctrine than we do, or a different way of life than we do, are we going to continue to do this? As long as we continue to be indifferent like this, we will become victims of fascist globalization, because we will use individual fascist behavior to provoke those around us who are not colluding with you. In fact, we can be one body. This is the ending I am looking forward to and the ending I have always believed in, freedom. We can celebrate the diversity and versatility of human expression. Enjoy celebrating the many different ways humans perceive the same thing. We can enjoy celebrating this magnificent network of diverse species of life we call the universe. In short, if we do this, we will no longer agree with the current extremely disgusting situation. At that time, we will have harmony and the tranquility that comes from mutual respect. At that time, these light gangs, lizard people or Zitahuri, whatever you want to call them, they will not be able to stand harmony, because harmony is a game for the controllers. Nightmare. Using the tactics of disagreement and conflict is just a piece of cake for harmony. Should we continue to play by the rules set by the Guangming gang? Continue to fight each other, eliminate each other, blame each other? Or do we decide to play the game by completely different rules? The game will be played with rules that have never been written into the codex. It's called love, it's called respect, it's called harmony, it's called peace. Yes, it's true that we got ourselves into this situation, and that's the good news. If we can get back to making decisions our own way, and advocate that others should do the same, then, the only way we can have a chance to end this kind of manipulative behavior is as simple as flicking your fingers. Just find our source of strength, then think about ourselves, and finally, pass on the same honor to everyone to do the same thing. Do we choose to use love as our real perception organ? Or choose to use fear? In fact, this choice has always been made by ourselves. But the great significance and impact on our future will be boundless. Khortum Mutwe has already demonstrated his courage to expose those stupid conspiracies. As long as everyone left simply uses a mirror to reflect this courage, then we don't need to worry about anything anymore. Because, this world is about to transform from prison to paradise. In fact, it is just a choice. And, I think I will definitely achieve it. How about you? Conclusion. There should be lizard people all over the world.